Chapter 701, It turns out that you are the inner answer. Listening to Sirius' explanation, Yvonne sighed and said nothing more. He knew very well how deep Sirius was obsessed with Peter. When he heard Harry talk about the trouble of Sirius leaving them to find the Death Eaters, he still felt a little strange, but now he understands a little bit, and he can only catch up with Peter regardless of him. After that? Did you catch Peter? Yvonne asked again. I followed Peter into a woods and watched him take off his coat. Only then did I see that Peter was holding a monster in his arms. Sirius said solemnly. I didn't know that the monster was a mysterious man, so I chose to fight with them, and didn't have the first time to escape, and ended up under the imperious curse of the mysterious man. Yvonne couldn't hide the shock on his face. He didn't expect Peter to sneak into the World Quidditch Cup with Voldemort at the risk of being discovered. No wonder Barty Jr. suddenly disappeared in the camp. It was probably because he successfully attracted Voldemort's attention after launching the Dark Mark and ordered Peter to rescue him. While Yvonne was thinking about it, Sirius continued to speak without stopping. After being cursed by the mysterious man, there was always a voice in my mind telling me to bring Harry out alone to him. But the mysterious man is probably negligent. I have been in Azkaban for more than 10 years. Those Dementors have sharpened my will very well. Having said this, Sirius laughed mockingly, and then spoke again. So he can't completely control me. I know very well that doing so will kill Harry, desperately resisting the orders given by the mysterious man. But the magic of the mysterious man is too powerful, and no matter how hard I try, I can't get rid of the imperious curse. Finally, I thought of a way to stop resisting the mysterious man's instructions and use my last reason to learn from the Death Eaters and set fire. It burned the surrounding tents and attracted the nearby Aurors. Are you going to let the Aurors arrest you for questioning, and even expect them to find out that you are under the imperious curse? Yvonne immediately guessed Sirius' intentions. Yes. I did think so. No matter what, I can lock me up again. Sirius sighed. It's just a pity that not long after the Aurors caught me, Arthur rushed over with someone, and he guaranteed me. This is really... Yvonne shook his head helplessly. I really don't know what to say. Arthur Weasley's willingness to take the risk to guarantee Sirius is a very friendly move, but it is a pity that he did it well. Bad thing. Sirius also smiled bitterly. That rebellion exhausted his power. More importantly, he was noticed by the mysterious man, so he strengthened his control. The only good news is that this accident also made the mysterious man more careful. After he finished his transcript and returned from the Ministry of Magic, the mysterious man no longer forced him to go to the burrow and took Harry away directly, but ordered him to go home and wait for orders. How about Lupin and Kreaker? You have been under control for so long, they haven't suspected you? Yvonne asked in a puzzled way. Lupin found a new job half a month after you left, and has moved out. So the mysterious man has stayed in my mansion for a long time. As for Kreaker, Sirius' face was revealed. With painful and hideous expressions, his nails were deeply carved into his palms, and his words became cold. The mysterious man asked me to order it not to leave this mansion. Kreaker couldn't resist my instructions. In addition, there is a house elf named Shining who is always watching it. Sparkling? The house elf who was expelled by Mr. Crouch. Yvonne frowned. He did hear Hermione say that Sirius had adopted Sparkling at the beginning of school. Yes. That's it. The mysterious man is short of manpower, so I took Shining away. The house elf was abandoned by the owner and needed a home. The mysterious man ordered Barty Crouch Jr. to re-sign with Shining contract, shackles Shining to help him do something. But the mysterious man distrusts the house elves and thinks they are stupid, lowly, and can't do any big things. Sirius said as he glanced forward. They had already ran under the willow tree. Sirius picked up a stone from the grass and hit the knot on the tree, and then took Yvonne into the secret tunnel when he came. On the way through the underpass, Sirius continued to tell Yvonne the next thing. A few days before Hogwarts officially opened, the mysterious man planned a conspiracy to bring Harry to the top 3 cups. In front of him. Why didn't Voldemort let you go directly to the burrow to bring Harry out? Yvonne asked. At that time, Arthur had already begun to doubt me. He wrote a letter the next day, asking me why I set fire in the camp. An Auror saw me doing this with his own eyes. Sirius explained. The mysterious man was worried that I would be seen through, so he asked me to write a reply, saying that this matter was a problem for me by the Ministry of Magic. Arthur may have believed my explanation. In short, he didn't write to me again, but the mysterious man thought that he could no longer let me take risks. Moreover, his resurrection ceremony is not ready yet, and some special medicinal materials are still lacking. It takes a long time to complete the potion. In contrast, if Harry disappears for too long, it will attract Dumbledore's attention. www.mdlenovel.com. The mysterious man suspected that Dumbledore had cast a curse on Harry, and could track Harry's movements with specific magic. In addition, he was afraid that I would resist for the second time, so he temporarily adjusted his plan and let me as an internal response, help Barty Crouch Jr. bring Harry out of the school. Sirius sneered at Voldemort's speculation. He thought it was impossible for Dumbledore to curse and watch Harry. It's just that Voldemort was clearly committed to this, and planned to do it after the preparations were completed. In this case, it would be too late for Dumbledore to react. In other words, could Voldemort learn that the news of Barty Crouch Jr.'s death is your secret? When Harry got the second dream foretelling the other day, Yvonne had suspected that there was an internal response from Voldemort beside them, but he never thought about Sirius. Sirius nodded. Since the beginning of school, he has asked Harry to write regularly and send him the details of what happened in Hogwarts. That day Harry suddenly told him about Moody's change, and Voldemort guessed that Barty Crouch Jr. might have something wrong. Chapter 702, A Duel in Front of the Cemetery. Harry once told me about dreams in the letter, so the mysterious man knew very well that Harry could get some information through the snake's sight. Sirius said distressedly, but Voldemort turned it around. Using in passing false information, Dumbledore was successfully transferred today. There was a chill in Ivan's heart, so Voldemort knew everything they did at Hogwarts. What makes Yvonne more disturbed is that the root of Harry being able to possess Nagini is that he is also one of the Horcruxes, that is, it is not known whether Voldemort has noticed it. Wait, Sirius, you just said that Voldemort has been controlling you with the Imperious Curse, so how did you break free from the Imperious Curse? Yvonne suddenly thought of this and asked curiously. Thanks to you killing Barty Crouch Jr. The mysterious man has no extra manpower to use, and he is worried that I will lose control again. He can only take the risk of having Peter pretend to be me with the compound decoction and go to Hogwarts. Go Harry. Sirius said faintly. After Peter left, Riddle's mansion was only left with the house-raised elf Shining, Voldemort with mobility problems, and the big snake named Nagini. The mysterious man was afraid that Harry could see the situation in the mansion through Nagini, so he only ordered Shine to take care of me, and then Kreaker sneaked in. At this point, Sirius's voice became a little hoarse. It violated the instructions I gave him before, left the house and used magic to stun me and rescued me. Kreaker. Yvonne looked at Sirius very unexpectedly. He remembered that during the summer vacation, Kreaker still had a lot of criticisms about Sirius, and kept talking about the annoying prodigal son all the time. But he didn't want this house elf to take such a big risk, and would not hesitate to forcibly defy the order and sneak into Voldemort's mansion to rescue Sirius. It seemed that after they had fished out Regulus' body from the bottom of the lake together, Kreaker had completely approved the new owner of Sirius. By the way, how about the Kreaker? Didn't he come with you? Yvonne was a little strange. Sirius' face was full of pain and hideous expressions, and after a while, he tremblingly continued. It's dead. I killed it myself. What? Yvonne looked at Sirius in astonishment, almost thinking that he was joking, but he soon thought of a possibility, and a chill in his heart couldn't help. Is it the Imperious Curse of the mysterious man? Yes. Imperious Curse. Sirius gritted his teeth. Although Kreaker tried to rescue me from Riddle's mansion, it couldn't undo the Imperious Curse in me. The mysterious man is still using this to influence me, forcing me to go back to see him immediately. Kreaker. Kreaker pulled my leg desperately to stop me from going back, and then I used a heartbreaking curse on it. Sirius' voice kept trembling, and he recalled the scene at that time. My heart is squeezed. Voldemort did not fully control him, so Sirius knew very well that Kreaker was saving himself, but he could not control his actions at all. His body was controlled by another person. He used the most cruel magic to torture this one. Faithful house elf. Kreaker's tragic wailing seemed to still be echoing in his ears. What makes Sirius most painful is that Kreaker clearly has the opportunity to resist him, but he is not willing to hurt himself. This torment finally forced him to break free from Voldemort's Imperious Curse, but when he did this, Kreaker had no sound. Because when Voldemort sensed his resistance, he gave him the last order to kill the house elf in front of him. Kreaker saved me, but I killed it. Sirius's face was a little scary, he muttered to himself like a nervousness, his fists tightened and his sharp nails were deeply carved in. In the flesh, he can't feel the pain at all. Sirius couldn't remember how he buried Kreaker at the time. His brain was blank. If he hadn't remembered Harry's safety, he might have been lying in the pit he dug out with his own hands. Yvonne, who was listening the whole time, was shocked and speechless, and the complexity of the matter far exceeded his expectations. Kreaker died? Still died in the hands of Sirius. Looking at the nearly collapsed Sirius, Yvonne opened his mouth, wanting to offer comfort. After all, this is not Sirius' fault, the real killer of Kreaker is Voldemort. But Sirius interrupted Ivan's words. It won't be long before I will avenge it. Soon. Sirius said coldly, his eyes were full of hatred and anger, and the faint light had been shining in from the front of the passage they were going to the village of Hogsmeade. Get ready, let's go now. At the moment when he stepped out of the tunnel, Sirius squeezed Ivan's wrist and said hoarsely. Yvonne nodded, and then felt that his body was drawn into a whirlpool, and Sirius's voice also reached his ears. Apparate. Apparition. Outside Riddle's mansion, in front of a particularly desolate cemetery, Harry, who was unable to retreat, was forced to fight the resurrected Voldemort under the crowd of Death Eaters. Or maybe this is a unilateral torture. Come on, bow to me, Harry. Voldemort leaned slightly and said in a mocking tone, at least the etiquette of duel is to be observed. Dumbledore must hope that you will behave in the face of death. It must be very graceful. Bow to death. The Death Eaters gathered around laughed. www.mtlnovel.com. Looking at Harry is like looking at a pig waiting to be slaughtered. They knew that the Dark Lord might not kill the kid in front of him so easily. Will die tortured and humiliated. Harry pursed his mouth and did not move. He knew that his vitality was slim this time, but he would never allow Voldemort to use him wantonly before killing him. I said, bow. Voldemort increased his tone, and the cruel red eyes stared at Harry impatiently. He lifted his wand gently, without seeing the spell. Harry felt as if his spine was being held down by something heavy, forcing him to bow in a very standard way. Very good. Voldemort relieved his control of Harry with satisfaction, a smile on his snake-like face. Let us officially start the duel now. Harry couldn't help trembling with his wand's hand. He didn't understand why Voldemort didn't kill himself directly, instead he had to fight himself with a lot of effort, but he still plucked up the courage to ask. I can fight you, but you have to tell me where Sirius is. Chapter 703, It's time to make an end. Ah, Sirius, that traitor from the Black family. The smile on Voldemort's face suddenly gathered, and said somewhat disappointingly. I was expecting the two of you to get together here and die together. That must be an extremely wonderful scene. So he escaped from here, right? Harry suddenly felt a little more vitality in his dead heart, and asked eagerly. It's not impossible for you to think so. Voldemort said slowly, a strange smile appeared on his face again. But I think he might prefer to die here. Harry did not pay attention to Voldemort's subsequent words at all, and there was a hint of joy in his heart. He only knew that Sirius was still alive and successfully escaped from here. This is at least good news. Harry's emotional change, naturally, could not hide Voldemort's insight, which also destroyed his joy after resurrection. Where is that incompetent house elf? Voldemort looked around and said grimly. There was a brief riot in the surrounding crowd. Moments later, an ugly, skinny house elf was chased out by the Death Eaters. Sparkling. Harry recognized at a glance that this was Mr. Crouch's house elf, who was once in the World Quidditch Cup. Shining ignored Harry's shout, trembling all over, her light bulb-sized eyes filled with terror. Come here, you idiot. Voldemort stared at it fiercely. Potter has intentionally reminded me that I have not punished you for your incompetence and negligence. Sir, Shining. Shining was knocked out. Shining stammered, trying to defend herself. I don't want to hear your explanation. Voldemort sneered, gently raising his wand, and chanting word by word. Heart-cutting bones. The severe pain caused the poor house elf to scream, and fell to the ground unsteadily physically and mentally, twisting and screaming in pain. The Death Eaters watched this scene with fear. No one gloated, because some of them received the exact same criminal law not long ago. Stop it! Harry yelled with courage, looking at the shimmering sparkle. However, Voldemort had no intention of stopping at all, just admiring the shimmering and distorted expression. After almost half a minute, Shining was silent, her face was full of snot and tears, and her body was lying on the ground, like a dying fish, twitching from time to time. It was as if Voldemort had lost interest in torturing the house elf. He put down his wand and turned to look at Harry. Don't be so anxious, it will be you soon, Potter. Now, let's continue with what we didn't finish just now. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed in the dark, and a word floated out of his mouth. Duel. Harry took a deep breath and squeezed his wand in his right hand. He knew that he had no way out, and resistance was the only option. But facing the Dark Lord who made countless wizards dare not call his name directly, Harry's heart was faintly filled with an emotion called despair. Come to think about it, I learned so many spells this year. Harry's brain turned desperately. His duel experience was very limited. He had only practiced with Ron and Hermione a few times. Defense, first build defense. Prot egos, armor bodyguard. Harry suddenly thought of this, and the wand quickly pointed at him, and an invisible magic barrier soon enveloped him. Yes. Iron armor curse, you can master it at this age, so Dumbledore usually teaches you well. Voldemort raised some interest slightly, and said somewhat unexpectedly. Under the protection of the iron armor curse, Harry gradually recovered some courage, staring straight at Voldemort's every move, ready to resist all attacks. But Harry soon understood that he was too naive. Voldemort just raised his hand gently, and an indescribable pain filled his mind, as if someone was constantly scratching him with a hot knife. Like flesh and skin, the headache almost exploded. Harry resisted, not wanting to make a sound, but the pain quickly shredded his sanity, and the sharp screams kept coming out of his mouth. It seems that Dumbledore didn't tell you that the iron armor curse cannot defend against some specific spells. Voldemort stared at Harry's painful face happily, and then gently reminded him like an instructor. And whether magic can work depends on who is using it. As he said, Voldemort waved his wand again, and a black beam of arm-thick black beam flashed in mid-air. The defense of the iron armor curse was like paper, and it shattered without being able to resist for a second. Harry witnessed the black light hitting himself, his body seemed to fly, and he rolled heavily and hit the tombstone behind him. Harry's right hand was still holding the wand in his hand tightly. After he landed, he eagerly wanted to get up from the ground, but his whole body hurt so badly that he almost fell in his foot, not long after Peter got it out, before he had time. In the filled pit, Tom Riddle's name came into view on the tombstone, but Harry suddenly felt that after today, the name on the tombstone would be replaced by himself if Voldemort really wanted to erect a monument for him. I have to say, you disappoint me so much, Potter. Voldemort approached step by step, saying indifferently. I thought you would be special. They all said that you are my nemesis www.ndlenovel.com, but now it seems that you are not as great as they say, a lot of it is just some good luck. Now there is no the second person will die for you. Hearing Voldemort's mention of his mother, Harry's anger came out at once, dispelling the fear in his mind, he said bitterly. We are all the same, and you are nothing great, Voldemort. Everyone hates and hates you. Really? You won't feel that way anymore. Voldemort sneered, then raised his wand again, and a dark green light flashed faintly. It's time to end it. Potter. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort chanted the spell lightly, and a green beam of light flew out from the tip of the wand. The fear of facing death made Harry's heart beat slow by half a beat. He knew very well that the iron armor curse was unable to defend against the killing curse, and his too weak body made it impossible to avoid this spell. Death was approaching, but Harry didn't want to be slaughtered. He wanted to die in self-defense like his parents. Expelliarmus, accept your weapon, Harry shouted hoarsely, waving his wand vigorously. Chapter 704, Courage and Faith. The Death Eaters who watched this scene showed mocking expressions on their faces. Harry's attempt to resist the killing curse with the disarming curse was tantamount to a dream. But the accident happened in front of everyone. After the red light and the green light collided head-on, they were not defeated, but confronted evenly. Harry, holding his wand, suddenly felt his wand vibrate as if it was electrified. He didn't release any spells at all, but a golden beam of light flew out from the top of the wand. Under the shining golden light, Harry saw the same beam of light from the wand of Voldemort opposite, and the two golden threads were intertwined in mid-air. The golden light ball composed of magical power gradually condensed in the center of the interweaving light beams, trembling unsteadily, bursting into several holes, and countless arcs of light erupted and hit all around, finally forming a dome. The golden net, a cage purely made of light, encloses the two people in the center. A wonderful fairy music rang in the air, it was like a vibrating arc of light played together, and Harry could hear the song of a phoenix. He almost thought Dumbledore was coming to save himself, but the reassuring figure did not appear beside him. The Death Eaters on the periphery seemed panicked, no one expected such a thing to happen, and everyone backed up a few steps in unison to avoid being hit by the arc of riot. Some people yelled hurriedly, asking Voldemort for instructions, while others drew out their wands and were about to attack. No one can move without my order. Voldemort shouted loudly, his red eyes full of anger, incomprehension, and subtle fear. The current situation also exceeded Voldemort's expectations. The little wizard in front of him was obviously so weak. It was as simple as crushing a bug to kill him, but when he launched a fatal blow, an accident happened. This reminded him again of the fear of being dominated by prophecy. No, this is impossible. Voldemort's complexion became more and more ferocious. He never believed that Harry Potter would be his nemesis. He wanted to personally smash this nightmare in his heart. Go to hell, Potter! Voldemort roared, increasing the output of magic power, and the light bead between the two gold wires quickly moved towards Harry. Unspeakable pressure surged into Harry's heart. As the light bead approached, he felt the wand in his hand vibrate more and more, and he even felt that the wand was about to explode. Harry tried to fight back, but his magic power was really low compared to his opponent. Just when Harry was about to be unable to bear it, vaguely, there seemed to be a voice from the bottom of his heart. Don't disconnect, the important thing is will, not magic. The voice seemed to be transmitted from Zional. Harry almost doubted whether he had any hallucinations, but now he can only do it. Think about it, the Dark Lord killed my parents and planned to kill me. Harry kept reminiscing about the night his parents died in his mind, struggling to put his left hand on the wand. His anger turned into strength, and the golden light bead in front of him slowly changed direction and pressed towards the opposite side. Past. It's impossible. Voldemort looked at this scene in shock, and the fear in his heart became stronger and stronger. He could feel that the magic power he inspired was used by the kid in turn. Harry suddenly felt that the pressure he was under was much less, and he immediately increased his strength. The gold thread on the right swallowed the gold thread on the left frantically. The golden light beads were getting faster and faster, and soon they hit the tip of Voldemort's wand. The next moment, in Voldemort's horrified expression, a painful scream suddenly rang from the wand, and a human hand made of thick smoke flew out of the tip of the wand and disappeared. It was the severed hand he made for Wormtail. Then, a series of illusory and ethereal figures flew out of the wand. Harry stared at this wonderful scene. The first one to fly out was an old Muggle man who had seen each other in a dream. Soon a second silhouette made of smoke appeared in front of him. It was an unknown witch. Harry guessed that it should be Bertha Horkins. Mr. Crouch once said that Voldemort killed her. The ghosts gathered around Harry, cheering for him. Harry gradually understood the effect of this www.lwxs.xyz magic, his eyes fixed on Voldemort's wand, what he was expecting. Sure enough, the ghost of a long-haired young woman slowly emerged from the tip of Voldemort's wand and floated to Harry's side. "Mom," Harry said in a shaky voice. "Hold on, Harry, it'll be okay." Lily Potter stared at him affectionately and said softly. "Your dad is here too, he wants to see you." Harry turned his head and looked over again. His father James Potter's soul rose from the tip of Voldemort's wand and floated over. James and Lily were exactly the same as what he had seen in the Mirror of Eris. Harry couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He even felt that it wouldn't matter if he died here. At least he was not alone, his parents stay with him all the time. "Don't think so, Harry. You will definitely escape," James said gently. "After the connection is disconnected, we will try to buy you some time." "But what should I do? I won't apparate, I can't leave here," Harry said anxiously, and he regretted not having time to learn this magic this year. When he came, Peter pulled him to teleport, and he can't go back like this now. www.mtlnovel.com. The ghosts also made trouble. Bertha Horkins circled Harry, the disruptor Death Eater in our eyes. The old Muggle man Frank Bryce was constantly cursing Voldemort with vicious words. As time passed bit by bit, Harry felt cold sweat on his forehead, and he felt like he couldn't hold it anymore. At this moment, James seemed to have sensed something suddenly, turning his head and looking into the distance. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the dark mist, and there was a little joy on his face. "Fortunately, someone is here, they are here to save you." Lily also looked over there and said happily. "What?" Confused, Harry wanted to ask, but the gold connecting the two wands had broken. "Anyway, we will buy you some time, Harry," James said eagerly, and the erratic figure rushed straight to Voldemort. "Hurry up! Harry, run to the right!" Lily whispered softly, and quickly floated out. "Right?" Harry turned his head and glanced hurriedly, but it was blocked by the Death Eaters. Chapter 705, Chaotic Battlefield. The ghosts rushed forward, pestering Voldemort, blocking his vision, and buying time for Harry to escape. However, Harry was not happy at all. He even felt that he might be disappointed by the ghosts. Because there are 7 or 8 Death Eaters standing in a semicircle on his right side, choosing to break through here is definitely an extremely demented decision, but Harry has no choice but to believe in James and Lily. Words, just bite the bullet and rushed forward. The Death Eaters who formed a circle outside looked a little at a loss. They witnessed Harry Potter once again resisting the killing curse, and used an unknown magic to summon a bunch of ghosts to entangle the powerful Dark Lord. "Stop him all for me!" Voldemort's angry voice echoed in the cemetery, and at the same time it awakened the panicked Death Eaters. The few people who stopped in front of Harry immediately drew out their wands. Lucius, who was standing in front, showed a grinning smile. He raised his cane, and there was a spell in his mouth. A crimson beam came from the rod. The tip flew out and shot straight at Harry. Prot Egos, armor bodyguard. At the very moment, Harry used the iron armor curse again. Fortunately, this time the spell worked. The magical barriers that rose around deflected the red light beams. A scream was heard from the crowd, and it was not known that the hapless guy had gotten the move. Harry didn't have time to look back. A feeling of palpitations was already in his mind, but it was the black wizards beside Lucius who raised their wands at him. Harry's pupils shrank slightly, and the protection of the iron armor curse couldn't resist so much magic at the same time. But what made Harry's scalp numb was that a very abstract human face suddenly grown on the old tree behind several Death Eaters, with deep eyes, mouth and nose holes, pits and pits, as if they were moth-eaten. A waist-thin branch waved toward him, and Harry shielded his head in despair, and several painful screams soon rang in his ears. Harry, who could not wait to attack, raised his head unexpectedly, only to discover that the weird old tree did not attack him. The sturdy branches swept across again, drawing on the other Death Eaters, and flying them away. "Got out!" Transfiguration. Harry immediately thought of this, and there was a dash of joy in his heart. He knew that the ghosts were right. Someone really came to save himself. The road ahead has been opened up, and Harry tried to get out of here, but the magic that Voldemort had put on him was still working. He felt his hands and feet were weak, and the rush just now had exhausted him. One of the few physical strength. What's bad is that more Death Eaters have reacted. They waved their wands together, and there were 20 or 30 spells flashing in the air. No one dared to imagine how angry the Dark Lord would be after Harry Potter escaped, so they had to keep the other side at all costs. Seeing dozens of oncoming spell beams, Harry couldn't avoid it at all. At this time, another voice sounded in the cemetery. The tombstone is coming. Harry heard the voice of Sirius, and before he could think about it, the tombstone with Tom Riddle written not far behind flew over and hit him at an extraordinary speed. The protection of the iron armor charm broke at the sound, resisting some damage for him, but Harry still suspected that his bones might have been broken. Even so, he clung to the corner of the tombstone tightly and was taken to fly. The spells of the Death Eaters fell one after another, and the striking sparks one after another on the ground and the tombstone. The withered old tree was also ignited by a flame curse, and the hot flame burned its broken body. It was still strong under the action of the transformation magic, exerting the last residual heat, and struggling to uproot. The elongated roots are like the dismemberment of tentacles and centipedes instead of 2 legs, giving the treant who should have been immobile the ability to move. It stood 3 or 4 stories high, covered in flames, like a fairy tree spirit in a fairy tale, waving its forearms vigorously and attacking the Death Eaters in front of them, so that they could not pursue Harry. On the other side, Harry had already smashed to the ground with the tombstone, and rolled on the ground twice in embarrassment, groaning in pain. "Harry, are you okay?" Sirius ran to Harry quickly, helped him up, and said worriedly. Harry felt that the skeleton of his whole body was about to fall apart, but he saw that Sirius' excitement suppressed everything, so he shook his head decisively, saying that he was fine now. "Harry, Sirius, you'd better wait for the old days, we have to go quickly. Those ghosts and Mytrians can't be delayed for long," Yvonne said hurriedly. Sirius nodded, and saw that Harry was safe and his anger subsided a bit. But soon, Sirius seemed to have thought of something, and the expression on his face instantly froze. "But where should we go now? The mysterious man will definitely follow the path of magic. We can't take him to Hogsmeade Village. The furious Voldemort might kill people when he sees them. Although there are many wizards there who can buy time for them to escape, he can't do it with someone else's life in exchange for his own." Ivan's frown was also in trouble. He naturally knew that apparition could be tracked. In the 2nd grade, the law enforcers in the wizarding market www.mtlnovel.com used a magic item to track Dowgert's apparition. Yvonne had no doubt that Voldemort could do this. In other words, no matter where they flee, they will eventually be overtaken. Yvonne thought anxiously. The only hope now is to wait for Dumbledore's rescue. Hermione and Ron have already notified him, but even if the old professor has learned of the news, they will not be able to be sure for a while. Specific location. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Ivan's mind, and at the same time a fierce roar rang in the cemetery. "You trash! It's a mysterious man." Sirius's expression suddenly changed, and he knew that Voldemort might have settled the ghosts. Sure enough, the next second, a violent explosion sounded in the cemetery, and the flame tree man erected in the center was blown into pieces of wood in the sky by a black magic. "Harry, Sirius, grab my hand. I know where to go." Yvonne vaguely thought of a place and suddenly shouted loudly. Chapter 706, Close Contact with Voldemort. Harry and Sirius also knew the urgency of the matter, and grabbed Yvonne by the wrist without any delay. "Apparate." Yvonne said the spell immediately. However, the magic was forcibly stopped before it was activated, and a pale hand with no trace of blood pressed against his shoulder. Yvonne only felt a chill behind his back, and he turned his head abruptly. Voldemort's strange snake face was in front of him, and his red eyes were fierce. A cold breath was penetrating his body along his shoulders. Yvonne could clearly feel that the hand on his shoulder was tightening quickly, and his vitality was being pulled away a little bit. It was too late to be surprised or too late to scream. The rich combat experience in the past allowed Yvonne to make the right decision. Snake Eye was activated in the first place. The dark pupils in his eyes turned into orange-yellow without warning. "Those are the eyes of the basilisk." Voldemort, who was unprepared, was immediately struck, and the hand clasped tightly on Ivan's shoulder stopped tightening, with an expression of anger on his face. On the other side, Yvonne felt that the magic power in his body was pouring out like a flood, and he felt that he would be sucked into a man in at most 3 seconds. Fortunately, at this moment, Sirius reacted. He drew his wand at the fastest speed in his life and pointed it at Voldemort's snake face, shouting sharply. "Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra!" An emerald green light flew out of Sirius' wand. This voice sounded unmistakable to Yvonne. He stared at Voldemort firmly, hoping that this curse would remake Voldemort a remnant soul. But Yvonne was quickly astonished to discover that Voldemort had moved under the influence of his snake eyes, and his lips pressed together as if he was thinking something. The green light hit Voldemort's body in the next moment, blasting him out, and his figure was broken into a cloud of black mist in mid-air. Yvonne didn't even bother to check Voldemort's state, and immediately put away the magic eye, and activated the teleport magic again. Apparate, Phantom Shift. Along with the interlacing of space, 3 figures appeared out of thin air on the top of a cliff. Yvonne half-kneeled on the ground, breathing heavily. The confrontation that took less than a second just now exhausted his energy. Not to mention that he also led people to use apparition during the battle. Thinking of this, Yvonne was a little scared. I really wanted to say that he could only succeed with less than 4 levels of certainty when he launched the magic. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Mysterious man, is he dead? Sirius was still thinking about that scene, as if he had hit Voldemort with a killing curse. Harry was also a little excited. The wizard hit by the death curse would undoubtedly die except in a few cases, and Voldemort would lose his power no matter what, and they seemed to end the Dark Lord once again. I think it shouldn't have. Yvonne shook his head. He thought Harry and Sirius were too optimistic. Voldemort should have used some spell in the end and avoided it, so his body would disperse when he was hit open. If the power of the demon eye were stronger and could completely control Voldemort, Sirius's moment might really bring him back to his original form. It's a pity that there is only one chance, and I will definitely be defensive if I want to use this to provoke Voldemort in the future. Thinking of this, Yvonne sighed involuntarily, but when he faced Horcrux as early as the 2nd grade, he discovered that the magic eye had a limited effect on Voldemort. On the one hand, the opponent's power and magic are stronger than his own, and on the other hand, the opponent is also fused with the blood of the basilisk, which is highly resistant and scary. Where are we now? Harry struggled to get up from the ground and looked around. There was a sea in front of him, and they were standing on a cliff by the sea. The salty and wet sea breeze continued to blow by, and the sound of waves hitting the rocks could be heard from time to time. Isn't this the place where we destroyed the mysterious man's Horcrux last time? Sirius quickly recognized it. He turned his head and looked into the distance and could still vaguely see a Muggle village. Yes. The professor is now near that small village. As long as we send out a signal here, he will definitely be able to see and come over. Yvonne talked freely, and then asked Sirius and Phoenix if there is any emergency contact sign. Sirius thought for a while, raised his hand to point his wand at the sky, and launched a crimson light beam. As long as Dumbledore sees it, he can understand that something very urgent is happening here. Having said that, Sirius's face showed a somewhat relaxed look, as did Harry, and there was nothing more reassuring than knowing that Dumbledore was nearby. Yvonne was a little disturbed in his heart. Only he understood that Dumbledore had been hit by the black magic on the Horcrux, and he was in a bad state now, and he had no idea whether he could beat Voldemort. Wait, why is there no sound? Sirius said strangely. It stands to reason that this curse should explode in midair to reveal a soaring phoenix. Sirius suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. Only a black cloud shrouded in the sky, and something seemed to vaguely surging in the cloud. It's Voldemort, the magic of a mysterious man. He's chasing it over. Yvonne said eagerly. He originally thought that even if his magic eye and serious death curse couldn't seriously hurt Voldemort, the other party would need a good rest. I didn't expect Voldemort to come so soon. Run! Sirius roared, and quickly took Harry's hand and ran down the mountain. The flames are raging. Yvonne cast a flame curse on the surroundings while running. Since there is no special logo www.mtlnovel.com, it is most obvious that the mountain is set on fire. If Dumbledore is nearby, he will definitely come to investigate in person or by someone. In fact, Yvonne wants to use Luo more. Because the characteristics of fierce fire are very obvious, the wizard can easily tell that it is not a naturally generated flame, but the effect of black magic. Under the light of the fire, the sky became darker and darker. This abnormal thing cast a shadow over the hearts of Yvonne and others. Suddenly, a gloomy wailing sound passed to the ears of several people along with the sea breeze, and the black mist surging in the air suddenly condensed into a strange skull face. Skeleton's mouth was wide open, and a large python made of black mist swooped down from the sky, rushing towards the 3 people below. Fear, despair, pain. Countless negative emotions flooded my mind the moment I saw the black python, swallowing their courage and belief. And those thick black fog is more like it can deprive life. The black big python swiftly passed over the forest, the original lush branches and leaves have withered and withered. Chapter 707, Long Time No See, Tom. The large python made of black mist snaked around the snake's body and quickly approached, and the negative emotions that continued to breed in his mind became more and more intense. Yvonne and Sirius can still bear it, but Harry, who is already weak, can't do much. He fell because of distraction while running. If Sirius hadn't been dragging him, he might have rolled directly to the bottom of the mountain. Went. Harry. Are you okay? Sirius asked worriedly. Harry panted and shook his head. He didn't even have the strength to answer, he just felt that his legs were about to break. Yvonne knew very well that he couldn't continue like this. It was impossible for them to beat the black mist by relying on their legs. If he is alone, Yvonne is sure to escape smoothly under Voldemort's hands, and even fights with blood magic for a while, but if he needs to protect other people at the same time, this will become an extremely difficult job. He turned his head and glanced. The large python that was tens of feet long was getting closer and closer to them. The head of the snake at the foremost end opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow them in one bite, and there was something spreading in the snake's mouth. The black mist even faintly revealed Voldemort's weird and ferocious face. Yvonne, who had battled Horcruxes before, didn't dare to let these black mists get close, and immediately waved his wand and shouted loudly. Expecto Patronum, hush and guard. The glaring white light cut through the darkness, and then a crisp neighing sound resounded in the desolate mountains. The vast white mist gushed from the top of Ivan's wand, quickly condensed into an illusory unicorn. Straight he rushed into the open mouth of the snake and ran across the long snake's body. However, what Yvonne did not expect was that Voldemort did not condense the black mist in his unicorn shadow like his Horcrux did. Instead, the huge black mist python broke apart in an instant. Coming, the billowing black mist was like a turbulent ocean wave directly pressed towards the three of them. Ivan's complexion changed suddenly, and he quickly collected most of the white mist, and surrounded his body into a semicircular shield, protecting everyone in the middle. The black mist constitutes a giant wave and was photographed in the air. As soon as it touched the shield, they began to melt each other, and the thick shield became thinner and thinner under the corrosion of the black mist. The previous third game had consumed a lot of his power. In addition to transforming the tree in the cemetery, using the magic eye, and leading people to perform apparition, the magic power in the body has already been consumed almost. Without a lot of magical support, the patron saint curse he used was not Hamist's opponent at all. Harry and Sirius also hurriedly waved their wands to release their patron saint, but without the blessing of blood, their patron saint curse was extremely fragile, and it only persisted for a few seconds before it fell apart. Yvonne on the other side also felt that the shield he had created was on the verge of collapse. Get ready, I'm afraid we have to move again. Sirius, you take Harry away first, and I'll be there soon. Yvonne said eagerly. Harry was very worried that Yvonne would stay here alone, but he knew better that he was cumbersome now, so he opened his mouth and said nothing in the end. Sirius nodded solemnly, and prepared to cast the spell without delay, holding Harry's hand. Although it is extremely dangerous to use phantom transformation in battle, it might be split and die here, but the current situation can no longer help him think so much. Sirius can only hope that luck can stand again. They are here once. At this moment, Yvonne, who was maintaining the protective magic, suddenly found that the pressure he had to bear was much less, and the black mist that surrounded him was slowly receding. Sirius, who was also aware of the abnormality, stopped casting the spell, showing a hint of joy on his face. Voldemort had no reason to let them go. This probably meant that the support they had been waiting for had arrived. Sure enough, a misty fairy music soon spread into their ears, and the sound got closer and closer. After a while, a phoenix bursting into flames rushed out of the black fog. It's Fawkes! Harry shouted in surprise. Yvonne and Sirius were really relieved when they saw the phoenix. They knew they were safe. After seeing the three of them, Fawkes couldn't help but let out a cheerful scream, and then the golden red flames swaying all around exploded. The endless firelight occupied the vision of Yvonne and others, and the warm flame covered the whole body, instantly dispelling the coldness brought by the black mist. Yvonne thought that Fawkes was here to take them away, but he didn't. They were still there after the fire dissipated. And Fawkes has turned into a huge flame phoenix, and fought in midair with the black mist condensed python. The boa constrictor twisted its body ferociously, biting on the flame phoenix's wings with its big mouth open and tearing it hard, and the long snake body rolled up even more. The golden red flaming phoenix pecking at the python's head with its beak regardless, one paw clasps the snake's tail tightly, and strands of golden feathers are constantly floating down and burning on the python's body, exploding. Potholes came out one after another. Watching this battle in midair, Yvonne really couldn't tell who had the upper hand. He only knew that with the magic of the two, he might not be able to tell the winner for a while. Expecto Patronum. Yvonne was worried that Dumbledore would be defeated if he was not in good condition, so he summoned the patron saint again and planned to intervene in the battle. As soon as the unicorn appeared, he let out an angry neigh. The defeat of the previous battle made the soul of Cecilia extremely dissatisfied, when even the sharp horns on the top of his head ran into the black fog boa. But before it got close to the boa constrictor that knew it was invincible, it collapsed into a black mist. The victorious flame phoenix didn't mean to pursue it www.ndlnovel.com like Nirvana. It turned into a ball of fire and fell straight from the air to the ground. In the burst of fire, Dumbledore's figure emerged. He just stood in front of the three of them, his robes rattled by the waves of flames, and his long silver-white beard was also blown by the wind, but Dumbledore didn't care, his eyes were tight, staring not far ahead. A large amount of black mist was quickly gathering there again, and finally condensed into a figure, that is Voldemort. The two stood facing each other like this, a faint sense of oppression continued to extend from them, and Harry and Sirius couldn't even speak under such an aura of confrontation. Ivan's situation is much better, and he is basically unaffected, but he still feels a little uncomfortable. Long time no see, Tom. Dumbledore looked at Voldemort and greeted quietly, as if they were not engaged in a life and death confrontation, but an ordinary meeting. Chapter 708, What you do will only push yourself to death faster. Yet. It's been a few years. 4 years ago you messed up my resurrection plan, but it's a pity, this time I won. Voldemort said in a high tone, showing a bit of delight on his face. Color. My loyal servants carried out the wonderful plan I came up with and brought Harry Potter out of your protection. Look, I truly defeated death and gained a new body. Now no one can stop me, and you, Dumbledore. Voldemort said sullenly, his red eyes fixed on Dumbledore, hoping to see the color of regret on Dumbledore's face. But none of this. Dumbledore just looked at him with extremely disappointed eyes, and then said in a deep voice. I think I told you, Tom, blind optimism will make people lose the most basic ability to judge. All you do is push yourself into the abyss of death faster. Put away your preaching, Dumbledore. Voldemort interrupted Dumbledore's words viciously, if you expect a few words to influence me, then save it. Or, you plan to rely on it. Is this to cover up your mistakes? Mistake? It's not unreasonable to think so. The fact that you used the Imperious Curse to control Alastor and Sirius was indeed beyond my expectation. Dumbledore said multilaterally, gently lifting his wand with his left hand. But I think it's not too late to make up for this mistake. Are you going to kill me? Here? With some burden? Voldemort sneered disdainfully. Bulky? Do you really think so? Tom? You shouldn't underestimate anyone. Dumbledore said meaningfully. If I guessed correctly, you've already suffered a bit, haven't you? Voldemort suddenly recalled the scenes of successive failures in the cemetery before, and his face gradually became gloomy and even became a little distorted. Then try it. Without warning, Voldemort raised his wand. The target was not Dumbledore, but Sirius, who was not far away from him. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. A gloomy green beam flashed in mid-air, and Sirius did not expect that Voldemort would suddenly aim at him. Although he reacted immediately, it was still too late. Fortunately, at this moment, a group of golden flames blocked Sirius. Fawkes went out of the flames and swallowed the green light beam, then it burst into flames and fell to the ground, turning into a wrinkle. Baba's nestling. The moment Voldemort shot, Dumbledore also attacked at the same time, and a crimson light beam shot out from the tip of the rod, flew out with amazing energy, and hit Voldemort directly. Yvonne and others who witnessed this scene all felt a palpitation. A dignified color also appeared on Voldemort's face. He conjured a shiny silver shield out of thin air to block him, and the golden light beam hit it and exploded immediately. The rising firelight and air waves spread in all directions, a huge roar echoed continuously in the desolate mountains, and several cracks gradually spread on the solid silver shield. But Voldemort didn't have the time to manage. A strong sense of crisis enveloped his heart. The attack came from behind. He didn't turn his head to look, his figure disappeared in a flash. Less than a second after he left, a big hand made of wood was shot in the air. At some point, the towering tree beside Voldemort has changed its appearance, and it has completely turned into a tall wooden giant. Compared with the simple treant in the cemetery, it looks more solid and lifelike. Not only does the thick branch at one end change into the shape of a human arm, it even grows two fast-moving ones. Leg. When the flames and dust disappeared, Voldemort had disappeared in front of him. Yvonne and the others all held their wands tightly, staring at the surroundings, and did not dare to relax their vigilance at all. The previous encounters have proved that Voldemort can use apparition freely in battle. Suddenly, Harry uttered a heart-piercing scream from behind. He felt that the scar on his forehead was about to split, and the pain was unbearable. Sirius subconsciously turned his head to look at Harry beside him, but a shout rang in his ears. Dodge, he is behind you, Sirius. It was Ivan's voice. Sirius heard it all at once, without hesitation. A sharp roll dodges the killing curse shot at him, but Harry, who was originally under his protection, became helpless. At this moment, Harry was kneeling on the ground in pain, covering his head with his hand, and Voldemort appeared in front of him with a gleaming figure, and the pale hand with no trace of blood quickly stretched out towards his neck. Reducto. Bone-shattered Yvonne waved his wand, and a beam of light shot at Voldemort, trying to force him away from Harry. But Voldemort didn't care. The curse passed directly through his body, and at this moment Voldemort's hand had been forced to hit Harry's body. Harry almost lost consciousness in pain. He could only watch Voldemort's hideous face getting closer and closer to him. Vaguely he seemed to hear a sound, and then he felt like his back was being pulled severely. After a while, the whole person flew out directly, and was pulled into Dumbledore's arms. Voldemort just watched as Dumbledore used a flying curse to pull Harry away by himself. www.mtlnovel.com. I was a little disappointed in my heart. But he didn't intend to pursue it. This attack exposed his figure and changed his identity from hunter to prey. Just between the sparks and flints, Yvonne rushed towards Voldemort, manipulating the shadow of the unicorn that had not been able to do anything. Sirius also once again struck out a killing curse and flew towards Voldemort. This time, the killing curse still didn't work, and Voldemort just waved his wand lightly and resisted it. The shadow of the unicorn in front of him made Voldemort frown. His figure flashed and he was going to use apparition again to avoid the attack. However, a brief sense of solidity suddenly appeared and interrupted his casting. Rooting spell. Beyond the illusory figure of the unicorn, Voldemort could clearly see that the Elder Wand held by Dumbledore was pointing at him. Although he immediately cancelled the magic and restored the ability to act, this moment of delay also caused Voldemort to have no time to perform the second apparition. Chapter 709, He is back. The shadow of the unicorn came instantaneously, and those shiny hooves stepped on Voldemort's body. Voldemort's chest was visibly dented, his body as if being hit by a bull. He flew horizontally, tumbled and fell to the tree behind. Of course Dumbledore would not give up this excellent opportunity. The old magic wand held by his left hand shook, and the golden red flame scattered on the ground quickly floated up and turned into a huge flame whip and slammed it over. Before Voldemort fell to the ground, the long whip had already caught up with him and hit him. The golden red flame was like a tarsal maggot. As soon as it touched his body, it rushed up, and the screams of screams quickly sounded through the woods. Conf Ringo. Thunderbolt explosion. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Yvonne and Sirius didn't mean the slightest sympathy. Instead, they beat down the dog and cast a spell directly at Voldemort. However, before their magic arrived, Voldemort had disappeared there, and the two curses directly hit the tree behind him, and the fierce fire blasted the innocent, disaster-stricken old tree to pieces. Countless flaming pieces of wood fell from the air, and Dumbledore gently waved his wand, and a strong wind swept the pieces to the sides. Sirius was very nervously on guard for a while. He didn't wait for Voldemort's attack, and then relaxed a little, turned his head to look at Dumbledore and asked. The mysterious man escaped. Dumbledore nodded, staring at the heavily damaged dense forest, and said in a deep voice. This injury will surely make Tom a good rest for a while. Yvonne heard the subtext of Dumbledore, somewhat helpless, which means that Voldemort did not hurt the root this time, and he was able to jump around after a period of rest. After confirming that he was safe, Sirius ran to Harry's side for the first time, helped him up, and asked worriedly. Harry, how is it? Does the scar still hurt? Okay, better. Harry stood up hard, touched the lightning scar on his forehead, muttered to himself. Since Voldemort left, the scar hasn't been painful anymore, but Harry didn't understand why he was suddenly like that. So after regaining his senses, Harry looked at Dumbledore anxiously and asked. Professor Dumbledore, what the is going on? Why would I? Obviously this is Tom's magic. Dumbledore interrupted Harry's words, then said carefully. Harry, you bounced the killing curse cast by Voldemort on the night of your birth, depriving him of his power and turning him into a wandering spirit. Perhaps it was at that time that you established a special connection, so only Voldemort can influence you through some means. Dumbledore's words were a bit vague. Harry was confused, but he at least understood one thing, he could see Voldemort's actions through his dreams. On the contrary, Voldemort could also influence him in some way. Yvonne knew more, but he didn't mean to interject. After all, there is no difference between telling Harry the truth now and directly telling Voldemort. As several people were chatting, there was a vague wave of spatial fluctuations on the left. Harry and Sirius, who had become scared birds, subconsciously raised their wands and pointed at them, but they quickly put them down. Because this time the apparition was transformed by McGonagall, Arthur, Moody and others. Ron and Hermione were among them, obviously being brought here together. What the few people saw as soon as they arrived was a tragic post-war scene. The surrounding dense forest was still burning with raging fires. The grass was full of potholes blown out by curses. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was Yvonne. Harry and Sirius were all standing there. Harry, Yvonne, are you all right? Ron saw that Harry's state was a little wrong at a glance, and he immediately surrounded him. Hermione was even more excited and directly rushed to hug Yvonne. Yvonne, who was already a little weak, was almost knocked to the ground, and he took 2 steps back to stabilize his figure, without being embarrassed in public. The little witch also keenly noticed Ivan's slightly changed face, quickly let go of her hand, and asked worriedly. Are you hurt? Yvonne. No, I'm just a little tired. Yvonne shook his head. The continuous high-intensity battles really made him a little overwhelmed, especially his magic power had almost bottomed out. Hermione scanned him for a while, only to see that his clothes showed no signs of damage. Being stared at by Hermione so much, Yvonne felt very uncomfortable, so he turned the subject and asked what happened in Hogwarts after he left. The little witch didn't mean to conceal, and she spoke the matter as fast as a cannon. Soon after Yvonne left, Asia, Jasmine, and the Auror solved the snails and a large number of giant spiders that had escaped from the maze. She and Ron went to the castle to find Snape and Professor Flitwick as Yvonne had previously ordered. It's just that they ran into the professors who sensed the commotion and came out to investigate halfway. It took a lot of time to explain, and in the end Snape chose to stay in the castle to maintain order. Flitwick took them to the Muggle village not far from here and found Dumbledore and them. I told Professor Dumbledore about Sirius taking Harry away. www.mdlenovel.com. Everyone guessed that Sirius was probably controlled by the mysterious man's imperious curse, or someone pretended to be a compound decoction. Became the appearance of Sirius. In short, we are all worried, but we can't find where you are. Hermione said with fear. Then they saw the flames rising from here. Dumbledore thought it should be a flame caused by magic, so he sent Fawkes to investigate. While Hermione was still explaining here, the people from the Order of the Phoenix on the other side also walked up. Moody at the front looked at the traces of battle left nearby, and looked at Dumbledore with a solemn expression. Asked the question. Albus, we have all seen the mark of the dark devil in the sky. Did you confront that person? You guessed it right, Alastair, I've seen Tom. He has now regained his strength and gained a brand new body. Dumbledore nodded and replied. Although there was speculation before, when Dumbledore confirmed the news, Moody and others could not help but feel a deep chill from the solace of their feet. The Voldemort who made everyone in the magical world afraid to call his name more than 10 years ago has really returned. Chapter 710, Have you defeated the mysterious man? For a while, everyone was stunned by the news, and the atmosphere on the court suddenly became a bit condensed. In the end, it was Hermione who reacted first and asked curiously. What about the mysterious man now? You must have defeated him, right? Well, the mysterious man was beaten badly by us and suffered serious injuries. Professor Dumbledore said that he would definitely not be able to come out and make a fuss during this time. Yvonne said with a heart to ease the atmosphere. Yes, when I was in the cemetery, the killing curse I released almost hit him. Sirius also pretended to be relaxed, adding. There is such a thing. Lupin was surprised, then you almost became the second savior of the magic world. I also think it's a pity, just a little bit. Sirius said with a raised eyebrow. Then after you go back, you must tell me how you escaped from Voldemort's hands. Lupin stepped forward and patted Sirius on the shoulder, laughing and joking. Amidst the conversation and laughter of several people, McGonagall, Arthur, and others also gradually slowed down from the shocking news of Voldemort's resurrection, especially after learning that Dumbledore and others had injured Voldemort once. I feel relieved a lot. If they can defeat Voldemort once, they can defeat him a second and third time. Until he was sent to hell. By the way, Sirius. We just heard Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley say that you brought Harry out of Hogwarts. What is going on? Is it possible that you were also taken by the mysterious man? The soul curse is under control. Lupin asked strangely. It was Peter who used the compound decoction to become me and sneak into Hogwarts. Sirius sighed, and then briefly said the cause and effect of the matter. When Sirius talked about Kreaker risking his life to sneak into Riddle's house, but he was tortured to death by the imperious curse, the faces of Lupin, McGonagall, and Arthur were full of horror. It is both the miserable experience of poor Kreaker and the loyalty of this house elf. When Hermione heard this paragraph, she lay on Ivan's shoulder and sobbed in a low voice. Yvonne calmed Hermione softly, with mixed feelings in his heart. It was Kreaker's leak in the original time and space that indirectly led to Sirius's death. I don't want this house elf now to do the exact opposite and sacrifice his own. His life saved Sirius. It's an amazing elf. We should have treated him better. Lupin sighed. Sirius's expression was very lonely. He has always hated Kreaker since he was a child. He thinks that this house elf's mind is full of extremely pure blood thoughts inherited from his mother, so he has never had a good face for Kreaker, and never thought about each other. He was willing to save his life for himself. Just when everyone was feeling sentimental, Moody interjected wildly. I have to say, Sirius, you are usually too public, so mysterious people can easily grasp your movements and learn that you and Harry will go to the game. Sirius did not refute Moody's words, his face was full of guilt and regret. He understood that Moody was right. During the time that he was successfully acquitted, he could not wait to make up for the 10-year delay in Azkaban. Voldemort wanted to investigate his itinerary couldn't be easier. After reprimanding Sirius, Moody turned his gaze to Arthur Weasley, and said with a bit of hatred for iron and steel. And you, Arthur, I have long reminded you to pay close attention to every doubt when handling the case. If you could find out the difference between me and Sirius earlier, things might not have progressed to such a bad stage. Arthur laughed bitterly. At the time of the World Quidditch Cup, the mysterious man had no news at all. How could he imagine that the other party would appear directly in the camp, and controlled Sirius with the Imperious Curse. Moody slapped his mouth and wanted to continue, but Dumbledore interrupted his words at this time. Well, stop for a while, Alastair, now is not the time to discuss these, we still have a lot of things to deal with. In addition, I don't think that this time the failure was caused by the fault of one person. Even if you are always cautious, Tom will make other plans to achieve his goals. Dumbledore was relieved. Talking. Lupin nodded together. Voldemort was able to hit them by surprise this time. The most important reason was that no one could have expected that Voldemort had quietly recovered some strength with Peter's help, so they were a little negligent. Albus, now that Harry is safe, then it's time for us to return to Hogwarts. The children also need a rest. McGonagall reminded eagerly. She had heard Hermione talk about the riot in Hogwarts, and was very worried that if they went back too late, other accidents would happen. Dumbledore naturally had no objection, and he greeted everyone and prepared to apparate and leave. Wait, Professor. Harry said anxiously as if he had suddenly remembered something. Sparkling is still there. Sparkling, the house elf who was expelled by Barty? Isn't it working for Voldemort now? Moody asked strangely. McGonagall and the others also turned their eyes to Harry. After listening to Sirius, they certainly knew who Shining was. www.ndlenovel.com. Harry quickly tortured Shining with Voldemort in the cemetery. The matter was told, and he felt that Shining should have been forced to obey Voldemort, and now after the death of Little Crouch, it has become an ownerless house elf. Now that Voldemort had been beaten away by them, those Death Eaters would not dare to stay in the cemetery for a long time. Shining, who had been in a coma, is likely to be abandoned there. Harry, although I don't want to say that, those Death Eaters won't allow Shining to live, it knows too many secrets. Sirius reminded hesitantly. Harry's eyes dimmed suddenly. Dumbledore on the side suddenly spoke. After I send you back to Hogwarts, I will take the time to look there. Maybe those Death Eaters will spare it if they go in a hurry. Thank you, Professor. Harry turned his head to look at Dumbledore in surprise. As for now, holding my wrist, we should go back, Harry. Dumbledore said with a smile. Chapter 711, The Mysterious Man Has No Heart at All. Due to the decline of Fawkes's strength in Nirvana just now, everyone had to apparate to Hogsmeade Village and then return to school from there. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when they arrived. The castle was still brightly lit, and there were noises from the auditorium from time to time. Aisha, Bill, and Jasmine waited anxiously outside the hall, and when they saw a few people approaching, Mrs. Weasley greeted them with excitement. It's great, it looks like you are all safe. Mrs. Weasley held Harry and Ron tightly in her arms, looked around, and noticed that all the people involved in the operation, not less, the heart she had been holding, was completely let go. Aisha on the other side pulled Yvonne to the corner, and looked carefully at Ivan's body. He was relieved to see that his complexion was not bad at all, and he was not injured at all. Immediately afterwards, Aisha hurriedly questioned the whole story. Although she had already inquired a lot of information from Jasmine, it was not comprehensive enough. It's a mysterious man. He sent someone to pretend to be Sirius and captured Harry, and used his blood to restore his strength and obtain a new body. Yvonne explained solemnly. That is to say, the mysterious man is resurrected. There was a little haze on Aisha's face. She had experienced the last Wizarding War, and she knew exactly what it meant. Yes, Professor Dumbledore and I wounded him together, and he should be safe for a while. Yvonne said. Aisha was not happy because Yvonne had injured the legendary Dark Lord, on the contrary, she became more and more sad. She was worried that Voldemort would retaliate against them after he healed the injury. Yvonne also understood this. When he went to save Harry before, he knew that he would definitely attract Voldemort's attention. Of course, even if there was no such thing, he would have been in the eyes of Voldemort for a long time. After all, he destroyed 3 whole Horcruxes in the past 4 years, plus the original enmity of the 2 eggs. Voldemort would not be able to bypass it anyway. Fortunately, the way to deal with it, he had already thought about it during the summer vacation last year. Mom, do you remember the magic that I told you last time? Yvonne suddenly asked. Aisha was stunned, but soon understood what Yvonne meant. Are you talking about the Courageous Faithful curse? Yes. We can use this magic to build an absolutely safe stronghold. Yvonne nodded. The worried look on Aisha's face disappeared a lot, and she knew the effect of this magic. In this case, even Voldemort would not be able to find them where he wanted revenge. Who will be this secretive? Aisha frowned at the thought of this. The power of the Red Loyalty mantra is powerful, but it is not invincible. The biggest weakness lies in the secretaries. When Yvonne talked to her about this magic, he mentioned that because the secretaries need to bear the secret, they can't stay in the safe room for a long time, which will cause the power to protect the magic to become weaker and weaker. If Voldemort arrives near the protected site to explore at this time, it is very likely that he will find some clues. So it is said that most of the time the confidential person must stay outside at all times, facing the risk of being pursued and killed. This is also the reason why Peter, who took on the important role of the secrecy more than 10 years ago, did not live with James and Lily, but needed to find another place to hide. Because of this, if you don't want to repeat the same mistakes, the confidential person must be a powerful and truly trustworthy wizard. Otherwise, if the other party betrays or is killed, the confidential location may be leaked out. At this stage, there are too few powerful but trustworthy wizards. Although she and Yvonne meet the requirements in all aspects, they are also not suitable to be secretaries, because the use of the loyalty spell to build the safe houses to protect their safety. How about letting Dougert act as the secretive? Asia said hesitantly. No, never. Yvonne shook his head resolutely. After the resurrection of the mysterious man, Dougert's position became blurred, and whether he was trustworthy was still open to question. After all, this guy has a precedent for betraying his colleagues and taking refuge in Voldemort. Even with a variety of reasons, this can't be completely cleared. So Yvonne can't trust him at all, and the dark mark on Dougert's left arm has not been eliminated. This is a great destabilizing factor. If Yvonne hadn't seen Dougert in the Death Eaters camp when he was rescuing Harry tonight, he should discuss with Asia how to lock up this guy. How about this, Mom? You have been looking for a suitable place in Knockoff Alley these 2 days, and I will cast the spell myself. Yvonne hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to take the risk by himself. However, before he could finish speaking, Asia was strongly opposed. Do you want to be a secret security by yourself? Are you crazy? The person the mysterious man wants to kill most is you. Asia said angrily. Even if she assumes the role of secret, it is better than Yvonne personally. The mysterious man is not as strong as you think. He can't kill me, Mother, can't you forget? I just beat him away. Yvonne said helplessly and comforted www.mdlnovel.com. Actually, Yvonne has never worried about his own safety. Although he is not yet Voldemort's opponent in terms of strength alone, Yvonne is confident to escape Voldemort's pursuit without dragging him down. Not to mention that he still has the bloodline magic Bogut transformation, can pretend to be anyone, even any creature. It is strange that Voldemort caught him. After Yvonne persuaded him for more than 10 minutes, Asia finally reluctantly agreed. In its current form, this is already the best plan, because Yvonne spends most of the year in Hogwarts, Dumbledore is here, Voldemort has no guts, and summer vacation you can also go to Nicolamay to learn alchemy. At least these places seem to be safe from Asia. While the two were chatting, Jasmine Weasley and others were also listening to Harry and Sirius talking about what happened. After learning that Harry was tortured by Voldemort with the heart-drilling curse tonight and was almost hit by the killing curse, Mrs. Weasley almost couldn't control her emotions and said in a trembling voice. Oh my God, how can he bear to use such a vicious spell on a child? This is terrible. Mysterious people have no heart at all, Mother. Ron murmured, but soon Mrs. Weasley gave him a fierce look. Chapter 712, Noisy Auditorium. Under Mrs. Weasley's gaze, Ron was forced to hold back the spitting words that followed. Bill stepped forward and patted Harry on the shoulder, and said in a speechless voice. I have to say, you are so brave today, Harry, surrounded by a group of Death Eaters and duel with a mysterious person. If you want to be me, you will definitely be shocked. Harry shook his head. He didn't think his performance was so great. He could escape from the cemetery, all relying on luck, the help of the ghosts, and the rescue of Yvonne and Sirius. But the members of the Order of the Phoenix obviously don't think so. They all agree with Bill's words. Harry can be neither humble nor arrogant when facing Voldemort, and even rises up to fight back. This is enough to make most wizards in the magical world feel ashamed. Well, guys, if you want to know more details, please wait until tomorrow. What Harry needs most now is to go to the school hospital for an examination, and then take a good rest. Sirius squeezed out and surrounded Harry. A few people said with unswerving expressions. Although Bill and others still had a lot of questions to ask, they had to shut their mouths after seeing Harry's pale complexion and tired expression. After consulting Dumbledore, Sirius took Harry away. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn his head and look at Yvonne, suggesting that he also go to the school hospital. No, I'm fine. Yvonne shook his head, rejecting Sirius's kindness. He has learned medical magic himself, and he knows his physical condition better. He is not injured. At most, he consumes too much magic power and is a little sluggish. At the same time in the auditorium, all the students gathered around the long tables of the 4 colleges waiting anxiously, or whispering to each other about the chaos on the Quidditch pitch in the evening. The voices of several prefects who maintained order were all screaming, but it was of no avail. In desperation, they had to look at the teacher's seat on the stage. Snape was sitting alone on the empty teacher's bench, with a sullen expression on his left arm. He didn't even think about the messy discussions underneath, and he didn't even hear the shouts of the prefects. About a few minutes later, the door of the auditorium was pushed open. Hundreds of little wizards immediately glanced over. Several professors and Dumbledore who had not been seen were walking in from the hall. Yvonne and the others went to the long table in Gryffindor and sat down together. Yvonne, where did you go tonight? I heard that Harry was taken away. Is that true? Before a few people had a good rest, George and Fred quickly got together, came over and asked curiously. Well, the same can be said, Professor Dumbledore will explain to you in detail later. Yvonne said vaguely. Hermione, Ron, and others on the other side were also surrounded by other Gryffindor wizards, and they all asked their whereabouts. When the riots broke out in the evening, many people heard the conversations of Yvonne and others, and they were naturally very interested in it. Quiet. On the stage, Dumbledore's voice rang, his face was very serious, not at all as gentle as usual. The little wizards who sensed this all silenced, and the noisy auditorium suddenly became very silent, as if everyone had been cursed. Tonight, many unexpected things happened to us, and I know you must have a lot of questions now, but before telling this news, I still have to say another thing first, so as not to spoil your still beautiful mood. Dumbledore looked around the auditorium in a half-moon shape, and finally fixed on Ivan's body. After a pause, he spoke. First of all, I need to congratulate Mr. Yvonne Halls for winning the first place in the Triwizard Tournament and winning this honor for Hogwarts. And he performed extremely well in the competition and is a well-deserved warrior. After Dumbledore's voice fell, there was a sudden warm applause in the auditorium. Both pairs of eyes looked at the Gryffindor long table, and looked at Yvonne sitting there with admiration, and awe. After 3 games, even Bus Barton and Durmstrang's students were convinced that Yvonne won the championship. There is no way the gap in strength is too big. Amid the compliments and applause, Yvonne nodded to the crowd at will, but there was no slight fluctuation in his heart. After learning the news of Voldemort's resurrection, he had no intention of celebrating the championship. Secondly, Harry Potter, he successfully won the 2nd place in the game. Dumbledore waited for the applause to pause for a while, then said again. Hearing the words, everyone present applauded while looking away from Yvonne, looking for Harry on the Gryffindor long table. However, what made them strange was that Harry didn't seem to be there. He could not be found in the entire auditorium. The puzzled little wizard couldn't help but think of the rumor, and began to discuss it underneath. Presumably some of you have already guessed part of the truth, this is what I am going to say next. Dumbledore looked at the expressions on everyone's faces and increased the volume. www.mdlenovel.com loudly said. Just after the Triwizard Tournament, Azkaban's fugitive dwarf Peter used the compound soup to disguise himself as black, and took Harry Potter from the Quidditch Stadium and took him with him. In front of Voldemort. According to Mr. Potter's post-event description, Voldemort needed to use his blood to complete a dark magic ritual and brew a potion to restore his power. Dumbledore's words condensed the atmosphere in the auditorium. Everyone stared at Dumbledore in horror and disbelief, and some even wondered if he was telling a terrible joke. But Dumbledore's expression did not reveal any joking. I must regret to inform you that he has succeeded. We have done some actions to stop this, but it is obviously a step too late. Now, he is resurrected. Yes, you heard it right, his magic allowed him to come back to life. Dumbledore's words completely detonated the depressive atmosphere on the court. The little wizards were talking nervously and fearfully, their voices became louder and louder, and they even had a faint tendency to be overwhelmed. Yvonne, Ron, and Hermione, who are insiders, are even more annoying. At first, they were bothered to explain to the students who asked if things were true or false. But there were too many people who questioned in the end, and a few people simply didn't bother to explain, believe it or not. Chapter 713, Illusion of Peace. The people's doubts did not interrupt Dumbledore's words. He raised the pitch a few times, suppressing the noisy voice on the court. The Ministry of Magic would definitely not want me to tell you this. The parents of some classmates may not be able to approve of my move, but this incident happened by your side. It is closely related to everyone. I insist on believing in telling the truth forever. Better than lying. Hogwarts should teach you honesty, not lies. Dumbledore's tone was very serious. He looked around at the little wizards below, and continued to speak under a pair of panic or confused gazes. In the near future we must all spend a very dark time. So I sincerely hope that everyone present can unite. There is no time when this quality is needed more than in this period, and only when we unite with each other and show the determination to fight against the darkness can we defeat Voldemort and achieve the final victory. Having said that, Dumbledore turned to look at Gryffindor's long table. For example, tonight there is a good example. After Mr. Potter was taken away by Pettigrew Peter, his friends actively launched rescue operations and successfully rescued him from Voldemort. Dumbledore retold the story very briefly, and gave Yvonne, Harry, and Ron each 100 points, and Hermione added 50 points in recognition of their courage tonight. Wisdom, indomitability, and loyalty to friends. Ron below heard Dumbledore praise himself in public and gave him the same scores as Yvonne and Harry. He was surprised and a little frightened. The professor shouldn't give me so many points, I haven't even seen the face of the mysterious person. Ron said awkwardly. No, the information you provided is very important, Ron. Yvonne said seriously. If you didn't see through the disguise of Peter Pettigrew, and notified us as soon as possible, then Harry might be dead by the time we arrive. While the two were talking, Dumbledore gently waved his magic wand and replaced the three major school flags floating in the air with the gold and red lion flag. Although there are still a few days before you leave school, judging from the score gap, I think there is no suspense for this year's Academy Cup. It will belong to Gryffindor Academy. Dumbledore shouted loudly. Tau. After the announcement of the news, only sparse applause sounded in the auditorium. After all, the news of Voldemort's resurrection was too shocking, compared with the ownership of the Academy Cup has become insignificant. When the applause in the auditorium stopped completely, Dumbledore spoke. Okay, that's probably all I want to say. Next, I will ask the prefects to lead the students back to their respective lounges. I think you should all be tired and need a good rest. At this moment, Dumbledore's words were suddenly interrupted by a quick knock on the door. The little wizards who were about to leave looked at them curiously. Under the gaze of everyone, Fudge led a few Aurors in quickly. What the are you doing? Albus. Fudge looked at Dumbledore very annoyed. I heard you telling a ridiculous story from all over the world. He originally hurried over after receiving news of chaos in the playing field, but he just walked outside the hall when he heard Dumbledore talking about Voldemort. This is not a story, Connery, but a real thing. I'm about to tell you in detail. Dumbledore didn't care about Fudge's offense, and said calmly, after winking at the prefects. And took Fudge and others to the conference room at the side entrance of the auditorium. Looking at the backs of several people leaving, Yvonne shook his head. After the incident with Little Crouch last time, he completely lost faith in Fudge. It is almost impossible for Dumbledore to win the support of the Ministry of Magic. If he were Dumbledore, he would use the Imperious Curse to control Fudge, or modify the memory to turn the minister into a puppet. Only in this way can the power of the Ministry of Magic be unified. It's a pity that Dumbledore couldn't do this, so this conversation is doomed to be fruitless. Thinking of this, Yvonne couldn't help shook his head. After saying goodbye to Asia, he followed the little wizards of Gryffindor back to the lounge. Lying on the soft bed in the dormitory, Yvonne recalled the scenes that happened tonight, turning over and couldn't sleep at all. He knew that such a peaceful life might not last long. In the next 2 days, the atmosphere in the castle became more and more weird. The leisurely days before leaving school should have been the happiest time for the little wizards, but on weekdays, there are not many little wizards coming out and playing on the grass. Wizards will deliberately avoid them. As for the reason, Yvonne is clear, probably because he was warned by his parents. Because in recent days, a large number of owls have often been seen flying outside the castle into the principal's office at the top of the tower. www.mdlenovel.com. I can still hear the sound of scolding from inside. According to Hermione's guess, it should be. It's a roaring letter from parents. Obviously, Dumbledore's public announcement of Voldemort's return did not meet the expectations of parents. Some people even insisted that they did not want to believe that the Dark Lord had been resurrected, and that their thoughts would naturally be passed on to the next generation. In such a tense atmosphere, George and Fred went against the trend. They launched a price reduction promotion with great fanfare. All joke toy goods were sold at 30% off, threatening to make Hogwarts lively again. But no matter how Yvonne looks at it, they are more like they want to clean up the already full inventory before leaving school. After a turn of time, it soon arrived the day of leaving school. Yvonne packed up his luggage in the morning and went to the auditorium to enjoy today's breakfast. While passing by the long table of the academy, Yvonne vaguely heard two little wizards arguing whether the mysterious man was resurrected. Harry and Hermione both looked very angry, and even wanted to come forward and argue with each other, but Ron said with his lips poked. If they don't believe it, let them go. When the mysterious person stands in front of them, it will be too late to regret it. Yvonne nodded. Arguing with these people is undoubtedly a waste of saliva. There are always some die-hard elements who would rather be immersed in this illusion of peace forever without cutting them on their bodies. Chapter 714, It seems that Knockdown Alley needs to be cleaned up. Perhaps because this was the last meal before leaving school, today's breakfast was exceptionally rich, and the temptation of delicious food also made several people temporarily forget their worries and enjoy them intently. After they ate and drank enough, an owl flew in from outside the hall and landed straight on Ivan's shoulder. Yvonne took down the Daily Prophet that was tied at the feet of Owl, opened it to confirm the contents, and then sighed. Sure enough. What's wrong? Yvonne. Hermione leaned forward curiously, took a few glances, and quickly understood why Yvonne sighed. Today's Daily Prophet only recorded the news of Ivan's successful victory in the Triwizard Tournament, and spent 2 pages of content retelling the wonderful race of the Triwizard Cup, and the subsequent Harry's arrest was nothing but a word not mentioned. As for the riots in the school, it was prevarication by the negligence of the personnel. It seems that the Ministry of Magic won't make the mysterious people's affairs public. Yvonne casually threw the newspaper aside, and said with a slight disappointment, although this situation had long been expected by him. Is Minister Fudge still reluctant to believe that Voldemort has returned? There are so many people who can testify. Harry was a little puzzled why Fudge was so stubborn. It's not the first day you met him, that idiot will only cause us trouble. Yvonne said gruffly. Fudge's stupid and stubborn behaviors have exhausted Ivan's few patience. If he has the ability, he can't wait to kick Fudge down immediately and switch to a reliable minister. Harry recalled what happened to Sirius last year, and when he thought of these few contacts with Fudge, he no longer expected the Minister of Magic to wake up, and instead asked curiously. By the way, Yvonne, don't you usually call Voldemort? Why have you suddenly changed to a mysterious person these days? He has recovered his strength now, so naturally he needs to be more careful. Yvonne shrugged and explained. Aren't you afraid of him? Ron's face was full of shock, as if he suddenly learned that Merlin had crawled out of the coffin board. Harry and Hermione also looked at Yvonne in a puzzled manner. They didn't think Yvonne would be afraid of Voldemort, after all, Yvonne had just injured him 2 days ago. Of course I am not afraid of him. Yvonne said helplessly. The key is that Tom used magic on his name. If you call out his name directly, you may be tracked. I don't want to cause trouble. This is how Harry in the original time and space was hit, and he was chased by the Death Eaters and almost died. Although Yvonne doesn't know if Voldemort ordered the Death Eaters to use this tracking magic, it's better to be careful about everything. Who will let him beat the opponent? Harry and Ron looked at each other. It was the first time they knew that there was such a thing. No wonder that few people in the magical world dared to call Voldemort's name. They originally thought it was just because of Voldemort's prestige. Yvonne is right, it doesn't matter in Hogwarts. The mysterious people don't dare to come here, but if you are outside, you should pay attention to it. Try not to call Voldemort directly. The young wizard has suffered a lot from this. Just as a few people were chatting, a familiar voice came into their ears. Sirius. Harry turned his head in surprise and saw Sirius walking over from the hall. I haven't seen you for these 2 days, we all thought you had gone back. Harry said. That's because your principal Dumbledore asked me to do errands these 2 days. Sirius sat down carelessly, grabbed a few pancakes and stuffed it in his mouth, and then took a sip of a cold drink. Harry and the others were very curious about what task Dumbledore had arranged for him, but Sirius apparently didn't want to say more, and went over it casually. Sirius? What about the Ministry of Magic? How did Professor Dumbledore and Fudge talk? Yvonne asked about the business. He didn't participate in the negotiation. Everything was a guess. What else? Of course it's a fallout. Sirius sighed, thinking of the dispute that night, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Compared with the resurrection of the mysterious man, Fudge is more concerned about Dumbledore's gathering of a large number of wizards without permission from the Ministry of Magic to conduct private actions, and believes that such behavior is a challenge to the authority of the Minister of Magic, illegal. They quarreled all night because of this, but nothing happened. After listening to Sirius's narration, Yvonne was speechless. He had already underestimated Fudge as much as possible, but he did not expect the other party to repeatedly refresh his lower cognitive limit. He can only say about this is Fudge. Harry and Hermione were also disgusted, and Ron even cursed. Where is Sparkle? Did you look for it? Harry suddenly thought of the house elf he had seen in the cemetery, and asked eagerly. We have found it. Just as you thought, those Death Eaters rushed to escape and had no time to take care of the life and death of a house elf, so Professor Dumbledore saved it, and it should be in the kitchen now. Sirius said with emotion. www.mdlenovel.com. Really, Shining is also one of the culprits of the persecution of Kreaker. Before, she followed Voldemort's instructions to guard herself. But seeing the other party's malaise being tortured by Voldemort's heart-piercing curse almost lost his life, he didn't bother to care about it. Then, before we leave, let's visit Sparkle together. Hermione suggested. Harry and Ron had no objection. Kreaker's death made them feel a little more fond of the house elves. Yvonne also nodded. After eating breakfast, a few people went to the kitchen together to care about Shining. It was just that the purpose of Yvonne who came in was not very pure. He found a reason to distract Hermione and the others, and directly searched for Shining's memory with the idea of dementia, and successfully obtained the faces of most of the existing Death Eaters. After all, the Death Eaters who intended to return to Voldemort's command that night all went to the cemetery, and everyone had appeared in front of Shining. Although Harry also has this memory, he is not good at directly using the psychic mind on Harry, so he can only wrong the house elf. Yvonne closed his eyes and used occlusion to sort out his memories, and fixed on those faces, his face gradually becoming gloomy, and his mouth muttered to himself. Damn it, after I go back, Knockdown Alley must be cleaned up. Chapter 715, Semester End Summary. After searching through her memory, Yvonne accidentally saw a few familiar faces, those people he had seen in Knockdown Alley. But it seems normal if you look closely. In the last Wizarding War, the Death Eaters who escaped the sanctions can generally be divided into three types. Either relied on power and money to get rid of charges like Lucius Malfoy, or relied on reporting colleagues like Karkaroff to escape. As for the remaining Death Eaters, luckily they escaped the wanted, and were not caught by the Aurors. Most of them just wandered around in Knockdown Alley with accusations. These people are all extremely unstable factors. After all, they are a threat to Knockdown Alley, so after Yvonne prepares to go back, he will clean the Knockdown Alley and take these Death Eaters out and kill them. Incidentally, he also needs to complete the task of rectifying Knockout Alley released by the system, and get the reward of 3 legendary points. If he adds the legendary points obtained by winning the Goblet of Fire before, he can immediately perform the next blood fusion and enhance his strength. Although Dumbledore once said that too much power is not a good thing, but Yvonne now has no choice. After all, digging into the power of blood magic is a relatively long process, and there is not much information to help him. The only thing that can be done is to spend a lot of time slowly researching and groping for practice. And what he lacks most now is time. No one knows how long Dumbledore can last. Voldemort may have trouble at any time after he has recovered from his injury, and even Hogwarts may become unsafe at that time. Therefore, Yvonne can only choose to tap the power of the bloodline while fusing more bloodlines. The two proceed simultaneously. Only in this way will he not be too passive when facing Voldemort in the future. Yvonne walked out of the kitchen with a heavy heart, took the packed luggage, and left the castle with Harry and the others, preparing to board the carriage drawn by the Yeki and head to Hogsmeade Station. When passing by the hall, Yvonne accidentally saw the students of Booth Batten gathered on the spacious lawn outside, and he could vaguely see the big Hagrid enthusiastically helping Ms. Maxim to harness the 2 giant horses. "Hi Yvonne." Furong, who was waiting for the car, also saw Yvonne and the others who came by. When Yvonne enthusiastically walked in front of a few people, he stretched out his hand and said, "Thank you for what happened last time. You saved me and Gabriel. I will remember this kindness. I really hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. That's just a game. It's not a life-saving grace. Even without me, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't be able to let you have an accident." Yvonne said helplessly, reaching out his hand and shaking Fleur. He unexpectedly, Furong would still remember this incident. Furong smiled, she naturally understood this, but that didn't prevent her from being grateful for Ivan's act of extending a helping hand in that moment of crisis. "You are leaving today? Will you come after that?" Ron looked a little reluctant, not even noticing that Lavender was staring at him in the distance. "Yes, we'll leave in a while." Furong nodded, and then she put her long silver hair on her forehead and smiled brightly at several people. "But I have graduated from Buzzbarton, and maybe I will come to England to find a job in the future. I still like it here. It just so happens that I have always wanted to find opportunities to improve my English. If you can, I suggest you stay away from England in the past few years, and come back later." Yvonne sighed. "Why?" "Because of that mysterious person." Furong raised her eyebrows and said arrogantly. "You may have many people in England who fear him, but we don't think so." Although Fleur, who grew up in France, had heard of Voldemort's name and understood that he was a powerful and cruel wizard, but it was limited to this. Without a clearer understanding, he even felt that it was a big deal to avoid it. "Put away your arrogance, Miss Delacour, you'd better consider Ivan's suggestion carefully, so as not to lose your life in vain," Hermione said sharply. Fleur curled her lips and did not argue with Hermione. Maxim was already calling her behind her. After a simple goodbye to Yifun and the others, Furong hurriedly ran to that side, and walked into the carriage with Buzzbarton's students. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the 12-winged Silvermane horses uttered a neigh. They flapped their wings vigorously, pulling the gorgeous carriage and flying towards the sky. And the giant magic ship docked on the banks of the Black Lake gradually raised its sails, and the students of Durmstrang looked gloomy, standing on the bow of the ship and looking over here, even saying a few goodbyes. Bong! Their principal, Karkaroff, ran away urgently the night after Voldemort's resurrection. No one knew where he went. There were even rumors that he had left the country overnight and was preparing to flee to America for refuge. This embarrassed the students of Durmstrang. In the days before they left school, they couldn't hold their heads up in front of the little wizards at Hogwarts and Booth Barton. The only thing to be thankful for is that the principal is not required to operate the magic ship, it is operated by a special wizard. Seeing that the time to leave school was approaching, Yvonne and the others did not delay any more. They boarded an empty car pulled by Yechi, bumped all the way to the station, and then boarded the Hogwarts train to leave the castle. In the sound of Kala Kala's axles turning www.mtlnovel.com, Yvonne followed the train window and looked at the tower of the castle in the distance. He only hoped that when he arrived at Hogwarts next semester, he heard nothing. It will be Dumbledore's death. Ding, this school year is over, do you want to make a school year summary? The system prompt sounded in his mind. Yvonne converged his mind and said softly, an illusory panel appeared in front of his eyes. As of today, your performance this school year is as follows. Class evaluation, perfect. Reward, 200 academic points. Final exam results, transfiguration class, excellent, potions, excellent, magic history class, excellent. Reward, 900 academic points. Glory, Tri-Wizard Championship, 600 grade points, Gryffindor Academy Cup, 100 grade points, Quidditch Cup, not held. Overall reward, 1600 academic points. Yvonne took a general glance. Because of winning the top 3 championship, this time the award of academic points is more than any previous time. But with the improvement of his strength, the role of grade points is no longer as obvious as before, and gradually reduced to a method of increasing knowledge reserves. Chapter 716, The Third Dream. Why can't the rewards summed up in the school year be legendary points? Yvonne thought greedily, while Harry and Ron on the side complained that he had to return to Dursley's house this summer vacation as usual. Obviously, the protection magic on his body is almost ineffective, there is no need to stay there anymore. Professor Dumbledore must have his intention to do this, what if the magic is still working? Hermione guessed. But Voldemort had confirmed that night, and he directly touched me with his hand and was not injured. Harry said glumly. Voldemort also told me that the reason he wanted to use my blood to resurrect was to gain the protective power of that blood magic, which would make him stronger than ever. But he still lost to Professor Dumbledore, didn't he? Ron said lightly. Yes. It's no use thinking about it now. With Professor Dumbledore here, things will always get better. Hermione also uttered comforting words. Under the comfort of a few people, Harry's mood improved a lot, and he stopped thinking about those bad things. Yvonne looked at the people who were talking and laughing, and shook his head secretly. If I let them know that Dumbledore might not survive this year, I wonder if I can be so optimistic. As for the reason Dumbledore forced Harry to stay at Dursley's house, Yvonne was clear. Although Voldemort inherited part of the power of blood magic through the resurrection ceremony, he could directly touch Harry. But Voldemort did not know that this would make him a link for blood magic transmission, greatly strengthening this protection, so even if Harry grows up, the power of blood magic will not disappear. Yvonne even suspected that Voldemort's resurrection was the result of Dumbledore's deliberate indulgence and even secretly pushing the flames. Because Harry once said that when he and Voldemort were in a duel, a faint voice rang in his heart, guiding him to act, much like Dumbledore's voice. The general flashback spell has no such effect. But this kind of speculation is obviously untenable. After all, the situation was too urgent at the time. If he and Sirius take one step at night, Harry will undoubtedly die. And Dumbledore is unlikely to sit back and watch Sirius and Moody being controlled by the Imperious Curse. When meeting Dumbledore several times, the expressions on each other's faces did not seem to be acting. Thousands of thoughts flashed in his mind one by one. Yvonne thought of some headaches, but couldn't figure out how many thoughts he was. Finally, he had to put the matter aside for a while, turned to Hermione, and asked. Where is the notebook I gave you last time? Hermione. Is this one? I have been carrying it. Hermione rummaged in the box where the extension charm was cast, and quickly took out a thick notebook. Have you finished reading it? Yvonne asked again. Hermione nodded. She had memorized all the contents as early as a month ago, and kept it with her as a souvenir. After confirming with the little witch, Yvonne took the notebook and threw it to Harry. Then. What is this? A kind of brain-closing magic. Harry hurriedly took the heavy book, opened it puzzledly, and all of the contents were about how to hide his thoughts. Yes, it's called occlumency, to be precise. You should practice more this summer, and it is best to master it by the beginning of the next school year. Yvonne said. Then what's the use of it? Harry asked puzzledly. This kind of magic can protect your brain, so you don't have to be influenced by Voldemort anymore. Yvonne said seriously. Harry immediately understood. It was only very fast, and Harry made it difficult again, because he couldn't use magic when he was at home during the summer vacation, and the Ministry of Magic could trace the traces of his spells. And he has violated the rules twice in a row, and the Ministry of Magic will break his wand and expel him from Hogwarts if there is a third time. Yvonne also thinks about it. The Dursley family will not tolerate Harry practicing magic at home, so they immediately changed their words to let Harry memorize these notes during the summer vacation. Anyway, when school starts next year, Dumbledore should let it. Snape specifically taught Harry occlumency. Lay the foundation now, it will not be too late to learn. All, memorize it. Harry flipped through the hundreds of pages of notes in front of him and swallowed hard. He felt that he was busy this summer vacation. But in the end Harry agreed in distress. By the way, if I master this magic, won't I have that kind of dream in the future? Harry said suddenly. As long as your occlumency is proficient enough, you can prevent mysterious people from invading your brain. Yvonne replied affirmatively. Harry's face became a little tangled, he opened his mouth, and stopped talking. Yvonne suddenly guessed what he was thinking, and immediately shook his head and spoke. I should have warned you, Harry. Don't believe everything you see in your dreams, let alone use it to get information. Voldemort is a master of mind trapping and occlumency. I thought I had you have learned enough. The information you passed to us almost caused Voldemort to kill you. If all goes well, Voldemort will soon have his undercover by his side, which is absolutely confidential, more concealed than Snape, and will not arouse anyone's suspicion. So Yvonne doesn't need Harry to provide information that is not true or false. If Harry is fooled, he will be in an ambush like the original Time and Space, it will be troublesome. Hermione on the side also said to help. Yvonne is right, Harry, forget those dreams. It turns out that what you see is only what mysterious people want you to see. Harry, who wanted to say something, had to shut his mouth, and a dull man thought of yesterday's dream in his mind. www.ndlenovel.com. In that dream, it became the snake again, and Voldemort's the injury has also healed. This is faster than everyone expected. Besides, he also saw Lucius, McNeil, and others in his dream, and Snape. The Death Eaters gathered in a room. Voldemort furiously rebuked them, but only praised Snape. They seemed to be plotting the next plan. Everything in the dream seems to be getting more and more blurred, and Harry can't tell for a moment whether this is real or fake. Woo-woo. The sudden roar of the train interrupted Harry's thinking. He turned his head and looked out the window. The familiar 9 3/4 station was already close in front of him. Along with a long beep, the Hogwarts train slowly stopped. They had arrived. Chapter 717, Conversation in the Principal's Room. Hogwarts, the closed principal's room. Dumbledore was sitting in his seat, looking through the letters from the parents with interest. From time to time, there will be owls flying in from the open window with a red roaring letter, and then, the harsh roar will resound in the principal's room. Suddenly, Dumbledore felt as if he had sensed something. He raised his hand and waved his magic wand, closing the open window, and more owls were intercepted outside the window. The roar in the principal's room also stopped abruptly, and the roaring message was turned to ashes in an instant. After a while, the door to the principal's room was opened, and Snape in a black robe walked in. He took a bottle of golden potion from his pocket and put it on the table, and then pushed it to Dumbledore's. Before. Your medicine. Snape said coldly. Thank you, Severus, thanks to you. Dumbledore nodded, took the reagent, gestured to Snape, and drank it. This is the last dose of medicine. Next time, when the injury recurs, I will have no way to suppress it. Snape's words were sharp. Severus, I remember you told me that even if this kind of injury recurs, it won't kill me immediately, is it? Dumbledore's face remained calm, and he was empty of the potion he had drunk. The bottle put down, looked at Snape, and asked. It's true, it won't kill you immediately, but it will spread all over your body in just a few months. Trust me, it won't be easier than death. Snape sneered. Said. A few months? How long is it probably? Dumbledore asked softly, looking at the scorched right hand. I mean, its influence will not cause me to lose the most basic actions and ability to cast spells. About 2 months? 3 months? Snape said uncertainly. It's shorter. Dumbledore shook his head, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke with a solemn expression. Maybe I have a way to delay for a while. It doesn't matter if you have a few days or a few days. If you can alleviate it, it won't be delayed, will it? Snape said impatiently. He even felt that Hogwarts would start next semester. The banquet may evolve into Dumbledore's funeral. We shouldn't think so, Severus, if it is arranged, even the last few months will be enough for us to do something. Dumbledore said in a relaxed tone. For example, to end the life of the Dark Lord. Snape looked at Dumbledore mockingly, unable to understand where the other party's optimistic form came from. He didn't think things would change if the other party lived longer. Dumbledore did not mean to reply, but continued to ask. Has Voldemort been doing anything recently? Thanks to us, he is alive and kicking now. Snape said unnaturally. Originally, Voldemort's injury needed to be recuperated for at least half a month, but Dumbledore suddenly found him 2 days ago, gave him a few drops of Phoenix Tears, and asked him to deploy a special potion to treat Voldemort's injury. What exactly are you trying to do? Voldemort's injury was serious this time. We could have stopped for a while during this time. Snape's tone was very blunt. He couldn't understand why Dumbledore wanted to save Voldemort. When he confirmed Voldemort's injury, he even thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he launched a raid, he could put it to death. If he could be killed so easily, then Voldemort would not live today. Dumbledore naturally understood Snape's doubts and explained in a deep voice. It is so easy for wizards like them to escape their lives in a battle. Even in the face of dozens of well-trained Aurors at the same time, Voldemort can counterattack and win easily. The reason why he was injured this time was entirely because Voldemort had just been resurrected and was too swollen. After this lesson, the other party would only be more careful. Even so, for Potter's safety, we shouldn't cure him. Snape was anxiously paced in the principal's room. After Voldemort recovered from his injury, he was furious, and immediately summoned the Death Eaters to plan a revenge action, which made Snape regretful. He can't find where Harry is, Dumbledore said, and he thought that Voldemort would never want to meet Harry again until he figured out the connection between the two Phoenix Wands. What about the others? Snape asked again. I'm glad you can consider the safety of other people, Severus. Dumbledore looked at him in surprise, with a touch of unexpected joy in his tone. But I reorganized the Order of the Phoenix, and most of those in need of protection are already in a safe place. Mostly? That is to say, there are exceptions. This time it was Snape's turn to be surprised. Dumbledore stood up, frowned, and raised his tone slightly. Isaiah Hall's mother, I persuaded her to join the Order of the Phoenix a few days ago, but she refused my proposal without hesitation. It was even more straightforward than I expected. Perhaps she thought her son was able to contend with the Dark Lord. Snape said with a sneer. www.mdlenovel.com. He had already met with the Death Eaters yesterday, so he knew some of them. The dead were hiding in Knockoff Alley. Not only that, Voldemort has been planning to expand his power secretly. In addition to drawing Dementors to liberate those imprisoned believers, the Dark Wizards in Knockoff Alley are also a good choice. If Asia and Yvonne continue to stay in Knockoff Alley, they will meet Voldemort soon. Dumbledore shook his head. He didn't think Asia would be so big. Yvonne even participated in the battle personally. He should have a clear understanding of Voldemort's strength. So he originally thought that after leaving school, the child would take the initiative to come to help him, or that Asia could temporarily change his mind, but none of this. Yvonne left very simply, which made him feel very curious. As far as I know, there is only one kind of magic that can ensure safety under Voldemort's pursuit. Dumbledore muttered to himself. Are you talking about the courageous faithful curse? Snape paused, and soon thought of what Dumbledore was referring to. Dumbledore didn't say a word. He did guess that, but he wasn't sure. After all, the courageous faithful curse is an extremely advanced magic. It is not even recorded in Hogwarts' Forbidden Area. They have no way to learn. Chapter 718, The Whimsical Dumbledore? Well, as you said, we don't need to worry about the safety of other people, but you still haven't explained to me why you want me to heal the Dark Lord's injury. Snape asked with a gloomy expression. You are too impatient, Severus. Dumbledore looked at Snape and sighed, slightly disappointed. Is anxious? I hope you can understand that you are dead soon. Who will fight the Dark Lord once you die? Who will protect Potter's safety? Snape said angrily. He couldn't understand why Dumbledore could maintain such an optimistic attitude at such a critical juncture. So we must make a plan accordingly, which requires a certain amount of time and patience. Dumbledore calmed Snape's emotions, and then continued. Voldemort has always been very suspicious. If you cure him this time, he will trust you more in the future. You and I should know that the Dark Lord never trusts anyone. Snape muttered mockingly, thinking of the scene where Voldemort praised him last night, and then looked at Dumbledore. Or do you expect me to get the trust of the Dark Lord and kill him when I am not prepared? If Dumbledore is alive, then his undercover agent can still play a role in transmitting some information, but if Dumbledore is dead, then he spends so much effort to win the trust of Voldemort, what is the use of being his left and right hand? No, I don't expect you to kill Tom, you can never do this with your strength. Dumbledore said positively. Hearing this, Snape's face twitched slightly. So I just hope you can do something for me when the time is right. Dumbledore's expression became serious, and then he took out an object from the drawer and placed it on the table. Give this to him. Snape stared at the objects on the table, then quickly looked up at Dumbledore. His face was full of astonishment and incomprehension. He almost doubted that Dumbledore had taken the wrong thing. Are you sure you want me to give this to the Dark Lord? Snape looked at Dumbledore as if he was looking at a patient with severe Alzheimer's disease. What does he think of the Dark Lord? The baby in the cradle? Or an ignorant child? It may have been before, but it is a pity that the Dark Lord has grown up now. That's right. I need you to give it to Voldemort yourself, that's very important. Dumbledore nodded, his expression extra solemn, not joking at all. Snape took a deep look at him, took the objects on the table into his arms, and asked. Can you tell me what it does? If the time is right, you and him will understand. Dumbledore replied. Snape frowned, dissatisfied with Dumbledore's words in the cloud, and it took him a long time to utter a word. Then how can I confirm when is the right time? Dumbledore groaned for a while, thinking of Trelawney's prediction. The eyes under the meniscus glasses suddenly burst into blue light, and he spoke slowly. After I died, if one day Voldemort suddenly fell into great fear and was in panic all day long, it would prove that the time had come. Snape was silent, turned around neatly and left. He intends to go back and study carefully whether the healing potion he has brewed will cause irreversible damage to the wizard's brain, thereby affecting a person's IQ. How else would Dumbledore suddenly be whimsical? At the same time, London, Wizarding Station. In a crisp roar, the Hogwarts train stopped on the platform with billowing smoke. Several people took their luggage early and waited at the door. After the Hogwarts train stopped, they got off the train together and waved in front of the 9 3/4 platform. Goodbye, Harry and Ron, remember to worry a little bit during the summer vacation. Hermione looked at them reluctantly, and then at Yvonne. Understood, I will remember to write. Yvonne answered first before Hermione could speak. However, Hermione shook her head and said with a smile. I just wanted to say that if I have time during the summer vacation, I will come to you. Don't come. Ivan's scalp went numb when Hermione was about to come to Knockoff Alley, and he hurriedly refused. But as soon as I said this, Yvonne immediately regretted it. As expected, the smile on Hermione's face suddenly closed, and her mouth was pursed, staring at him angrily. It's not that I don't welcome you, Hermione, but I'm afraid it's not safe there this year. You should know the specific reasons. Yvonne spread his hands helplessly. Knockdown Alley was already chaotic, and coupled with the influence of Voldemort's resurrection, even he was too busy to take care of himself. How could he bother to entertain Hermione? Because of the mysterious person? Are you worried that he will wait for an opportunity to retaliate against you? Hermione quickly thought of this, and the slight anger disappeared from her heart suddenly. She said eagerly. What should I do then? Otherwise, you can hide in Hogwarts during the summer vacation. The mysterious person must not dare to go there. Harry and Ron on the side looked at Yvonne worriedly. Looking at the little witch who came up with the idea and Harry and the others who agreed, Yvonne couldn't laugh or cry for a while. www.mdlenovel.com. I didn't know how to explain. At this moment, behind a few people, a voice rang. Don't be so troublesome, Hermione, I think in some time, Professor Dumbledore will invite you to my house to gather. Everyone turned their heads and looked at it, but Sirius came out of the passageway of platform 9 3/4 carrying a large box of luggage. Harry was very happy, so he didn't have to be at Dursley's house during the summer vacation, and he could meet his friends. Then why didn't you tell us the news in the morning? Harry asked strangely. Professor Dumbledore intended to let me keep you from you for the time being, so I will give you a surprise in time. Sirius smiled, and then looked at Yvonne, consoling heartily. Yvonne, after you go back, remember to persuade your mother to let her put down her previous prejudices. After the mysterious man is resurrected, the entire magical world will become unsafe, and Knockdown Alley will only be more dangerous. Sirius, don't I remember that you and my mother have always been troubled? Why do you suddenly care about her? Yvonne asked inexplicably. The situation is critical now, but it's not the time to care about those small contradictions. Sirius raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't like Asia very much, he wouldn't want the other side to have trouble for the sake of Yvonne and the dead comrade. Chapter 719, Courageous Loyalty Curse. Listening to Sirius' words, Yvonne nodded, but did not agree, but directly refused. Thank you Professor Dumbledore for your kindness, but we have other things to do this summer, so I'm afraid I won't be able to visit your house. Yvonne knows very well how much Asia hates Dumbledore and them, so it is hard to imagine how Asia and the members of the Order of the Phoenix will look like when they are together. That scene must be very embarrassing. Besides, there are many things waiting for him in Knockdown Alley, which is destined to be impossible for him to seek refuge in the safe house of the Order of the Phoenix like Harry and the others. Ivan's decisive response was beyond everyone's expectations. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all looked at him anxiously, trying to comfort them. But before they could speak, Yvonne spoke first. Actually, you don't have to worry about our safety. Don't forget that I just killed the mysterious man not long ago. He can't help me, and we also have our own safe house. Sirius shook his head secretly. Of course, he who participated in that battle could see that Yvonne is not Voldemort's opponent yet. But Sirius did not persuade him anymore, because he probably guessed what Yvonne was referring to the safe house. No wonder Isia was so decisive when he rejected Dumbledore. Under Ivan's insistence, Harry and the others also gave up the idea of persuasion, but Hermione stepped forward and gave Yvonne a hug. In this case, you must pay attention to safety during the summer vacation, and remember to contact me often, said the little witch reluctantly. Well, you too. Yvonne responded with a smile. The two held them for a minute, until they saw Mr. Granger in the crowd walking towards this side. Yvonne released his hand and said goodbye to Hermione. After a while, Mrs. Weasley and the Dursleys took Ron and Harry away. Yvonne stood still and waited for Asia soon. She looked hurried, with a look of exhaustion on her face. Did something happen in Knockdown Alley? Yvonne hurriedly asked. There have been some strange wizards there recently, and I have sent someone to investigate. Asia said casually. Yvonne frowned, which is not a good sign. Have you chosen the location of the safe house? Yvonne asked again. Well, the underground fortress not far from the wizard market is very suitable. There are 3 entrances and exits for personnel to enter and exit. The most important thing is that it is large enough to store a lot of materials. There are also meeting rooms and places for daily rest. Aisha explained. After looking for several places, she finally thought that the Knot family's residence in the wizarding market was the most suitable place, but the disadvantages were not without it. After all, hiding underground means that you can't see the sun all year round. That's it, I can't take care of that much now. Yvonne immediately clinched that they built the safe house for refuge rather than enjoyment, and it is not impossible to sacrifice some comfort. The two chatted all the way, avoiding crowded places, and found a remote alley, where they used apparition to return to Knockdown Alley. Accompanied by a shift in space, when Yvonne came back to his senses again, he had already appeared in the wizarding market. Different from the chaotic and noisy scenes in the past, today's wizarding market is empty except for them, and it looks extremely desolate. Yvonne turned his head puzzled and looked at Asia. In order to make it easier for you to cast spells, I have ordered them to stay away from here today. Asia said. Yvonne then realized that he was using the curse of fidelity for the first time. It is still unclear whether there are any taboos. The fewer people disturbed, the better. Following the route in memory, Yvonne and Asia walked into the house together, turned the old oil lamp placed next to them, and a passage suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The underground fortress was obviously decorated with a layer of carpet on the ground, and a magic lamp was hung at every interval. The bright warm light illuminates the long corridor in front. The surrounding walls are painted with complex inscriptions, and many magical stone statues have been added to the entrance and corners. As long as intruders are detected, these fortifications will be automatically activated to buy time for them to fight back or escape. Yvonne walked toward the conference room while listening to Asia's account of the changes in the underlying fortress. Pushing open the door, Yvonne walked straight to the center, and Asia suddenly asked. Do you need me to leave? Well, it's better to be careful. Yvonne said hesitantly. Aisha did not delay, and immediately turned and left. Then, Yvonne drew out his wand, closed his eyes and began to chant a long and slurred spell. The magic power in his body kept surging, and quickly extended in all directions under Ivan's perception. Soon the whole view of the entire bottom fortress appeared in Ivan's mind, and the magic power in his body had already been consumed more than half. This made Yvonne a little worried about whether the secret location he chose would be too big, and it would be over if his magic power suddenly wasn't enough. Fortunately, after chanting the spell, this feeling of magical withdrawal gradually stopped. Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief www.mentalnovel.com and then opened his eyes and looked around. Everything in the conference room was as usual. He vaguely felt a little different, but he couldn't tell what had changed. Just another place in my mind. Are you ready? After Yvonne walked out of the underground fortress, Asia greeted him immediately and asked. Yvonne nodded, and then said suddenly. Mom, do you remember where our safe house is? Of course. Asia asked to answer subconsciously, but suddenly stopped when the words reached her lips, and turned to mutter to herself. Strange, I remember it very clearly, I even burned a few protective magic texts there a few days ago. The more she searched for memories in her brain, the more she couldn't remember it. Even when Yvonne opened the entrance to the secret room in front of her, Asia couldn't see it at all, let alone walk in whenever she walked. When you reach the door, it will automatically bypass it, a bit like the effect of a Muggle expulsion spell. Finally, Aisha has begun to question whether the safe house exists. It seems that the effect of this magic is better than I expected. Yvonne said with a slight delight. Aisha glared at him angrily. Go ahead, where is that place? The safe house is located in the underground fortress of Knockdown Alley Wizard Market, right in front of you. Yvonne smiled and pointed to the front, and said. Chapter 720, Morning in Knockoff Alley. Asia almost thought that Yvonne was going to fool herself again, but she followed Ivan's direction and looked at it. There was a narrow passage on the originally flat wall, and more importantly, the vague memory changes before. It became clearer. This magic is really magic. Aisha said with emotion. The passage was always in front of her, but she couldn't notice it. If it is not magical, there is no way to hide from the mysterious person. Yvonne said. Then have you figured out what we should do next? Who are you going to let into this safe house? Asia asked. Yvonne hesitated for a while and said. Let's take a break today. Tomorrow morning I will call everyone here for a meeting. Are you going to tell everyone the location of the safe house? Asia frowned. She didn't understand how Yvonne would have such unwise thoughts. Don't look at these wizards who are very obedient, but people's hearts are always unpredictable, and it is hard to guarantee that they will not have a different mind in life. I know that some people may not be reliable. Because of this, we need to eliminate those unstable factors as soon as possible. Ivan explained. But Ivan's words made Asia even more confused. Even if everyone was summoned, how could they confirm who had the problem? Ivan said confidently without waiting for Asia to ask. Of course I have a way. As long as they can be there, then things are much simpler. Ixia looked at Ivan suspiciously. She didn't say anything just now, but Ivan guessed what she wanted to say twice and directly answered her. Desperate mind? You were reading my mind just now. Ivan's behavior was so obvious, of course Asia quickly understood what was going on, she stretched out her hand and squeezed Ivan's cheek. What an annoying magic. But sometimes it works, doesn't it? Ivan grinned. I don't deny this. By the way, when did you learn this? Aisha looked at Ivan curiously. Contemplation is a very special magic, usually requires related talents to practice. Therefore, there are very few contemplationists in the entire magical world, and there are only a few well-known ones. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there will be no wizards who specialize in defense. At this point, of course it was at Hogwarts. Ivan rubbed the sore cheek that Asia had pinched. Asia did not ask much, but repeatedly ordered Ivan not to read her thoughts casually. Ivan hurriedly nodded his head to make a promise. He knew very well how annoying the Sesame Master was, so for relatives and friends, unless agreed, he would not just read the mind. And this time I specifically offended, just to show Asia his ability. Since you are going to meet Doubt and the others again tomorrow, then the two of us can just get together tonight. Asia said with a smile. Of course, Ivan would not refuse. Because they had been busy dealing with the affairs of Knockoff Alley before, the opportunity for them to be alone with each other was rare. Not to mention that he had to pretend when he was in front of the Dark Wizard, and he was so exhausted, that was the reason why he didn't call these people right away. After re-entering the underground fortress, Aisha asked Ivan to sit in the living room, and then personally went to the kitchen to prepare today's dinner. Because of the house elf Dobby doing housework on weekdays, she hasn't been cooking for a whole year. Fortunately, Asia moved the magic kitchen utensils from the house a long time ago, so the craftsmanship has not regressed at all. The two of them just ate and talked, tacitly avoiding all the disturbing topics, only talking about the interesting and happy experiences. It wasn't until late at night when I was about to go to bed that Ivan went out and called Dobby to make it the third creature to know the location of the safe house. Such a big place cannot be taken care of without house elves. Sir, wake up, sir. The next day, early in the morning, Yifan was awakened by a slight shout. Ivan opened his eyes, and it was dark all around, with only two big round eyes leaning against the edge of the bed, which shocked him. Ivan snapped his fingers quickly, and the magic light in the room suddenly lit up. Only then did he realize that Dobby had been standing next to his bed. Is it morning now? Ivan asked. The inconvenience of living underground is that the weather cannot be used to confirm the approximate time. It's 10 o'clock, the hostess asked me to call you over. Dobby said sharply. Ivan immediately got up from the bed, and after washing, he arrived in the living room, and Asia had already been waiting there. Why didn't you get up so late today, did you sleep last night? Aisha asked concerned. No, I slept well, so take a break. Ivan grabbed a sandwich on the table and stuffed it into his mouth, then looked at Asia, and said in a vague tone. Doubt and them. I have asked Walker to inform them, maybe this will be coming soon. Asia looked at the clock on the wall and estimated that the time should be almost up. Are you going to pick them in yourself? Aisha asked www.mdlnovel.com. Ivan shook his head, which would damage his style. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Ivan asked Dobby to get a piece of parchment paper, wrote down the specific location of the underground fortress on it, and handed it to Asia. Show them this and they can come in. But remember to burn the note after reading it. Ivan exhorted. As a confidential person, there are many ways he wants to let people enter the safe house. Saying it directly, writing on paper with a pen, or bringing people in directly is considered a leak. Ixia solemnly put away the note, and then got up and left. Ivan was eating breakfast alone, thinking with a headache how to deal with those brains, and how to complete the task of rectifying Knockoff Alley. On the side, Dobby was carrying a broom and fighting against the foxes hiding under the carpet. After Ivan finished eating, he hurriedly put down the broom, began to pack the tableware, and left the two of them. A few pieces of bread for today's breakfast. In fact, Ivan and Asia never mind Dobby's eating together at the table, but whenever he mentions it, Dobby screams in fear. It thinks he doesn't deserve such a big honor. Ivan shook his head secretly looking at the house elves who were busy going up and down, and without the intention of persuading, walked straight to the meeting room. Chapter 721, Everyone is a trustworthy person. Knockdown Alley, in the square outside the wizard market, a large group of wizards gathered here anxiously waiting, whispering in twos and threes. Avery, are you sure that the person is really back? At the corner of the square, Roger pulled Avery aside, lowered his voice, and asked with a little fear. Of course, I saw the Dark Lord with my own eyes. I think you should have heard some news. If you want to survive, you'd better consider my proposal. Avery said with a sneer. Roger's face changed again and again, but he was still a little bit hesitant and didn't reply. Avery looked at Roger, knowing that he was already a little shaken, and continued to persuade him. I must remind you, Roger, the master doesn't have so much patience, and the wizard market was originally ours, but now it's just a new one. Will a mysterious person be so kind? Willing to help us regain the wizarding market? Roger did not believe it. The price? What do we need to pay? Roger was unwilling to take such a big risk. In the end, he couldn't get anything, and he worked his life for nothing. Do you think the master will care about a small wizarding market? As long as we are willing to show our loyalty, we will be able to regain everything we have lost after the plan is successful. Even further, control the entire Knockdown Alley. Avery is very sure. Said. Roger hesitated and fell into a battle between heaven and man. Although Ivan's magic brought him great fear at the beginning, it also allowed him to fully recognize the other's potential. But the news of the resurrection of the Dark Lord was too shocking, and Roger was really hard to choose for a while. Seeing that Roger was too late to make a decision, Avery became more and more impatient. Just when he was about to strike while the iron was hot and then persuade a few words, Asia had already walked out of the supervision room of the wizard market. Avery stopped talking immediately, and the noise on the court soon stopped. Doubt strode forward and asked anxiously. Asia, has your Lord Halls come back? Yes. He is about to meet you. Aisha glanced at Doubt, then looked at Roger and the others, and said. Follow me. Dougert and others looked at each other and followed together. Ixia led everyone into an empty room, and more than 30 people quickly packed the inside. Fern and others, who had received the news in advance, had been hanging at the back of the team, faintly blocking the entrance and exit of the room. Avery was keenly aware of this, and he was very uneasy, so he asked calmly. Your Excellency Halls? There is nothing here. What are you bringing us here, Asia? The wizarding market was originally built by these pure-blood families, so Avery couldn't be more clear about the layout of the supervision room. There is nothing special here, and the too narrow space is not like a meeting place at all. On the contrary, it is like a cage. They are prisoners, and the werewolf wizards are jailers. Avery is not the only one who feels uncomfortable with this. Many wizards looked at Asia with dissatisfaction, waiting for her explanation. Be calm, Avery, the place you are going to is more secret this time, so I have to be more careful. Asia explained, then took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Doug. Special. Let's pass it on to each other and see. Doug took the parchment and glanced at it. After a moment of reflection, he understood what it was, and passed it to Gleason. Kept passing like this, and it didn't take long for the parchment to reach Avery's hand. He looked at it curiously, and it was just a line of words on it. The combat headquarters is located in the underground fort of the Wizard Market in Knockdown Alley. The moment I saw this line of words, the memory that had been blocked suddenly appeared in my mind. Avery was taken aback for a moment, and then there was a chill in his heart, almost thinking that his memory had been tampered with before. Fortunately, he quickly remembered that he had seen an introduction to magic in the family's book collection that could explain such a strange situation. Avery looked down at the parchment in his hand again, and immediately determined that this should be the effect of the Courageous Faithfulness curse. It is a powerful and ancient magic that can hide a secret in the soul of a living person. It is usually used to hide extremely precious things, or to create a safe house free from foreign enemies. Realizing this, Avery suddenly became a little excited. This is undoubtedly a very important piece of information. If he can take this note back, the Dark Lord will forgive him for his previous betrayal, and he will no longer have to engage in such dangerous spying work, and he may even be respected by the Dark Lord. The more I think about it, Avery's heart gets hotter, but the scene is like a basin of cold water poured down, so Avery wakes up. As one of the 6 founding families of the Wizarding Market, Avery knew that the vicinity of the underground fortress had been given anti-phantom shifting magic. In addition, the werewolf wizards have been guarding the door. It is almost impossible for him to take this parchment with the address and leave. Thinking of this, Avery was a little disappointed. If he could, he would never give up this hard-won opportunity www.ndlenovel.com, but being stared at by Aisha and others, it was very difficult to do tricks. You haven't finished it yet? Avery. Aisha stared at Avery's every move and asked him coldly when he saw him staring blankly for a long time. Hearing this, Avery's expression shrank, and he passed the parchment to another wizard, and said with emotion. After reading it, I also recalled some things. I didn't expect that Your Excellency Halls would trust us so much and would be willing to tell us all of such an important place. Of course, since standing here, everyone is a trustworthy person. A little smile appeared on Asia's face. Avery put on a deeply touched appearance, but from the bottom of his heart he was mocking, and he felt that his choice was extremely correct by relying on the Dark Lord. About 10 seconds later, the parchment was passed to the hand of the last wizard. When everyone read it, a black flame emerged from the surface of the parchment, and quickly burned the entire parchment to ashes. Avery, who watched this scene, was grateful. He could naturally see that Asia had cast magic on this parchment that would automatically take effect when the conditions were met. In other words, even if he escaped with this parchment with luck, he couldn't tell the Dark Lord the specific address. Chapter 722, That Man is More Terrifying Than Before. Asia paid attention to the changes in the expressions on everyone's faces throughout the whole process, and secretly remembered it, then walked to the mahogany table and turned the oil lamp on it. The wall vibrated and cracked a gap, a large number of stone bricks quickly sank into the ground, and a narrow passage quickly appeared in front of everyone. Since you have all read the note, come in. Asia turned her head and said to the wizards, and then walked into the passage first. On the way to the meeting room, Asia explained the principles and precautions of the red loyalty curse to the wizards who had not yet figured out the situation, which would have caused some unnecessary misunderstandings. There is such a magical magic? No wonder I didn't remember that I was here before. Grace said in a speechless voice after listening to Asia's story. The vast majority of the wizards present were also the first to learn about the Scarlet Loyalty Curse, and they were surprised to discuss the magic of this magic in private. Avery and Rozier did not participate in the discussion, and a sense of superiority faintly rose in their hearts. They had long recognized this as a loyalty curse. And such high-end magic, only those pure-blood wizards with extraordinary knowledge can understand. When Asia pushed open the door of the meeting room, the noisy discussion stopped suddenly. Faintly, a coercion spread throughout the conference room. Every wizard who walked into the conference room felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce and cruel fire dragon. Warning signs sounded constantly in his mind, urging his body to escape here as soon as possible. But no one dared to turn around and leave. Instead, one by one, like the most docile sheep, entered in a long line in an orderly manner. The entire conference room is very dim, only a magic lamp hung on the ceiling provides lighting, and the range of light is limited to the vicinity of the conference table. Yvonne Halls, who had summoned them, was sitting on the main seat at the moment. Half of his face was hidden by the shadows, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. The coercion that vaguely wandered in the meeting room was from the opponent's body. Uploaded. He became more terrifying than before. At the first sight of Yvonne, everyone couldn't help but think of this. A little regret appeared on Avery's face. In his impression, even the powerful Dark Lord had never had such power. He couldn't help but wonder if he was on the wrong team this time. The remaining wizards were also trembling not to approach. They just walked for 10 seconds on the road from the door to the conference table, which was less than 3 meters. Even when they walked to the conference table, no one dared to sit down directly, because there were only 45 seats beside them, and there were 50 people in all. Who should stand? Who can be allowed to sit down? Photographed by Ivan's power, everyone didn't dare to ask questions at all, so they had to turn to Asia for help, hoping that she could give an answer. However, Asia pursed her mouth and did not answer. This situation was also beyond her expectation. Yvonne hadn't discussed it with her in advance, so she didn't actually know it. With Aisha's silence, the atmosphere on the court became more and more solemn, and the quietness in this meeting room with a total of 51 people was a little scary. Only the sound of deliberately lowered breathing could be heard between each other. Some people are puzzled by this, and naturally some people feel terrified. Avery was one of them. Tension and panic filled his mind, fine beads of sweat permeated through his forehead, and the robe behind his back was even more wet. Of course Avery knew what these 45 seats meant, which meant that Yvonne Halls thought 5 of them didn't deserve a seat, or that they didn't deserve to be alive at all. Unfortunately, I may be one of the 5. But now it was obviously too late to escape. Avery had to hold his wand tightly and hide in the crowd with a trace of luck, trying not to attract attention. Long time no see, everyone. In the silence, Yvonne finally spoke. His black pupils stared at everyone present. After scanning for a while, he nodded again and continued to speak. Very well, no one was absent this time. I thought that some of you wouldn't dare to come to this party, so I didn't prepare seats for them. After the words fell, Yvonne clearly felt that some of the wizard's mood fluctuations became more intense. Although none of the wizards present dared to look directly into his eyes, Yvonne first used the dragon's deterrent to deter, and then engaged in mysticism, in order to break through the spiritual defenses of these people and amplify their emotions. Now it seems that the effect is pretty good. Even if Yvonne closes his eyes, he can clearly perceive that the emotions of tension, fear, and regret are escaping from some people's minds. Your Excellency Halls, are you calling us all this time? Is there anything important to tell? Walker couldn't help but ask after the silence lasted for about half a minute. He couldn't bear such a repressive atmosphere. There is indeed an important thing. Yvonne nodded, and then changed his voice and continued. But before that I need to announce a message. 15 years ago, the Dark Lord Voldemort, who was afraid of everyone in the magic world, who didn't dare to call his name, is back. Perhaps it was because the news that Ivan said was too shocking. www.mtlnovel.com. The originally quiet conference room suddenly became noisy. Your Excellency Halls, are you sure that it is true? But the mysterious man should have been dead for more than 10 years, died in the hands of Harry Potter. Joseph asked tremblingly. He's not dead, Josel, never. Ivan explained in a mellow voice. That cowardly guy is more afraid of death than any of us, so he used some dark magic to make sure that he can survive a life-threatening situation when he encounters a mortal situation. Hearing this, everyone present felt a chill in their backs. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of black magic could be powerful enough to avoid death. Everyone's thoughts, Ivan can see clearly, Dang even sneered and said. Believe me, no one can easily evade death, and of course the Dark Lord cannot. If you can see him like that, you will never have such a deep fear of him again. In the past few years, I have also dealt with Voldemort several times. At that time, the black demon lost his power and looked like a poor lonely wild ghost. The ability to cast spells is not even comparable to a goblin. Chapter 723, There are some traitors among us. When Ivan spoke, Joseph and the others bowed their heads in terror. No one dared to arrange a powerful Dark Lord like Ivan. Ivan, who has been running the mind, clearly perceives the fear deep in everyone's heart, which makes him frown. It seems that Voldemort's influence has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and his words alone are obviously not enough to change their minds. But even so, Ivan did not regret to announce the news of Voldemort's resurrection directly, because in any case, he could not hide it. Rather than waiting for them to learn from other channels, something happened, it is better to speak up. Thinking of this, Ivan no longer had any scruples, and continued to speak. Now Voldemort has used some means to regain his strength. There is no doubt about it. I believe some of you have already received this news in advance. Ivan looked around at the crowd, his gaze stopped for a moment on the faces of the pure blood wizards, and finally his gaze was fixed on Doubt's body. I should be right, Doubt? Aren't you going to have a good talk with everyone? The eyes of everyone present also glanced over. Doubt was silent for a while, sighed faintly, and opened the sleeve of his left arm in front of everyone, revealing the weird dark mark on his wrist. A few months ago, the dark demon mark on my hand became more and more obvious. It was a sign of the growing strength of the dark devil. This situation reached its peak 4 days ago, and the dark devil mark suddenly changed. It's very hot. Just as Your Excellency Hall said, that man has regained his strength and is summoning his servants. I never heard you talk about this, Doubt. Asia asked, her eyes sharpened when she looked at Doubt. Before today, I wasn't sure about this, so I was going to wait for Your Excellency Halls to come back and discuss it with you. Doubt explained with ease. After a pause, Doubt might think that this reason was not enough, and then went on to say. That time, I did not respond to the call of the Dark Lord. A loser who relied on fear to stir up chaos is not worthy of our follow. Ivan stared at Doubt with a scrutiny gaze. Of course he knew that the other party had concealed the news of Voldemort's resurrection, not just for the reason just stated. However, Doubt's careful thinking is still within the range he can tolerate, so Ivan didn't mean to open it, nodded and said. A very wise choice, to join a remnant party of the old age is tantamount to self-destruction. Dougert was obviously relieved, and the atmosphere on the court seemed to ease a lot, but Ivan's next sentence quickly made some people's hearts come to their throats. It's just a pity that not everyone is as clear-headed as you and can make a correct choice. It's a pity, everyone. Ivan looked at everyone and said in a disappointed tone. There are a few traitors among us. They may be the power of the Dark Lord, or they may have obtained some promises. In short, they have abandoned us. After Ivan's words fell, everyone present looked around, looking for the traitors Ivan said, and soon questioned each other because of various contradictions. 5 seconds, I can give these people a chance to repent. Ivan suddenly interrupted everyone's discussion. The meeting room became quiet again. Hidden in the crowd, Avery was caught in a battle between heaven and man. When Ivan said this, he almost wanted to take the initiative to stand up. But reason told him that Ivan would never forgive them such betrayers so kindly. All this is likely to be a game, the purpose is to catch the betrayers. Avery even suspects that Ivan doesn't even know who the betrayers are. He just received some news and deliberately told them to blow them up. So as long as you can stay steady, there is a high probability that you can escape this catastrophe. Avery kept comforting himself, hiding in the crowd without saying a word. 5 seconds passed, and Ivan's voice quickly broke his illusion. Avery, I'm very disappointed in you. I thought you would at least have the courage to stand up. Ivan said with a sneer. Under Ivan's gaze, the wizards gathered there spontaneously stepped away, exposing Avery who was hiding. When he heard his name, Avery's heart trembled, and he reluctantly maintained the calm on his face, defending. Your Excellency Halls, I think you have misunderstood. Before Avery finished speaking, Ivan spoke again. Don't you think you were hiding in a crowd that night and I couldn't see you? Avery. Yvonne was not interested in listening to Avery's defense at all. The opponent's unprotected brain, like a sieve, had exposed all his thoughts. Not to mention, before leaving school, he saw most of the faces of Death Eaters from Shining's memory, including Avery's. The werewolf wizards drew out their wands immediately and surrounded Avery, but no one did it directly without Ivan's order. Avery's brain was blank, knowing that he was finished, and his body was soft, and he immediately collapsed to the ground, but he quickly climbed up to Ivan's seat as if thinking of something. The voice pleaded. Your Excellency Halls. Please believe me, I was persecuted by the Dark Lord, no, the Dark Lord. He kept tormenting me and destroying my will. www.mtlnovel.com, forcing me to him reveal the information in Knockdown Alley, otherwise he will kill my wife and children. It seems that you are not so wicked. Yvonne stood up and said in a very kind tone. But I'm somewhat curious about how Voldemort tortured you. Is it like this? Yvonne looked at Avery, who was kneeling next to him, waved his wand without warning, and his voice became very cold. Drill my heart and cut my bones. A burst of indescribable pain came from all over the body, and Avery suddenly uttered an unusually screaming scream, like someone tore off a piece of his flesh with his hand. Avery rolled frantically on the ground, his nose and tears constantly gushing out. I don't know how long this torture finally ended. Avery languidly fell to the ground, twitching like a dead fish from time to time, and the godless eyes were blank, as if I didn't understand why Yvonne was talking. Suddenly do it. I gave you a second chance, but unfortunately you lied to me again. Yvonne looked at the puzzled Avery and said indifferently. The news I received is not like this. Chapter 724, Loyal Rozier. Yvonne spoke while reading the memory that emerged in Avery's mind. Someone told me that you knelt down at Voldemort's feet on the initiative, and exchanged information from Knockdown Alley for his understanding so that he wouldn't punish you, right? Avery. It's a pity that Voldemort won't spare a former betrayer so easily, so he ordered you to come back to me, listen to the information, draw in more wizards from Knockout Alley, and make them become Death Eaters. But since you miss the heartbreaking curse so much, and specifically mentioned this, then I will naturally meet your requirements. Ivan's words were sharp, and every sentence was like a heavy hammer hitting Avery's heart. Avery slumped underground and trembled. He looked at the young wizard in horror. He didn't understand where the other party heard the news. The details are as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. The scene was the same at the time. However, apart from the Dark Lord, there were only a few Death Eaters present that day, and each of them was someone whom the Dark Lord recognized and trusted. You are very secretive, can you hide it from me? Avery, but you may not know it. As long as a third person knows a thing, it is no longer a secret. Yvonne said with a sneer. Avery's face suddenly looked very ugly. Even if it was confirmed that some of the Death Eaters must have betrayed him and leaked his information. Yes, if those people are really so loyal to the Dark Lord, then this society should be locked in Azkaban instead of getting away with it. In Avery's mind, Yvonne naturally saw it clearly, and he didn't mean to correct it. Because this kind of misunderstanding was caused by him deliberately, he made up a spy that didn't exist at all nowadays, to cover up his mind. After all, no wizard would be willing to be read. If you are aware that you are using spiritual magic to probe everyone's minds, even though no one will comment on the surface, there will definitely be grievances behind the scenes. The most important thing is that without chanting the spell to increase the intensity of the spell, his mind can only read a person's superficial thoughts, and there is a possibility of being deceived or concealed. Therefore, it is particularly important to hide your identity as a master of the gods as much as possible. Of course, the disadvantages of saying this are not without. If some of the wizards present in the future were arrested by the Death Eaters and tortured out this information, then Snape's life as a spy for the Order of the Phoenix would definitely be more sad. Yvonne mourned for Snape in his heart for a second, then turned his gaze away from Avery and turned to the other wizards. Apart from Avery, is there anyone else who wants to say something? Do you stand up by yourself, or do you want me to say your names one by one? Yvonne asked. After a short silence, the three wizards stood tremblingly, and to everyone's surprise, one of them was a werewolf. Carter, I didn't expect even you to betray us. Fern looked at the werewolf wizard who stood up, and scolded very angrily. He didn't understand why the other werewolves chose to betray. Yvonne never treated them badly. Not only did he trust them, he provided everyone with stable and high-paying jobs, but he also developed and improved the wolf's poison potion. They can live a normal life. Carter's betrayal now is tantamount to revenge. If Yvonne hadn't spoken yet, Fran would have already wished to kill him directly. Walker and others also stared at the werewolf wizard with contempt and resentment, very worried that Yvonne would have suspicions about them because of this incident. Under the sharp gaze of a group of werewolf wizards, Carter stumbled to his knees, learning Avery climb all the way to Ivan's, begging Ivan's forgiveness. The other two wizards pointed at Avery angrily, clarifying that they were only bewitched and dizzy for a while, so they made the wrong decision. At this moment, Ivan had already sat back in his seat, and he didn't bother to pay attention to the excuses of a few people. He had given the opportunity before, but unfortunately these people had not been able to cherish it, and it was too late to regret it now. While Ivan was silent, the wizards present were still looking for the last betrayer. They all agreed that since Lord Halls deliberately removed the 5 chairs, there would never be a mistake. Roger in the crowd looked restless. He was not sure that the chair that was left was referring to himself. Because Avery had looked for him last night, even though he was hesitating and did not immediately agree, it was not strictly an act of betrayal, but who knows if Ivan would think so. Thinking of this, Roger kept looking around, hoping that someone would stand up, so that he would be completely at ease. But after waiting for half a minute, Roger could not see the scene he had hoped for. As time passed, Roger's heart pressure also increased, and in the end he gritted his teeth and took the initiative to speak. Your Excellency Halls, Avery met with me last night and wanted me to take refuge in the Dark Lord and become a member of the Death Eaters. He also told me that as long as I was willing to take refuge in the Dark Lord, they could help me regain the wizard control of the market. After speaking www.mtlnovel.com, Roger told the whole story like a bamboo tube pouring beans. He didn't dare to conceal the slightest bit. He knew very well that as long as Ivan sent someone to interrogate Avery, these things would be there is no way to hide it. So you agree? Aisha stared at Roger and said harshly. Roger hurriedly shook his head and explained. No, I strictly rejected Avery's proposal, and advised him to think clearly that the person who betrays Your Excellency Halls will never end well. Don't think you can get rid of the relationship by saying that, Roger. Avery, who was limp on the ground, got up with difficulty, stared at Roger fiercely, and interrupted his words. You were the other day. What I told me was that I was ready to carefully consider my opinion and give me an answer the next day. Joke, I said this deliberately just to confuse you, so as to collect evidence, and tell Your Excellency Halls at today's meeting. Roger said righteously, then turned to Ivan and said flatly. It's just that I didn't expect Your Excellency Halls to be aware of it and expose your true face first. Chapter 725, Ivan, this is a win-win move. Roger talked endlessly, and while trying to excuse himself, he did not forget to praise Ivan. However, under his secret peeping, Ivan's reaction was very flat, just staring at him silently. Those black hole eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Roger's heart was uneasy, his voice became lower and lower, and finally his expression stopped. Ivan's index finger tapped lightly on the desktop, looking at the guy in front of him like a wall of grass, thinking about what to do with him. Since she was running through the whole process, Ivan naturally knew that Roger was not as loyal as he himself said. When Avery proposed that he join the Death Eaters, Roger did not agree, but he did consider it for a long time. Based on this, Ivan put Roger into the untrusted camp in his heart. Strictly speaking, the other party has not yet betrayed. At best, it can only be said that his thoughts are not firm. In addition, Roger was the first pure-blood wizard to surrender him, so Ivan did not arrest this guy. Or it means to kill. Thinking of this, Ivan made a decision, and casually raised his wand and waved it. Seeing this scene, Roger's heart suddenly came to his throat, and at that moment he even thought he was about to follow Avery's footsteps. But after waiting for a while, Roger did not wait for the pain he imagined. He followed Ivan's direction and looked at it puzzledly. There was an extra seat in an inconspicuous corner of the long table, which was more obvious than the others. Be short. Roger didn't care at all, his heart was full of excitement and joy, he knew that at least his fortune was saved. At the same time, Ivan's voice also reached his ears. I don't want another time, understand? Ivan put away his wand and said indifferently. Roger nodded frantically, fearing for a while, secretly glad that he took the initiative to stand up just now, sincerely admit his mistake, and now he is exempt from punishment. The last position is really reserved for himself. However, Roger didn't know that he was thinking about it. Before the meeting, the only betrayer Ivan could confirm was Avery alone. The reason for removing 5 seats was just to catch more potential enemies. As for why it is 5? Because setting too many vacancies may cause panic, and even make Avery and others mistakenly believe that they are large in number and directly resist. If it is too few, it will not have any effect, so 5 of them are just right in Ivan's eyes. I didn't expect to make do with it now. Looking at Avery and the others who were still begging on their knees, Ivan waved his hand in annoyance, looked at Fern who was standing by, and said. Take them down and lock them up, it just so happens that my magic experiment still lacks some subjects. For these betrayers, Ivan was not prepared to send them back to the west with Avada's orders several times. That would be too cruel. Too much killing and uncontrolled release of black magic may affect his own character. Therefore, it is better to use waste and treat them as experiments for practicing magic or developing potions. This can not only demonstrate one's humanity, but also make full use of resources to quickly increase the level of magic, which can be described as a win-win move. It's a pity that the few wizards who were dragged down didn't think so. When they heard that Yvonne was about to use them as experimental guinea pigs, they all showed a grey face. Roger and others who were watching were even more wars, looking at Avery and others who were dragged away with pity. All the wizards present know that since last year, their leader Yvonne Halls has been conducting some extraordinarily cruel magic experiments. The prisoners were often still alive when they were summoned, but once they came out of the room, they became lethargic, with a look of despair and fear on their faces. Although no one was injured from the outside, they would lose the memory of that period of time without exception. Therefore, it was once speculated that Yvonne Halls was studying a dark magic that destroys the soul, and that such strict secrecy measures were needed. As a result, there are often prisoners who cannot bear this kind of mental pressure after learning the truth and choose to end their lives in prison early. As I probed the thoughts in everyone's minds, Ivan's mouth couldn't help but twitched. During the summer vacation last year, I only found a few prisoners to practice the Imperious Curse, the Fear Curse, and the Mindfulness. Purging the memories of the prisoners with the Forgetting Curse was only to conceal the secret of being a Dementor, but they didn't want to be misunderstood by them. No wonder he always feels that his experimental body is consumed very quickly, and after a long time, the result is a misunderstanding. Ha, ha 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 ha. As Yvonne was thinking, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded in the silent conference room. Yvonne went through the prestige curiously, and unexpectedly discovered that the laughter was actually made by Avery, who was dragged to the door. Shut up! Fran, who was pulling Avery's neckline, suddenly became a little annoyed. Even if he punched him in the stomach, he couldn't laugh anymore. Let go of him first, Fran. Yvonne said with interest, and he wondered why Avery could still laugh. Fran Yin let go of his hand, and Avery slammed his stomach to the ground, staring at everyone present with a fierce gaze. You won't be proud of it for long. Knockdown Alley is the Master's next goal, and the Dark Lord will not let you go. Having said that, Avery turned his gaze to Yvonne again, gritted his teeth and said, this time you don't have the luck to escape from the Master. Avery's words immediately caused an uproar in everyone's hearts, not only because of the threat posed by the Dark Lord, but more importantly, the information contained in these two sentences. What? You haven't told them what happened that night? Avery said sarcastically. www.mtlnovel.com. He was in the cemetery that day, and witnessed Ivan's embarrassment under the pursuit of the Dark Lord. And fleeing, this is also the reason why he finally chose to sell his intelligence and completely take refuge in the Dark Lord. The moment he said this, Avery was ready to provoke Yvonne to be killed by the opponent. Sometimes death is also a kind of relief, which at least means that one does not have to suffer long-term torture. However, beyond Avery's expectation, Ivan's complexion was very calm, and he didn't seem to be affected by these words. What do you want me to say? Avery? Tell me about the great achievements of the Dark Lord? For example, under the crowd of dozens of Death Eaters, he fought a battle with the famous 15-year-old boy Harry Potter in the cemetery. The result is hard to tell the outcome? Or you want me to tell you how after I rescued Harry Potter, came to chase the Dark Lord and almost lost his life? Chapter 726, The Dark Lord is Invincible. Ivan's words were so sharp that Avery was stunned, and he couldn't believe Ivan's words. It's absolutely impossible, you're lying. Avery yelled frantically, struggling to pounce on it. However, Fran on the side was always vigilant. As soon as Avery made a move, he grabbed his back collar, kicked him to the ground, and forced him to the floor. Avery twisted his body vigorously, trying to break free from Fran's restraint but could not do anything. In the end, he had to prangle his head with difficulty, staring at Yvonne viciously with his eyes, and said angrily. You must be lying to me. The Dark Lord is invincible. He is stronger than any living wizard. You just managed to get away with your master by luck. I saw you with my own eyes that day. How did you run away in embarrassment? I don't have to lie to you. Yvonne looked at Avery and shook his head, sighing. Think about it, Avery. I guess you waited all night in the cemetery that night and didn't wait for the Dark Lord to return from victory, did you? Under Ivan's questioning, Avery's heart gradually sank to the bottom, and the memory in his mind slowly emerged. As Yvonne said, on that night a few days ago, after the Dark Lord went to hunt down Harry Potter, he never returned to the cemetery, but gave them instructions through the Dark Mark to order them to disband temporarily. Leave there. In the next few days, he also failed to see the Dark Lord. Voldemort's instructions were all communicated through Severus Snape. He was seriously injured, of course he dare not go to see you in person. Yvonne read Avery's mind and continued mockingly. Voldemort doesn't want to let you know that the so-called Dark Lord is a powerful wizard. He, like everyone else, can get hurt and die. Hearing this, Avery trembled involuntarily. He couldn't believe all this, but all the evidence pointed to the fact that the Dark Lord was really defeated. When he realized this, Avery seemed to have completely lost his vitality, lying limp on the ground, repeating impossible, this is impossible, the Dark Lord is invincible. Watching this scene, the wizards felt a chill in their hearts, and their fear of Yvonne became more profound. They heard the conversation between Yvonne and Avery just now, and even stupid people could realize that their leader Halls had already fought with the resurrected Dark Lord. Although the specific details of the battle are still unknown, one thing is certain, that is, Voldemort was severely injured in the battle and was forced to hide, but Yvonne stood here fortunately. It's obvious who wins and loses. However, there are also many people who question this. After all, Ivan's age is too deceptive, and the fear caused by the Dark Lord is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If Avery's expression did not seem to be false, and he received a heart-piercing curse firmly, no one would want to believe the fact that the Dark Lord was defeated. Pull it down. Seeing Avery, whose will was almost collapsed, Yvonne suddenly lost interest, waved his hand and ordered Fern to take him away. Yes, Lord Halls. Fern said respectfully with a little awe, and then dragged Avery down by his heel. At this time, Yvonne turned his head to look at the people in the conference room, stretched out his hand and gestured, and said, "Sit down, everyone. Now we can start talking about business." Ivan's gentle tone dissipated a lot of the depressed atmosphere on the court. The wizards gathered in the conference room were relieved and sat down in their chairs honestly. Doubt and Asia sat in the positions of Ivan's left and right hands, and the other wizards also subconsciously followed them and were divided into two factions. On the left are the pure blood wizard and Doubt's friends, while the poor wizards and werewolves from Knockdown Alley are all sitting on the right. It is worth mentioning that the place next to Asia was empty, and no one dared to sit down. It was probably reserved for Fern. Yvonne did not interfere, silently saw the situation in his eyes, and then asked freely what happened in the alley during the time he left. Asia didn't conceal the slightest bit of concealment, and said everything in detail. Doubt also added. In general, Knockdown Alley was fairly peaceful during the year, and the wizard market resumed operation after some maintenance, which greatly alleviated the previous lack of funds. The training of personnel is also carried out every day. Now 60% of wizards have successfully mastered the Iron Armor Curse, and the number of law enforcement officers has increased to more than 20 in one breath, each of whom is an experienced combat expert. Even the striker of the Ministry of Magic, in the case of one-on-one combat, will not be the opponent of the law enforcement. If it is an aura that doubles as a group battle, it will be able to fight. Dougert is very proud. Said. These remarks didn't mean anything to exaggerate. Although the law enforcement officers have only been trained for a year or so, their daily training intensity is several times higher than that of the hitters of the Ministry of Magic. What's more, they have a good foundation in choosing the winners in the duel arena. If he could recruit some more people, Doubt would even have the confidence to directly confront the Ministry of Magic. Very well, you did a great job. Yifan glanced across each law enforcement officer, and said admiringly. The law enforcement officers all straightened their chests, like soldiers under review. www.mtlnovel.com. When Yvonne spit out these words, they all felt that this time of hard practice was worthwhile. Walker asked boldly. Your Excellency Halls, we have been waiting for a whole year. When will we be able to make a big move? The wizards present also looked at Yvonne in anticipation, and were eager to try. They had nothing to do except for patrolling, training, and gathering intelligence every day for the past year, and they were about to fall ill. Since you all can't wait, let's just set it tonight. Yvonne nodded and nodded, then turned his gaze to Dougert and asked. How many wizards are there in the entire Knockdown Alley? The people who have been here for a long time, besides us, there are about 160 people. Dougert hesitated and replied. Yvonne thought about the conditions for achieving the system task Rectify Knockout Alley, and quickly made a decision. What you have to do tonight is to bring everyone in Turnover Alley to the Wizarding Market. I have a few words to say. Chapter 727, the 1-year period has come. Everyone. Doubt looked at Yvonne in astonishment. Why? Can't it be done? Yvonne raised his brows and asked. No, of course it's okay. Doubt shook his head quickly. Although this is a very difficult job, as long as you pick a good time to make a surprise attack in the middle of the night, and a little luck, you can still ensure that there are no fish slipping through the net. That's good. You need to pay special attention to these other people. They are all Death Eaters. Remember to be careful when you are arrested. Don't let them have the opportunity to resist. Yvonne said as he drew his wand out at the conference table. Tap on it. Under the influence of deformation magic, several human faces quickly appeared on the mahogany wood table, lifelike and unforgettable. Doubt stared carefully for a while, and immediately promised that all these people would be caught tonight. The whole meeting lasted for more than an hour. After the battle plan and specific hands-on time were drawn up, Yvonne finally announced that today's meeting was over. The wizards in the conference room stood up, saluted Yvonne respectfully, and then left their seats in an orderly manner. When the last wizard walked out of the meeting room door, the originally dim room suddenly became much brighter. Sitting in the main seat, Yvonne no longer pretended to be pretentious, and his tight expression suddenly relaxed, and he leaned against the soft-backed chair very decadently. It's really troublesome, finally got it done. Ivan rubbed his stiff face and whispered to himself softly. If possible, he would rather read a book and practice magic leisurely when he came home during the summer vacation, rather than organizing a meeting of a large group of dark wizards to discuss how to remediate Knockdown Alley. It's a pity that things were not as expected. Voldemort's resurrection completely disrupted Ivan's plan, and also caused the originally stable situation in Knockdown Alley to suddenly become chaotic. In order to remove the unstable factors in the Knockover Alley, and to gain enough strength to protect himself, he had to consider completing the tasks released by the system to obtain more legendary points. The most important thing is that these days is his last chance to complete the task. Because according to the information given by Avery, the Dark Lord intends to recruit people and expand his influence in Knockout Alley. Once the other party actually intervenes, his task of rectifying Knockout Alley will probably never be completed. Therefore, the only plan for the present is to cut the mess with a quick knife. Taking advantage of Voldemort's serious injury now, while hiding and training, all the opponents in Knockout Alley are dealt with in one breath. Thinking of this, Ivan glanced at the system taskbar again, and the information on it had changed again. Become the King of Knockdown Alley. Mission objective, rectify the Knockdown Alley, 3rd Ring Road. Task progress, 69%. Mission reward, Mark of Magic. Legendary value, 3, achievement of the King of Knockdown Alley. Mission description, the 1-year period has come, you finally decided not to forbear, and you will bloodbath the entire Knockdown Alley with thunderous means, sanction opponents and let everyone worship under your rule. Looking at the progress of the mission, Ivan nodded in satisfaction, and it seemed that the direction of his actions was not wrong. But when he moved his gaze down to see the task description, the corners of his mouth still inevitably twitched. Sure enough, this is the system he is very familiar with. But this at least proves that what he thought was not wrong. To complete the task of rectifying Knockout Alley, it does not need all the wizards in Knockout Alley to be convinced by him. Relying on some less humanitarian methods, the goal can be achieved. Of course, Ivan is not planning to kill all opponents as described in the mission statement, but intends to rely on power and deterrence to allow these people to temporarily recognize his rule. As for whether these grudge wizards would pretend to obey and regret them in the future, Ivan couldn't control it. After all, he didn't really want to rule Knockdown Alley, as long as the mission was completed and the legend was reached, the other Ivans would not care at all. At 1 o'clock at midnight, in the wizard market in Knockdown Alley, Ivan stood alone on the platform of the restored square and issued an assembly instruction. The next moment, one after another figure appeared in the center of the square out of thin air. In just 3 seconds, the 46 wizards were all counted. One by one, they were full of energy and fully armed, and they were obviously prepared for action long ago. Many people's eyes were filled with tension and excitement. After practicing for a whole year, their magic skills have improved significantly, and now it's finally time to come in handy. Fran, send the task list down. Ivan ordered. Fran should claim it was, and then handed down the stack of parchment he was holding to everyone's hands. Grace took the share that belonged to her and took a curious look. The map of Knockoff Alley was drawn on the parchment. 5 locations were accurately circled and several people's names were faintly written on it. Grace immediately understood that these people were her goal tonight. Wait. Why is your map the same as mine? Walker leaned forward curiously. He looked at the map in his hand and then at Grace's. There was almost no difference between the 2 maps. Does that still need to be said? This means that we have to act together tonight. Grace rolled her eyes, looked for a while on the parchment, and quickly saw a conspicuous sign 7. Well, it seems that we are all from the 7th team. Just as Grace thought, when everyone got the map, Ivan on the stage explained it. Considering that the wizards in Knockdown Alley are not good stubborns, and there may be accidents when acting alone, so he plans to split the 46 wizards into groups of 2 to 4 and take care of each other to carry out tonight's actions. This can not only ensure efficiency www.mtlnovel.com, but also avoid danger to a great extent. Remember, your actions must be fast. Ivan looked around the crowd and said in a serious tone. Once you start to do something and make a noise, you may be noticed by other wizards, so the time left for you is very urgent. I hope that before dawn, you can invite everyone on the list to come here. Ivan kept talking about the precautions of this operation, the most important of which is to race against time. After all, the entire Knockdown Alley is not big, even if the ruins on the east side are added, it is only equivalent to a large street square. If there is chaos, it is easy to be noticed. It's just that some conflicts in Knockdown Alley are common occurrences. The wizards here have always practiced the posture of hanging up high without regard to themselves. No matter how happy they are outside, as long as they feel that they have nothing to do with them, they will be bored and sleepless. The key to this action is to take advantage of this, and to kill everyone before they have figured out the situation. Chapter 728, Is it really appropriate for you to invite people like this? Due to time constraints, Ivan did not discuss the details of the battle in a lengthy manner. After a simple reminder, he looked around at the crowd and signaled that they were ready to go. The wizards gathered in the square immediately took action. After establishing their respective teams and goals, they all performed apparition and disappeared in place. The whole process was efficient and fast, and it only took less than half a minute. Ivan, who was watching this scene, nodded secretly. Compared to a year ago, these wizards have indeed grown a lot, and they are no longer like a patchwork army, with a certain degree of organization and discipline. It seems that Asia has not trained them less this year, and it is no wonder that Daub confidently said that in the case of group fights, the law enforcement officers can beat twice as many Aurors. Thinking of this, Ivan suddenly realized that he already possessed an extremely large power, second only to the Ministry of Magic, even the Death Eater army that Voldemort had just rebuilt, or Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. Not as good. However, it is a pity that the magic world is different from the Muggle world. The level of individual spell casting ability can directly determine the outcome of a small battle. Ivan has not forgotten that Daub once told him that the Ministry of Magic arranged a beheading operation against Voldemort in the last Wizarding War. The Auror and the rebels who spontaneously participated in the war had a total of 50 wizards. Everyone is an elite honed in the Wizarding War. However, even such a resistance team was still defeated by Voldemort. Because there are no survivors, no one knows whether Voldemort alone did this battle or someone leaked the information in the middle. Voldemort planned to summon his servants to fight against the encirclement. In contrast, Ivan prefers the former. Because with the increase in strength, Ivan felt more and more that ordinary wizards were no longer a threat to him. In the situation of melee, it is not a problem to hit 10 Aurors in one breath. This is still limited to too little magic power, let alone Voldemort. For a wizard of this level, the role of the human sea tactics is very limited. This also means that even if the law enforcement officers have outstanding combat power, their biggest role is only to help him contain the large number of Death Eaters, and it is difficult to provide him with much help in high-level battles. Just as Ivan was thinking about it, the slight explosion and the light of fire in the distance came into view, pulling his floating thoughts back. At the same time, two figures appeared out of thin air in the street on the east side of Turnover Alley. Well, it should be here. According to intelligence, the wizard we are going to invite this time is living alone. There is no other person in the family. He is of average strength and is the best one to deal with among all the targets. Grace looked at her hand. Map, said enthusiastically. But how should we invite him? Just knock on the door and ask. Walker scratched his head and asked puzzledly. The smile on Grace's face suddenly froze. She hadn't thought about this problem at all before she came, and now she has heard Walker mention it and realized it. In the middle of the night, if someone suddenly comes to invite you to a place, it is unlikely that anyone will agree to it. Anyway, give me a courtesy first, then try to speak. What if the other party can talk very well? Grace hesitated for a long time, and finally said. Walker was a little worried about being stunned and ran away by the other party, but it was not easy to hit him directly. After all, there was more than this room nearby. After the two discussed, Grace stepped forward quickly and knocked the door. After a long time, no one responded. When the two frowned and wondered if there was no one inside, a husky and nervous male voice rang. Who? Grace felt a shock, and said cautiously. That's it, sir, we are the law enforcers of the Wizarding Market. Your Excellency Hall sincerely invites you to meet in the Wizarding Market immediately. Grace's words seemed to relieve the wizard inside, but his words quickly became a little annoyed, and said very impatiently. I'm not interested, get out of here, don't bother me to rest. Walker's face suddenly darkened, and Grace was also a little angry. It's just that they also know that it is very impolite to come to disturb others to sleep in the middle of the night, so they planned to persuade a few more words. But just as the two were about to speak, there was a wave of spatial fluctuations behind them. Grace was holding the magic wand and turned her head very vigilantly, but her tight expression soon relaxed, because the apparition was shifted by 3 law enforcement officers, and Joseph behind was also carrying a coma on the shoulders. The wizard of the past. Grace? Walker? Haven't you figured it out yet? Joseph looked at the two of them. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com said in surprise. Josel? Why did you come here? Walker said unexpectedly. The goals of each team are unlikely to coincide. Hey, does that need to be said? Of course it is because his wife is inside. Joseph pointed to the wizard who had passed out on his shoulders, and said with a strange smile. Walker and Grace were a little confused. The information they got was that the owner of this room should be a wizard who lives alone. The faint voices of a few people gradually spread to this small room, and there was a burst of harassment inside. Go, don't let them run away. Noticing this, Joseph didn't hesitate at all. He waved his magic wand and broke the lock with the opening curse, and then rushed in directly with the wizard on his shoulders. The other 2 law enforcement officers were also very decisive, without saying a word, rushed into the house with Joseph. The next moment, fierce shouts and fighting sounded from the room. Walker and Grace hurriedly chased after them, and the battle was over after just such a moment of effort. When the two rushed into the house, the place was in a mess. In addition to Joseph and the others, there were also a man and a woman, 2 wizards on the ground. They looked disheveled and seemed to have just put on their clothes. Has passed out in a coma. Joseph was instructing a law enforcement officer to take the fainted witch with him, and then turned his head to look at the 2 people who walked in, and enthusiastically stepped forward and patted Walker on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't take credit for your work, I have already caught this person for you, no thanks. Seeing the wizard who fell on the ground and passed out into a coma, Walker and Grace looked at each other. If they remember correctly, Your Excellency Halls asked them to invite people to the wizarding market. You really invite people like this? Is that good? Chapter 729, Open the door, the community will send warmth. A minute later, several people walked out of the house carrying their goals. Due to the urgent task and other targets to be dealt with, Joseph and the others did not stay here much. After exchanging information with Walker and Grace, they apparat and disappeared in place. It seems that we can't wait any longer. Grace muttered to herself, who was still staying in place. Just now she learned from Joseph that those fast teams had already invited 3 or 4 goals in this period of time, and they had just settled one. Yes, we have to speed up too. Walker nodded in agreement, he didn't want to be the last one to complete the task. The high-spirited 2 took out the map again, and used apparition to go to the location of the next target. According to this, in another room 10 meters away, Vincent, who was awakened by yelling and breaking the door, slowly lowered the curtain. While irritated by these people's congresses that affected his sleep at night, Vincent also faintly gloated, secretly guessing what happened to the unlucky guy next door that would have caused such a big battle. But what does this have to do with me? Vincent mumbled secretly, thought for a while, and then gave up the probing. There are too many similar things in Knockoff Alley. Many wizards hide in Knockoff Alley because they have criminal records in their hands. Vincent yawned, then lay back on the bed and went back to sleep. I don't know how long it took, and vaguely, a dull knock on the door reached Vincent's ears, accompanied by the rough voices of several big guys. Open the door, the community will send warmth. More than an hour passed in a flash, and the originally empty square was already full of invited people, and all kinds of noisy voices reverberated. Most of these wizards were transported after being forcibly knocked out, and few of them could figure out what happened. Even when they just woke up, some people tried to rally and resist, trying to escape from here. But it's a pity that the law enforcers had already confiscated their magic wands. A group of wizards without magic wands, no matter how large the number of them were, they couldn't make any waves. The few leaders were even more fierce by the guarded law enforcers. I learned a lesson. Seeing the fate of these pioneers, the order on the square was barely maintained. The wizards who were captured temporarily suppressed the rising anger in their hearts and chose to continue to wait and see. When things became clear, they decided on their own position. About 10 minutes later, Walker and Grace showed up on the square with 2 wizards. When they realized that they were the last team to arrive, both of them looked a little depressed. But fortunately, they didn't wait for a long time, and Yvonne didn't mean to blame them. After the wizards who had passed out in a coma woke up, he slowly stepped onto the high platform. The crowd who was talking about it suddenly quieted down, and everyone spontaneously turned their gazes to the high platform. As Yvonne moved forward step by step, a coercion gradually shrouded their hearts. It feels like someone is holding a heavy object on their shoulders, and is still adding weight bit by bit. Noting the suspicious expressions on the wizards' faces, Yvonne on the stage nodded secretly. The newly acquired bloodline magic was more powerful than he had imagined. Not to mention the dragonized state, just the extended dragon will help. He solved a lot of troubles. Under the gaze of everyone, Yvonne quickly walked to the center of the high platform, opened his hand, and spoke very enthusiastically. Everyone, thank you very much for being invited to participate in this important rally. The law enforcement officers onlookers clapped their applause very interestingly, while the wizards who were caught frowned and looked at Yvonne on the stage indifferently. Vincent suffocated his stomach and sneered even more. Do you mean sending someone to break into our house and knock them out before bringing them here? Yvonne was not angry at Vincent's sudden interruption, but rather politely explained. Please forgive me for the rudeness of the law enforcement officers. Because the incident happened suddenly, in order to bring everyone here smoothly, it is usually necessary to take some special measures, lest some people with bad intentions take the opportunity to escape. As Yvonne spoke, his gaze turned slightly to the right. The Death Eaters in Shining's memory were now with rope and thrown under the platform, looking very miserable. Vincent couldn't help shivering as he watched this scene. His tone was slightly reduced, and he asked. Then Your Excellency Halls took so much thought to invite us people here, what are you going to do? Yvonne looked around at the crowd, and said in a calm tone. Now all the wizards in Knockdown Alley are here. I invite you to come today to discuss the future that belongs to Knockdown Alley. The future of Knockoff Alley? In the square, the wizards who heard these words showed mocking and disdainful expressions, but Ivan ignored them and continued to speak. I have heard people say that Knockdown Alley is a sanctuary for a group of poor people, and some people think it is a concentration camp for villains and dark wizards. However, since the beginning of Knockdown Alley, chaos and killings have always been here. The main theme, I believe none of you will oppose this. When Ivan said this, he suddenly paused www.mdlnovel.com and turned to look at Vincent. Vincent, if I remember correctly, your wife died in a melee in Knockoff Alley 3 years ago. It was a battle that had nothing to do with you. It was caused by a conflict between several wizards. They fought near your house, and it hit your wife, which led to her unfortunate death. Although you have successfully avenged her, but the dead cannot be restored after all. I don't think that was the result you wanted. Vincent's expression suddenly became a little gloomy, and Ivan's words were equivalent to forcibly removing the scars that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Ivan didn't mean to stimulate Vincent too much, and his gaze quickly turned to another wizard. Mark, I heard that your child was almost taken away, and he almost died at home. What on earth are you trying to say? Mark's face became a little unsightly. If he hadn't had a wand in his hand and there were spellcasters staring around him, he would have done it a long time ago. Good question. Ivan nodded, and he looked at the wizards in the audience and spoke word by word. I think Knockdown Alley has been chaotic for too long, and a brand new order is needed here. Chapter 730, My friends, it's time to make a change. I know that among you there are lowly thieves, wicked thugs, and dark wizards who study taboo magic and are not tolerated by the world. You are very comfortable here, and even take the initiative to create chaos and enjoy it. But I think there are more people who are tired of those unreasonable fights. They don't want the blood of strangers to be stained in front of the house. They don't want their children and relatives to face the risk of death when they walk on the street. I'm fed up with the endless exploitation of the weak by the strong. Those abusers never have a trace of sympathy. As long as they think you are weak and deceptive, they will take away your only ration without mercy. Having said that, Ivan's tone became more and more high. He looked at the moving faces in the audience, and said again. So, my friends, it's time to make a change. Knockdown Alley desperately needs an order. From today on, we will not have to worry that we will be affected by an unreasonable melee when we walk outside the door, and we will be stolen from the meager hard-earned income, and we do not need to fear the bullying by the mob. We will live in a brand new place, a new home that abandons chaos and has order. Ivan's words resounded in everyone's minds like Hong Zhong. Many dark wizards showed uneasy expressions on their faces. They looked around in horror, and the emotions of more people had been aroused by these words. Just as Ivan had imagined, the largest number of people in a slum is the poor. Most of them grew up here, and a few migrated from other places and settled here. These people are the victims of the chaotic situation in Knockdown Alley. According to outsiders, they are a group of cockroaches and mice hiding in the corner, a group of people who have been completely abandoned by the magic world. No one hates the chaos here more than them, and no one expects order more than them. To complete the task of rectifying Knockdown Alley, Ivan knew that he must try his best to win the support of these people. However, just as Ivan was speaking, a very discordant voice suddenly rang. Even the Ministry of Magic can't control here, so what are you? Ivan's speech stopped. He heard the sound and looked over. The voice was a middle-aged wizard in his 30s, with a gloomy look on his face. This is a good question. It's just that I don't like someone interrupting me when I am talking, understand? The smile on Ivan's face remained unchanged, still so polite. This caused the onlookers to shudder. Only the middle-aged wizard showed a somewhat disdainful expression on his face. He thought Ivan's reaction was a cowardly and fearful expression, but before he could speak again, Ivan on the stage suddenly waved without warning. Up the wand. Drill my heart and cut my bones. A burst of unspeakable pain instantly swept through his body. The middle-aged wizard who was still aggressive before fell to the ground in the next second, crazily twisting his body, his nails pierced deeply into his palms, and his mouth sent out stern words. Wailing. At the beginning, the wizard was quite strong, and even gritted his teeth to lower his voice as much as possible, but after Ivan increased his spells, his will immediately collapsed and turned into a humble one. Begging Ivan's forgiveness. However, no matter how the other party pleaded, Ivan's expression did not change in any way, casting the spell unwaveringly, just watching the wizard struggling painfully on the ground in silence. Ivan slowly put away his wand until the other party slid like a dead dog. The whole square is quiet and scary. Crowd Zhong Sente looked at the middle-aged wizard who had been tortured into a coma not far away, and then looked at the figure on the high platform. A chill in his heart could not help. The eyes of the other wizards looking at Ivan were also full of fear and panic. Before Ivan's polite attitude and slightly immature face, they couldn't help but have some illusions, thinking that they were standing in front of them as a weak and deceiving lamb. But Ivan's sudden heart-piercing curse completely tore through this layer of camouflage. The law enforcement officers surrounding them are reminding everyone that this is not a lamb, but a man-eating tiger. Anyone else intends to ask questions? Ivan's voice rang again. No one dared to respond, everyone bowed their heads in fear, and the wail of the wizard seemed to be still echoing in their ears, blocking their words. Ivan was not surprised by the changes in everyone's expressions. He had long understood that some people in Knockdown Alley were unreasonable. Only oppression and pain can make the villains remember. But for the honest wizards, Ivan has always been tolerant, and also meant to ease the dignified atmosphere, lest these people mistakenly think that they are a cruel wizard, so they speak gently. You don't need to be afraid of me. Sharp knives are always reserved for those who need to be punished. Those wise men who can recognize the situation and those who are willing to follow the order will receive the most generous treatment. Now please make your choice. All the wizards in Knockdown Alley are here. You have the right to decide for yourself the future of this forgotten land, whether you want to continue to follow the chaos of the past or build a new order with me. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. Those who agree, please raise your arms, those who disagree. Ivan looked around everyone present and pointed his wand to the empty space under the high platform. www.ndlnovel.com. Please stand up. As time passed bit by bit, the wizards gathered in the square hesitated. Although Ivan's words were on their hearts, these few words were not enough to convince them. The least trustworthy thing in Turnover Alley is the words, not to mention that they were all caught by force this time. Therefore, compared to the beautiful new home portrayed by Ivan, everyone was more afraid of the law enforcement officers who were surrounded by magic wands in all directions. As for the empty talk about democratic voting by Ivan, no one is so stupid to believe that the wizard who smashed into Ivan is still lying there unconscious, and no one wants to follow in his footsteps. Half a minute passed in a flash, during which no one raised their hand, and no one dared to stand up, as if they were carrying out some kind of silent protest. Ivan's complexion remained the same, he was still calm and composed, but he was playing drums in his heart, wondering if he was too impatient. I knew I should find a few tone in advance to help myself speak in the crowd. Chapter 731, Knockover Alley needs order. Seeing that time was about to pass, Ivan's heart gradually sank to the bottom. He made so many preparations today and captured all the wizards in Knockout Alley in one breath. If he succeeded in one fell swoop, it would be nice to say that once he failed, the consequences would be serious. Fortunately, Ivan was slightly relieved that when there were only 10 seconds left, one hand was slowly raised. The wizards who were still hesitating for a while turned their heads and looked over. It was Mark who raised their hands. Under everyone's gaze, Mark did not waver at all. He stared at Ivan on the high platform, then glanced at his 9-year-old son who was arrested with him, and finally sighed. Perhaps you are right, Knockdown Alley needs order, I don't want what happened that day to happen again. Mark's affectionate sigh moved the wizards present. But the voice of opposition soon rang. Who knows if what he said is true? There shouldn't be any need for him to lie to us. Mark pointed to the law enforcement officers gathered around and reminded him. Don't forget, we didn't have a choice from the beginning. Mark's meaning is very obvious, the situation is better than people now, even if Ivan is uneasy and kind, they have nothing to do. After a while of silence, more and more wizards raised their hands, and those who had opposed opinions had to temporarily bow their heads in this form. After a while, everyone in the audience raised their hands in agreement, and the heart that Ivan had been holding finally let go. Although the 1-minute time limit has long passed, at least the result he wanted has now been achieved. The only pity is that the reminder of the task completion has not sounded. With a thought, Ivan opened the taskbar and took a look. The task of rectifying Knockdown Alley has increased to 97%. Why is there still 3% of the progress left? Did I miss something? Ivan's brows were slightly frowned. He looked at the raised hands and suddenly realized something. His brows stretched out. He took a few steps forward, smiling again on his face, and opened his hands. Spoke out. I am glad that everyone can make the right choice. You and I are all wizards living in this forgotten land, suffering from hunger and suffering, and now have the same beliefs, and should unite as brothers and sisters. But please allow me to say one more. The smile on Ivan's face narrowed slightly, and his words gradually became sharper. Some of you are not worthy to stand with us. They are bullies, perpetrators, murderers, looters, and people who bring us pain and make our lives worse off every day. They are not friends but our enemies. Ivan was pacing on the high platform, eagle-like eyes swept over the wizards with sudden changes, and then grinned. I can understand the resentment and pain in each of you, and allow you to vent now. Push the perpetrators in front of me and stand trial. This is the first thing I will do for you. As soon as this statement came out, the orderly square immediately became chaotic, and an old witch screamed. What's a joke? Don't be fooled by him, he just wants to divide and enslave us. We have more than 100 people here. Why don't they dare to kill us all? The other wizards also sternly agreed. However, Ivan didn't pay attention to their words at all, and after blessing himself with a loud voice curse on his backhand, he shouted loudly to everyone in the audience. Go ahead, let us rebuild order. Ivan's words were like pressing a certain switch, and the faces of the poor people who were loyal and dare not to resist showed fierce expressions. The squeezed anger in their hearts was completely ignited. Turn to those wizards who just tried to stir up chaos. What do you want to do? A dark wizard asked with a stern voice. He subconsciously wanted to grab the wand hung around his waist, but he rushed for nothing. Only then did he remember that his wand had been snatched away by the hateful law enforcers, and even some of the dark magic items he had hidden in his pocket were looted when he was in a coma. Except for the 2 pairs of fists, he no longer has the ability to fight against this group of mobs. He can only watch a dozen or so angry wizards throw them to the ground. The noise and chaos lasted for about 5 minutes. 20 or so wizards were quickly kicked out by the crowd, each with their noses and faces swollen. Obviously they were beaten during this time. The last wizard who was pushed out was even more blue and purple, and looked very miserable, but he climbed onto the high platform uncharacteristically, trembling slightly in front of Ivan, crying bitterly. Accusing myself of being wronged and framed. Ivan looked down at the wizard and said indifferently. Jamie Davis. Your Excellency Halls, do you know me? Jamie's heart suddenly slammed. Of course I know. Ivan said playfully. 21 years ago, you graduated from Hogwarts. Before, you lived in the magic world by selling fake goods. It wasn't until you killed an aura who saw through you 14 years ago that you escaped to Knockoff Alley. Become a habitual thieves and predators here, am I right? Jamie's pupils shrunk slightly and looked at Ivan with horrified eyes. The other party knew his habit of stealing, and he could understand it, but the fact that he once killed the aura was clearly a secret that no one knew. He can't understand where the other party learned about the news www.mdlnovel.com, but Jamie has already thought so much unintentionally, and the fearful expression on his face has gradually become hideous. He has been from the beginning. Knowing that Ivan would not let him go so easily, the law enforcers around him also cut off his retreat. The only way to survive is to hijack the young wizard in front of him, and now is the best opportunity. A trace of excitement surged into his heart, and Jamie knew that the law enforcement officers at such a close distance would never be able to provide support, and the wizard who was close to him would never have the chance to pull out his wand. Jamie jumped up from the ground almost instantaneously, leaped straight at Ivan, and stretched out his flexible right hand to point at Ivan's neck. But beyond Jamie's expectation, after his sudden uproar, Ivan did not move at all, calmly a little scary. Under the action of the mind consciousness, Jamie's thoughts have long been exposed, so in the face of such an sudden attack, Ivan just spit out a few words sarcastically. Ridiculous. Chapter 732, Interrupted Assembly. While Ivan was speaking, the 17 magic texts engraved on the left wrist bracelet were instantly lit, a shockwave composed of magic power spread quickly in all directions. The expression on Jamie's face suddenly froze, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer in his chest, and flew out embarrassedly, rolling all the way and hitting the huge stone pillars erected around the square. The law enforcement officers guarding over there were not too slow to react, and neatly Jamie, who was left with only a breath after landing. Ivan seemed to have done a trivial thing. He didn't even look there. He turned his gaze to the 24 dark wizards who had been pushed out by the crowd, and used the spirit of sedentary mind to scrutinize them one by one as before. Their crime. Robbery. Killing. Stealing. Fraud. Curse. One by one, overt or undercover crimes were gradually revealed by Ivan. Every sorcerer who was named has a cold sweat on his head and a warrior figure. Ivan on the stage is like a devil in hell, digging out the deepest secrets in their hearts. The wizards standing below were filled with righteous indignation, and Ivan's words mobilized all the anger they had accumulated over the years, and they wished to rush up and smash these people immediately. If the eyes can kill people, these 20-odd thugs would have been battered long ago. Dougert was a little curious about Ivan's source of intelligence. In the afternoon, Ivan asked him to get a list of people who need attention in the Knockoff Alley, but the information he wrote in there was far less than Ivan's current information. It was so detailed. Could it be that Ivan has other sources of intelligence? While Dougert was contemplating hard to understand, Ivan had finished talking about everyone's crimes and made a corresponding trial. Among them, 9 people were immediately sentenced to death for their crimes, and the remaining 16 were sentenced to life imprisonment. In the indifferent sound of Ivan's trial, the 25 wizards were full of ugliness, either kneeling to pray, or crying bitterly. Only one old witch stared at Ivan viciously and shouted with a sharp voice. Tau! You have no right to judge us. The law enforcement officers gathered around this place laughed, but to their expectations, Ivan nodded and said in agreement. You are right, I don't have this right. Everyone present was startled, even the old witch did not expect that Ivan would actually agree with her words. However, before she could react, Ivan turned his head and scanned the wizards under the high platform, and continued loudly. Yes, I certainly don't have this right, but they do. It is not my selfish desire to judge you, but a choice made by all the wizards in Knockdown Alley. Ivan's words immediately awakened the wizards gathered in the square, and soon someone spoke in agreement. Yes. Put them to death. Hang these people on a pole. No, you can't make them so cheap, use a heartbreaking curse. Another wizard looked at the old witch angrily and retorted loudly. The voices of the crowd made the dark wizards who were about to be judged plunged into deep fear. There were even a few voices in the crowd suggesting that Ivan cut them off, or tortured them to death with a heart-piercing curse. Quiet. Amidst the noise, Ivan raised his hand, and his voice was as loud as thunder under the blessing of magic. A few seconds later, the chaotic square was silent again, and a pair of eyes looked towards the stage, and compared to the previous look at Ivan, the eyes were a little more agreeable. At the same time, the system prompt for the completion of the task also rang in Ivan's mind. It's just that this meeting, Ivan didn't have time to pay attention to it for the time being, he put all his energy on the hundreds of wizards in the audience. My fellow citizens, I understand your inner anger very well. But blind killing is undesirable. Some of them are guilty and some are not dead. What we should pursue is order rather than chaos. Judgment is not to vent anger, but to give them the retribution they deserve. Having said this, Ivan paused, and then solemnly spoke again. I promise you that each of them will get the most fair trial. Starting today, Knockdown Alley will also usher in a new chapter. With Ivan's encouragement, the enchanting wizards of Knockdown Alley gradually calmed down. Paying attention to the expressions of everyone, Ivan nodded secretly. He knew that his prestige had been initially established. It's not in vain that he memorized the entire afternoon's speech, and he secretly rehearsed several times in the middle. Now it seems that these efforts are worthwhile, and even the effect is surprisingly good. He originally thought that in the end he would need to rely on a strong policy to make these people succumb, but he did not expect the wizards of Knockdown Alley to cope better than he thought. The corners of Ivan's mouth were slightly raised, and at this moment, a slight applause suddenly passed from the right side of the square, breaking the silence on the court. At first, Ivan thought it was the law enforcement officers who were cheering for him, but when he looked over, he was shocked in a cold sweat. The two law enforcement officers guarding there had fallen to the ground for some time, life and death unknown. The faint applause came from the depths of darkness that the fire can't reach. Who? Fern and others also reacted at this time, drawing out their wands and pointing them in the direction of the sound. Under the dim night, a tall and thin figure slowly walked out, the dark wizard robe and the night almost merged into one, only the red eyes were faintly visible in the night. What a wonderful speech! He stepped to the front of the stage www.mtlnovel.com, stopped applauding, and said in an admiring tone. There was a slight smile on the face of the pale snake with no trace of blood, which was creepy. Voldemort? Ivan's pupil shrunk, staring at the strange figure in front of him in amazement, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Why is he here? How could it be here? Was it because there were traitors among those law enforcement officers, or because they called each other's name in the underground fortress, or did the Death Eaters successfully activate the Dark Mark before they were captured? Countless thoughts flashed through Ivan's mind. But these are not the key points. What really puzzled him was that according to Dumbledore's judgment, Voldemort had suffered a fatal injury in that battle, and he needed to lie in bed for a while. This is why he dared to hold this big rally in the wizarding market. But now Voldemort, who should have been seriously injured, stood in front of him with good grace. Chapter 733, You and I are the same people. After detecting the invasion, except for the guards, all the other wizards gathered together. Dozens of magic wands formed a semicircle to surround them, but after seeing the pale and strange snake face of the opponent, there was no one dare to do it. Voldemort seemed to have not seen those wands pointing at him, step by step as if walking in the garden. On the contrary, the wizards surrounding him seemed to be strangling their throats by the of death, and they even needed to breathe hard. God, mysterious man! A law enforcement officer screamed tremblingly, and even his wand was almost unsteady. Seeing this situation, Ivan on the stage cried out secretly, and the shock that Voldemort brought was far more profound than he had imagined. As a result of having been using the mind of sedentary mind, Ivan was able to clearly perceive the fear that had arisen in the hearts of everyone, and the situation that he had successfully controlled had returned to chaos. Compared with the law enforcers who had some courage to face Voldemort, the wizards in Knockdown Alley were even more unbearable. As Voldemort approached and retreated again and again, if they hadn't blocked the square exit, they were afraid they would have dispersed. Escaped. The happiest person on the scene was the Death Eaters who were caught. Although they were all with ropes, they seemed very happy. They wriggled hard and crawled towards Voldemort, headed by a Death Eater. She even cried and said, "Master! You finally came to save us." The dark wizards who should have been on trial also seemed to have seen a savior, and ran to Voldemort's side. Photographed in the power brought by Voldemort, no one in the audience dared to stop the actions of the dark wizards, just witnessing them humble kneeling on the ground, praying for Voldemort's shelter. Ivan also didn't mean to care. These Death Eaters could not create any substantial threats without a wand in their hands, but might become a burden to the other party. The only enemy that really needs to deal with is Voldemort in front of him. With Voldemort's repeated approach, the law enforcers had retreated to Ivan's side, and everyone was waiting for Ivan to give orders. You got better soon. Ivan looked at Voldemort in front of him, was silent for a while, and said with a hint of sarcasm. While talking, Ivan moved a few steps closer to Voldemort, and his power became stronger. The reason for this is not because Ivan deliberately angered the other party. It was that he knew that he had not acted immediately in the face of Voldemort's repeated provocations, which had already dealt a huge blow to the power he had accumulated during the week. If he showed his timidity again, Ivan couldn't imagine whether the seemingly loyal law enforcement officers around him would turn his head and aim his wand at him in the next second. After all, with the exception of Frin and others, the other law enforcement agents have been with him for a very short time, and his credibility is worrying. He can act honestly in normal times, all relying on his strength and power to suppress. Now Voldemort, who is stronger and harsher than him, is in front of him, and Ivan is not sure that these law enforcement officers will stand firmly with him. The most important thing is that Ivan wants to test whether Voldemort's injury has healed. However, facing the encirclement of dozens of magic wands from the opponent, it is still so careless. The probability is that it has returned to its heyday, otherwise the opponent would never dare to support it like this. That's natural, there are always a few of my faithful servants who can play some role. Facing Ivan's secret taunts, Voldemort didn't mean to be angry at all, and he explained casually. Then he turned his head slightly and waved his wand casually to release the rope that bound the Death Eaters. He slowly grabbed the arm of one of the Death Eaters and opened the other's sleeves. Staring at the hot black mark on the Death Eater's arm, he said playfully. For example, now. If I hadn't felt the call of the dark mark, I wouldn't have seen such a wonderful scene. For a moment, Ivan wanted to take advantage of Voldemort's distraction, but he finally resisted it. In the face of himself and a large number of law enforcement officers, Voldemort could not reveal such an obvious flaw. While Ivan was thinking about it, Voldemort had put down the Death Eater's hand and turned to look at him. Ivan Halls. Voldemort whispered his name softly. You know what? I wanted to kill you directly. Because you caused me too much trouble, and ruined my plan time and time again. Plan. Having said this, Voldemort's snake face became a little distorted. He thought of the night 4 years ago and the battle a few days ago. Had it not been for Ivan to suddenly come out to disrupt the situation, he should have been able to achieve his goal smoothly. Scenes flashed in my mind, and the tyrannical killing intent escaped from Voldemort's body, and the temperature in the entire square seemed to drop a few minutes. But Ivan's expression was calmer than before, and he replied with a sneer. Speaking without shame. If it weren't for the safety of Asia, and the wizards of Knockoff Alley were all here, he could escape directly. No matter how strong Voldemort was, he couldn't help himself. What's more, he still has a whole card. It is too wasteful to just use it rashly here, and there is no guarantee that he will kill Voldemort. Voldemort didn't care about Ivan's words. The previous battle had already made him see Ivan's strength. Although it was not as good as his own www.mdlnovel.com, it was not something that could be dealt with in twos or twos. He didn't. The reason to do it now. In a sense, you are very similar to me, Halls, you should be grateful for this. So I changed my attention now and decided to give you a chance to survive. Voldemort looked at Ivan with a smile, but a smile. It was a little erratic, it seemed that it was deliberately to avoid looking at Ivan, but the words continued. I understood a truth when I was still young. Most people in this world are mediocre people. Their vision and talents limit their thinking, and they are destined to be just a dust of the times. Voldemort glanced at the casters who had pointed their wands at him, but were in fear and dared not to do it. His eyes were full of disdain, so he quickly turned his eyes around again, with a kind of enthusiasm, exaltation, and enthusiasm. A strange and bewitching voice spoke. And you are different, Halls. You and I are both talented people. If we and I can unite, then the entire magical world will no longer have the power to compete with you and me. Are you going to let me deal with Dumbledore with you? Ivan understood Voldemort in an instant, and finally knew why the other party didn't come up directly and did it, but chose to have a long discussion with him here. It was originally the idea that he made. Chapter 734, Are you worthy to share the magic world with me? Hogwarts Blood Wizard novel. Cool notes, to find the latest chapter. Voldemort was slightly weaker than Dumbledore holding the old wand, that's for sure. Otherwise, Voldemort's arrogant temper would not be afraid of Dumbledore, and he would not dare to invade Hogwarts guarded by the opponent at the peak of his power. Of course, it is not so easy for Dumbledore to defeat or kill Voldemort, so to some extent the power of the two people tends to be balanced. And he has become the key to breaking the balance. Standing on either side is enough to reverse the entire battle. After trying to understand all this, Ivan was not interested in Voldemort's proposal, shook his head bluntly, and said, I advise you to put away your thoughts of provoking discord, Voldemort. Really? Do you think Dumbledore would be on your side? If he knew what you were doing in Knockoff Alley, he might not be able to tolerate you. Voldemort looked around at the law enforcers who surrounded him, and sneered. Reminded with a word. In his opinion, Ivan and himself are the same kind of people, pursuing power and recruiting people for the purpose of seizing control of the magic world. And Dumbledore can never tolerate the existence of such a person. The reason why the two have not broken out of conflict is only because Ivan is better than he was disguised in the past, and Dumbledore has not seen it through. If you are willing to join the ranks of Death Eaters, then you will become my most trusted right hand and successor. When Dumbledore is resolved, we can take charge of the entire magical world together. Voldemort said, bewitched. Ivan sneered, and didn't reply. He didn't believe a word of Voldemort's words. If he really agreed, then everything he did in Knockout Alley would be equivalent to making a wedding dress for Voldemort. During this period, he was not only controlled by others, but he had to be careful to prevent Voldemort from digging a corner and disrupting the order of Knockout Alley. The gain was not worth the loss. More importantly, it is unknown whether Dumbledore will survive until the beginning of school this year. You don't need to care at all. Therefore, the situation today is not the tripartite checks and balances that Voldemort imagined, but a real battle between the two tigers. Once the news of Dumbledore's death comes, this non-existent alliance will instantly collapse, and the legion of Death Eaters that has grown by then will become another trump card for Voldemort to deal with himself. Thinking of this, Ivan completely dispelled the idea of running away. He understands that today this one must be fought. Even if Voldemort cannot be beaten into a remnant soul again, he must make the opponent fear his own power. Only in this way can Voldemort dare not act rashly after Dumbledore's death, and he can gain enough development time. After making the decision, the jealous look on Ivan's face disappeared without a trace, replaced by an expression mixed with arrogance and contempt. You think too much of yourself, Tom. Are you worthy to share the magical world with me? As Ivan spoke, he took the initiative to approach Voldemort, and patches of scarlet dragon scales emerged from his body, covering his exposed skin. Under the effect of the dragonized state, Ivan's power has become more and more dignified, and everyone present is like a big enemy, as if a ferocious dragon descended on the square. I would rather kill you here, and find another chance to kill Dumbledore. The magic world only needs a ruler. Ivan stepped up to Voldemort and said word by word. I don't know what is good or bad, you are seeking your own death. Voldemort laughed angrily, and the murderous intent in his heart was no longer suppressed, intertwined with Ivan's momentum, and the two were almost evenly matched. The law enforcement officers on the field suffered one after another. They felt like a boat driving in a huge wave, and they were at risk of capsizing at any time. Come on together, kill him. Asia shouted loudly. Before Ivan was distracted, she resisted the worries in her heart and never interrupted the conversation between the two. Now that Ivan has made the decision to kill Voldemort, she will naturally not refute, and immediately greet everyone together. Hands on. She didn't believe that so many wizards could not beat Voldemort alone. Under Asia's call, only a handful of more than 40 law enforcement officers responded at the first time. The top of the wand lit up with various colors, and the remaining wizards were either slow or cowardly. Hesitated and didn't dare to do it. All back. Don't interfere with my interest, you are not his opponents, I will take care of him myself. Just when Ixia and others were about to launch an attack, they were interrupted by Ivan's voice. The law enforcement officers looked at Ivan unexpectedly and didn't quite understand what he meant. However, Ivan just waved his hand and ordered Asia and the law enforcement officers around here to retreat as far as possible. Unless you don't care about the lives of these people at all, there is no difference between an ordinary wizard and a burden in this level of battle. Especially Aisha is here too. If Voldemort launches a surprise attack on her and forces him to turn around to rescue it, it will be troublesome. Under Ivan's order, the law enforcement officers secretly breathed a sigh of relief and retreated to the corner of the square. Aisha looked at Ivan very worried, but stopped talking. She knew very well that Ivan was not Voldemort's opponent. But seeing Ivan's full of confidence, Aisha hesitated and backed away a few steps with the others, because she knew that she could not help and might become a drag. Voldemort ignored the actions of the law enforcement officers the whole time, as if they didn't exist at all, but looked at the dragon scales covering Ivan with quite dread. If he is not mistaken, this is already the third bloodline magic that the other party has shown. Voldemort's gaze at Ivan gradually changed from jealousy to greed, and at the same time, he merged the three bloodlines without losing control. This was something he couldn't even do. Obviously Ivan has mastered the method of fusing multiple bloodlines. www.ndlnovel.com. That is what he dreams of. It seems that you have a lot of secrets, but I will dig these secrets out of your mind soon. Voldemort murmured feverishly. Compared to this, I advise you to think carefully about how to escape from my hands. Ivan said sarcastically, and said to himself in his heart. Protected mode, turn it on. The 5 legendary points disappeared, an indescribable sense of power surged into his heart, and the magical power that was silent in his body instantly became active, and the bricks and tiles within 100 meters of him were in his grasp. Unlike the past, Ivan did not turn on the protection mode to fuse new blood. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was, slaughtered Voldemort. Chapter 735, Life and Death in 60 Seconds. Hogwarts Bloodline Wizard Novel Cool Notes, to find the latest chapter. The 60-second countdown appeared in the system bar, and Ivan did not dare to delay a moment. When the idea of exploding Voldemort rose from his heart, the whole person disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a word. "You shouldn't be here today, Tom." Just as Ivan spoke, a rush of warning signs suddenly surged into Voldemort's heart, and he suddenly turned his head, and the familiar figure had appeared beside him. Ivan made a virtual fist with his left hand. The originally white and slender arm quickly swelled in just half a second, turned into a hideous dragon claw, and took Voldemort's face straight. In the protection mode, such partial deformation, he can complete it almost instantaneously. Voldemort's pupil shrank, and Ivan's speed was beyond his expectations. It was obviously too late to cast a counterattack, and it was an extremely stupid move to resist this attack. So Voldemort subconsciously initiated the apparition, his figure flickered in midair, but it quickly condensed again. At this time, Voldemort was horrified to find that the surrounding space was filled with extremely active magic power. He wanted to perform spatial displacement more than several times more difficult than usual. Between the lightning and flint, Ivan's fist was firmly printed on his snake face. Voldemort had only time to use blood magic to turn part of his body into black mist, and the whole person was directly blown out, rolling and crashing into the abandoned house 10 meters away. Ivan was unforgiving, and disappeared in the next second. When he reappeared, he had stepped into the abandoned house. The surroundings were very dim, but under the peep of magic, everything inside was unobstructed. A large python, the thickness of a bucket, was curled up on the beam, and when it sensed Ivan's entry, it threw its mouth open with a blood basin. Ivan raised his head and slid his empty left hand in midair at will. A few magical threads that were invisible to the naked eye without chanting a spell appeared in the air, instantly dismembering the terrifying python into several segments. Blood and meat were spilled all over the sky, but before Ivan's body was contaminated, it quickly deformed. Numerous large or small rocks burning with hot flames were suspended in the air, hiding toward Voldemort at an unimaginable speed. Rushed to the location. Each flint is like a cannonball, and it bursts immediately when it hits an obstacle. The fire and explosion sounded continuously in the house, and in just 3 seconds, the entire abandoned house was destroyed by half. After a while, Voldemort, half of his body covered in black mist, walked out of the fire, but he didn't seem to have suffered much damage except for his face a little swollen and his mouth crooked. Ivan's brows were slightly frowned, and it seemed that Voldemort's life-saving ability was more terrifying than he thought. He was quite sure that his 2 attacks had hit each other solidly, but unfortunately the effect was minimal. This shows that ordinary methods can't do anything for this man who can turn into a black mist at any time. The most important thing is that his information was leaked out in the last battle. The other party has been guarding against his snake eyes. This time, it may not be so easy to rely on bloodline magic surprises to win. Damn you! Voldemort was completely angry. Tyrannical fierce fire slowly rose from the cracks in the dilapidated floor, and surrounded his surroundings to avoid Ivan from approaching again. He waved his right hand vigorously and shouted harshly. Extraordinary novel! Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra! A green light beam with the thickness of an arm flashed in midair, and Voldemort was full of killing intent, and it was so powerful that it was unimaginable. But Ivan's figure was easily avoided in a flash. In the protection mode, the space of 100 meters in the whole body was under his control. Casting apparition was as simple as eating and drinking water. The green light beam suddenly fell into the air, hitting the wall behind, exploding a huge hole. At this time, Ivan had already flashed to Voldemort's front not far away. With a finger of his wand, a red light flew away from his wand, which was even more powerful than the previous killing curse. Voldemort's scalp numbed for a while, and a rare panic appeared on the hideous snake face. He summoned a solid silver shield out of thin air to block him, and the red light hit the shield and burst open instantly. Just before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another beam of light came oncoming again. Voldemort blocked it very hard, but was made ashamed by the aftermath of the curse. Being repeatedly suppressed by a kid made Voldemort look a little frustrated. He constantly waved his wand, and one after another powerful black magic shot out from the wand, but was easily blocked by the opponent. Impossible, impossible! Looking at Ivan as he got closer, Voldemort's voice trembled slightly, and he was more confused. In his impression, the little wizard in front of him was indeed very talented. He had a level of magic that far surpassed that of an adult wizard before he graduated, but there was still a big gap between his strength and his own. If the opponent is so powerful, it would be impossible for him to escape that night a few days ago. Voldemort even began to wonder if the little wizard in front of him was disguised by Dumbledore drinking the compound soup. No, even Dumbledore could not suppress himself so easily. Very doubtful. Tom. After a minute has passed, Ivan was extremely anxious, but his face showed a relaxed and arrogant posture. He waved his wand and summoned the shadow of the unicorn, cooperating with the spell attack, while constantly disturbing Voldemort's mind with words. This was a surprise I prepared for Dumbledore, but you stupidly bumped in and ruined my plan. It's a pity www.mdlenovel.com if the thing about me killing you goes out today, Dumbledore will definitely be guarded against me. You know, that old man is much more difficult to deal with than your trash. Fan said with a weird smile, the scarlet dragon scales half covered half of his face, making him look extremely evil. Voldemort turned into a fog and avoided the 2 curse beams that hit him, a chill in his heart, and his previous doubts were finally solved. From what Ivan did in Knockoff Alley, he could see that the little wizard in front of him was not as simple as he knew from the memory of Sirius, but a complete careerist. The opponent has always retained a portion of his strength, and the 3rd bloodline magic he has mastered is also extremely powerful. In addition to the dragon scales appearing on his body, it can also form a domain with a range of about 100 meters, and the strength of the civil war in this domain is greatly increased. With such a whole card, as long as Dumbledore's trust can be successfully obtained, it is easy to kill the strongest man in the magical world in a sneak attack. Chapter 736, This is Impossible. The Dark Lord is invincible. Hogwarts Bloodline Wizard novel. Cool notes, to find the latest chapter. It's the same if you kill the trash first. Anyway, you have to do it sooner or later. Changing the order makes no difference. Ivan said evilly. Under Ivan's constant cynicism, Voldemort's mind was completely confused. He gave up the original tight defense in shock and anger, and the fierce fire surrounding his body instantly moved. The tyrannical tongue of flame strung up high, like a python preparing to attack, quickly burning towards Ivan. Go with. Ivan knew how hard the fire was, so he frowned slightly, and the wand in his hand shook slightly, and a larger fire emerged from the tip of the stick, swelling into the appearance of a fire dragon in the wind. 2 groups of fiery fires quickly collided in the air. The splashing flames burned all the tables, chairs, and cabinets around. In only 2 or 3 seconds, the larger fiery dragon took the opposite flame python. Swallow it. Voldemort's eyes widened, and he couldn't accept that he would lose to the opponent in the dark magic he was best at. But before he had time to think about it, the giant dragon formed by fierce fire had already rushed towards him. Voldemort's face became very dignified, and he swung his wand vigorously, summoning a semicircular magic barrier, temporarily blocking the fiery dragon from the outside. The violent heat wave shook his robe, and cracks gradually spread on the solid magic barrier in front of him. At this moment, a crisp neighing sound rang out in the sea of fire. An illusory unicorn ignored the blazing fire around him, and easily passed through the magical barrier he set up, and rushed straight towards him. Voldemort's soul froze and did not dare to stay anymore. Without hesitation, he turned into a cloud of black mist and smashed into the window, rushing away as fast as he could. He was scared. Facing this little wizard is simply evil, and staying here I am afraid I will only have a dead end. Want to go? Stay for me. Ivan glanced at the protection mode, which ended in about 7 seconds. He was somewhat unwilling. He didn't want to let Voldemort go so easily. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent today, he had to let Voldemort learn a lesson. Under the wave of the magic wand, the fierce flame scattered around instantly turned into a long whip, and slammed it against the black mist. Voldemort, who was flying in the air, naturally felt the danger coming from behind, and when he was about to evade, a sharp voice came from below. This is impossible. The Dark Lord is invincible. Voldemort's figure stagnated, and only then did he notice that in the square below, 5 Death Eaters were looking at him with a broken faith, and that scream was exactly what one of the Death Eaters called out. With such a moment of distraction, the fiery whip behind him was already close at hand. Even in the state of black fog, it was unable to complete such an attack, and the screaming screams quickly came out from the black fog. Under the gaze of everyone, the invincible Voldemort was knocked to the ground by a long flame whip. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Except for those Death Eaters whose beliefs had collapsed, Dougert and others nearby were equally shocked. Although Ivan told them about his feat of wounding Voldemort, there is no proof, and not many people have witnessed it. It is difficult for most people to believe that a minor wizard can defeat a powerful enemy. The Dark Lord. It's a pity that the facts are now in front of them, even more outrageous than Ivan said. Dougert thought it would be at least a battle, but he didn't expect that Ivan would fly the seemingly powerful Voldemort just by a single face, and now he completely suppressed Voldemort. If it weren't for the Dark Lord to be able to incarnate in the black mist and have great pressure, they would all think that this was a fake Voldemort. The most surprised person on the court is Asia. Only she knows that Ivan's true strength is far from Voldemort's opponent. Dumbledore was mostly responsible for repelling Voldemort. Otherwise, they would not have to work so hard to build a safe house. As everyone was thinking about it, Voldemort, who was beaten back into a human form, had fallen from the sky and fell heavily on the solid blue stone slab. The black robe was burnt in potholes, and a small group of fierce fire was attached to the bear. "Come out on the left arm." Voldemort waved his wand without hesitation and chopped off his left arm. Blood splattered everywhere, and severe pain suddenly poured into his mind. But under a pair of glances, Voldemort stood up without saying a word, and quickly used black magic to create a brand new arm for himself. Under the pressure of death, this extremely complicated process of changing hands was literally compressed by Voldemort to within 2 seconds. Even so, the new arm hadn't been repaired yet, and the blazing mansion in front of him collapsed, and the demon-like figure appeared in front of him again. Yvonne didn't mean to chat. As soon as they met, 3 consecutive spell beams flew out of the wand. Voldemort's complexion changed. The defeat in the previous battle made him lose the thought of fighting Yvonne again, so after a few simple resistances, he activated the blood magic. The endless black mist penetrated from Voldemort's body and spread in all directions, but within a moment of effort, Yvonne was drawn into a space made up of black mist. This scene seemed familiar, and Yvonne vaguely remembered that his Horcrux diary also used this trick on him when he was in the 2nd grade. Compared to that time, the space formed by the black fog was more than several times larger, and it was even more weird. Just staying here, all kinds of extreme negative emotions kept pouring into his mind, trying to destroy his will. However, Ivan's strength is no longer what it used to be, and it is naturally impossible to be trapped by this little trick. He gently raised his wand, and the expanding fire from the outside world seemed to be called www.mdlnovel.com. The movement of Yvonne waving his magic wand turned into a giant blade tens of meters long and cut it down in the air. The huge black mist space trembled violently, and was split into 2 halves by the huge blade formed by fierce fire. In front of him, Voldemort's figure had disappeared without a trace, apparently taking advantage of this time to break through the blockade and forcibly perform apparition and ran away. Under the powerful perception provided by this special state, Yvonne could clearly perceive the sudden spatial fluctuations, and there was no problem even tracing the source to find the coordinates of Voldemort's escape. It's just that the protection mode provided by the system is coming to an end. Yvonne didn't mean to follow the coordinates to kill, and spent the last 2 seconds to calm the tyrannical fire. After finishing all this, Yvonne turned his head and looked at the people on the square, and the system prompt sounded in his mind simultaneously. Chapter 737, From now on the magic world is going to change. Hogwarts Blood Wizard novel. Cool notes, to find the latest chapter. Yvonne subconsciously turned on the system to view it. The legendary deeds in the legendary title column, the trainee's savior, had disappeared, replaced by another legendary title. Legend title, The Dark Lord. Legend, 3. Legendary event, you have shown your supreme power to the world in a crushing posture in the wizard market. The shadows of the old days have receded, and they will finally understand who is the real Dark King in the magic world. Seeing this, the corners of Ivan's mouth twitched. He defeated Voldemort, shouldn't he be the savior of the magic world? What the is inheriting the title of the Dark Lord? Yvonne wanted to talk about it, but he still held it back forcibly, barely keeping the facial paralysis expression, because countless pairs of eyes with shock, awe, and fear on the square were all concentrated on him. Everyone clearly understands the fact that the new strongest man in the magic world has been born. Under the gaze of everyone, Yvonne stepped up to the high platform step by step. The ruined ruins behind him and the 100-meter gap cut by the giant flame blade set off his incomparably stalwart silhouette, like a walking on earth. A knockdown alley wizard standing in the front quickly couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt directly on the ground with a soft leg. It was like pressing a certain switch, and the remaining 200 wizards did not dare to stand, bowing to the ground. Only those Death Eaters have not been relieved from the shocking news of the defeat of the Dark Lord. They collapsed on the corner and kept repeating, the Dark Lord is invincible and that must be false. The Dark Lord. The dark wizards who had chosen to take refuge in Voldemort before were even more desperate. Voldemort appeared just now, making them mistakenly think it was the arrival of the savior, but who would have thought that the legendary Dark Lord was so watery that he was beaten and fled within a minute of fighting. Yvonne didn't pay attention to these dying people at all, and glanced over the kneeling Knockout Alley wizards. The result of the perception of the mind and mind made him very satisfied. This one did not fight in vain, and from today no one would dare to defy their orders in Knockdown Alley. The deterrence brought by strength is far more effective than any words. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yvonne vaguely remembered the task remarks of Rectify Knockdown Alley. Only power and fear can make the ignorant fool recognize reality and show your supreme power. Everyone will worship under your feet. Did the system predict this scene? Or is it just a coincidence? A few thoughts flashed in Ivan's heart, but he was quickly thrown behind him. It was obviously not the time to think about them. Yvonne waved his hand and called out all the wizards who were kneeling on the ground. He was not willing to bow down here. Then, Yvonne began to arrange matters after the war, ordering Furin and the others to clean up the traces of the battle overnight, and reminded them by the way to keep the battle tonight confidential. As for the reason, it is also very simple. The great cause has not yet been completed, and now is not the time for high profile. After doing all this, the sky was already dark, and the exhausted Ivan officially announced that today's rally is over. After working all night, he just wants to go back to his room and get a good night's sleep. Century Novel Network. After Ivan left, the silent wizard market suddenly became lively. Doubt seemed very excited. His original choice was indeed correct. It was more than just betting on the right treasure, it was almost a bump against a golden mountain. After learning the news of Voldemort's resurrection before, he still seemed a little worried that Ivan would die before he could grow up. Therefore, Doubt even considered suggesting that Ivan temporarily slow down the pace of expansion, relying on the curse of loyalty for a few years, and waited for his strength to catch up before starting his actions again. But now those worries no longer exist. Doubter thought inflated that tonight they could take advantage of the aftermath of the big victory to directly kill the Ministry of Magic and kick Fudge off the stage. In that case, Ivan would be able to take up the post as Minister of Magic immediately, and he would be able to become the executive director by virtue of the merits of the dragon. Gleason, Roger, and others have similar ideas as Doubt. Ivan can defeat Voldemort at the age of 15 and become the #1 power in the magical world. They can hardly imagine the future growth of the other party. What height? But one thing is certain, the magic world will change from now on. And as the first batch of veterans to join, their status will surely rise. At 11 o'clock at noon, Ivan, who had gone back to sleep, sat up from the bed and yawned. After a brief wash, he went to the living room to prepare for today's lunch. Dobby was as busy as usual, and a sumptuous meal was already on the table. But Ivan felt a little surprised that Asia was not here. "Where is my mother?" "Dobby?" Ivan asked strangely. "Mrs. Halls went out in the morning." Dobby looked at him with an eager gaze, and replied shrilly. Ivan nodded. "Asia is probably going to deal with Knockdown Alley. The fighting was so big last night, and the flames raised can be seen clearly from Diagon Alley, maybe there will be arrogance." Luo came to inquire about the situation. "By the way, Dobby, what are you doing looking at me like this?" Ivan noticed Dobby's extremely eager gaze, somewhat puzzled. "Dobby. Dobby just thinks, sir, you are so great." Dobby heard the hostess say that you defeated the mysterious person, in front of so many people. Dobby hugged the broom in his hand and was taken aback. Screamed. "It's not a big deal." Ivan said indifferently www.mtlnovel.com as if it were just a trivial matter. Dobby was more victorious than the admiration in his eyes, and even got a little more energy when sweeping the floor. Ivan ignored it, picking up the teacup on the table and slowly tasting it, waiting for Asia to come back for dinner, while thinking about the fierce battle last night. The effect of the protection mode is as powerful as he expected, and it can easily suppress Voldemort during the victory period. But it is a pity that Voldemort's life-saving ability is too scary, and he can quickly repair it after a broken hand, and he is abruptly hit by a few spells, just like a okay person. The protection mode of just 1 minute is not enough to kill the opponent. If it weren't for the strength that he showed was too strong, and he used words to disturb Voldemort's mind and successfully scared the opponent away, the outcome of the battle would be really hard to say. Chapter 738, Rise of the Dark Lord. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Ivan's heart was a little more gloomy. Although he looked very beautiful this time, and he was dubbed the title of the #1 powerhouse in the magic world, Ivan was not happy at all. He knew very well that they were all disguised appearances in the protection mode, which would be broken with a single poke, and he had no idea how long it could scare Voldemort. If Voldemort senses something is wrong and tries again in a short time, then he will be completely gone. Thinking of this, Ivan had some headaches. With his current level of magic, it is not easy to make a major breakthrough. He was expecting to use the legendary points he had so hard to gather and then integrate a bloodline to increase his strength. Unexpectedly, Voldemort suddenly killed him completely. He messed up his plan. The only thing to be thankful for is that the legendary title obtained after that battle has made up for the missing legend points, and only 2 more points should be enough. Ivan took a sip of tea and opened the taskbar of the system, ready to see if there are any tasks that can be completed quickly in the near future. Explore Hogwarts, Housed Elf Savior, establish a Housed Elf Legion, Dark Minions, have a Legion of Dementors. Glancing at the unfinished tasks displayed in the taskbar, Ivan made trouble for a while, and it seemed that none of these tasks could be handled in a short time. The first is to explore Hogwarts, which requires the task to reach 100% progress, which is almost impossible in Ivan's view. This 1000-year-old castle is too mysterious, hiding countless secrets, even the current headmaster Dumbledore can't figure it out, let alone himself. And the task of saving the house elves is not something that can be done now. At least, after Dumbledore's death, he can think of a way to become headmaster of Hogwarts before it can be considered. The only thing that still has some hope is the mission of Dark Minions. The goal is to obtain the allegiance of 100 Dementors. Just go to Azkaban. He had a similar plan before. But how to persuade these mindless dementors to take refuge in themselves is a difficult problem. Ivan was thinking hard, but when he was looking at the task list, he unexpectedly discovered a new task, which was probably activated last night and when he got the achievement. The Rise of the Dark Lord. Mission, to rule the British magical world. Task progress, 17%. Legendary value, 4. Mission description, after successfully defeating Voldemort, you know that you are invincible in the world without any consideration. You set your next goal on the British magical world and prepare to establish a new order. Note, your ambition is more than that, an evil plan has already surfaced in your mind. Looking at the system's taskbar, Ivan was stunned, a sip of tea was sprayed on Dobby's body, only a thought remained in his mind. This broken system is not a short circuit. It's fine if other people don't know the truth, but he has a clear indication on the status bar. How did the system determine that he knew he was invincible? Not to mention that he didn't think about it at all, bah, there was no evil plan to rule the magical world at all. Ivan kept complaining in his mind. And Dobby, who was sprayed with tea by him, suddenly screamed after a brief stupefaction. He kept knocking on his head with the broom and yelling in his mouth. Bad Dobby, bad elf. Don't be like that, Dobby, what are you doing? Ivan was taken aback, and immediately recovered, and quickly grabbed the broom from the elf's hand, and asked inexplicably. Dobby failed to take good care of his master. Dobby must punish himself. Dobby looked terrified. The bulb-sized eyes were filled with tears, and the nose twitched, thinking that it must have been prepared by itself. The tea made Ivan feel dissatisfied and vomited on himself. The sick brain circuit of the house elves made Ivan a little bit dumbfounded. It has nothing to do with you, Dobby, I just thought of some funny things. To be honest, I should apologize to you. While Ivan was consoling Dobby, the door of the living room was suddenly opened, but Asia, who had gone out before, walked in through the door. What's the matter? Ivan? Did something go wrong while I was away? As soon as Asia entered the door, she saw Dobby's head drooping as if she had done something wrong, while Ivan was patiently squatting next to her with a helpless expression. No, it's nothing, it's just that Dobby made a fuss. Ivan shook his head and casually explained. The house elves are like that. The habits that have been cultivated over the years will not be able to be corrected for a while. Aisha sighed. When Dobby first came, he took away all the housework from the house, and was so busy all day long www.mdlnovel.com even the floor in the house had to be wiped several times a day until it was clean and translucent. We'll give up. She did intend to reduce Dobby's workload, but once the incident was mentioned, the house elf would use whatever it could to punish herself in fear, and as time went by, Asia gave up this thought. By the way, Mom, how about the things that I arranged last night, Fern and the others have dealt with? Are the wizards in Knockoff Alley still safe? No one is making trouble, right? Ivan was not involved in Dobby's affairs. Chat more, and soon asked about business. Asia didn't mean to conceal, Dang even gave a rough overview of what happened this morning. Because the damage caused by that battle was too serious, even if it took a long time to repair, the traces of the battle could not be completely removed, and the 100-meter-long gap still remained in the square. And the wizards in Knockoff Alley were scared enough yesterday, one by one honestly, and even many people actively wanted to join them and become members of the law enforcement. It just so happens that we also need to recruit some more people, otherwise we won't be able to manage the more than 40 wizards after we have captured the Ministry of Magic. Asia added. Well, let's do that. Ivan nodded subconsciously. Although they could recruit a portion of the Aurors to work for them at that time, they were not very reliable after all, and the wizards that they trained themselves would be more assured to use them. Vaguely, Ivan always felt something was wrong. Wait. When did I say I was going to fight the Ministry of Magic? Before Ivan could ask, Asia took a newspaper from the pocket of the wizard's robe and put it in front of Ivan, and said solemnly. This is today's daily prophet, you'd better read it. Chapter 739, Ivan, why are you braver than me? The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Ivan took the newspaper by accident. After reading the contents clearly, his face changed slightly. On the cover of the newspaper is a large dynamic picture. The scene in the picture is very familiar to him. The fire is blazing in a large area of collapsed ruins. If you look closer, you can see the burning house in the distance. Obviously, the photo was taken from Knockdown Alley last night. However, the content of the report below did not mention his fight with Voldemort, but simply stated that a large-scale riot occurred in Knockdown Alley, and it is suspected that two groups of dark wizards broke out in conflict. How could this incident be reported so quickly? It doesn't make sense. Ivan frowned and muttered to himself. Just as Ivan was puzzled, Asia spoke out to explain. Their actions last night were too much to hide from the owners of the Diagon Alley shop and the wizards living in the hotel. Although no one dared to enter the Knockout Alley to investigate the whole story, it is the instinct of most humans to watch the excitement far away, so everyone who has been rumored about the riot this morning is well known. In addition, this photo in the Daily Prophet is not complete, someone else has taken more information. Asia said. He took out a magical dynamic photo from his pocket and handed it to Iraq. In front of Fan. Ivan took a closer look, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This photo was also taken from Knockoff Alley last night, but the angle is slightly different from the one on the cover of the newspaper, and it should be a little later in terms of time. The Black Mist incarnate Voldemort escaped from the window, but was faithfully recorded the process of being pulled down by a fiery whip, and Voldemort's panicked expression could be vaguely seen in the Black Mist. Is the person who took the picture alive? Ivan turned his head and looked at Aisha and asked curiously. He was alive and well when I went. The mysterious man was just injured by you. Even if he wants to retaliate, he needs to wait a few days. Asia chuckled lightly, then paused and said again. Do you want to save him? Forget it. Let someone drive him out of England. Whether he can survive or not depends on his luck. Ivan considered it for a while and decided not to take the muddy water. If you want to save someone, you must take that person to a safe house to receive his asylum. But now Ivan is even hanging on self-protection, and the powerful deterrence is all pretending. There is really no need to risk life and death for a stranger, and showing the poor bug a way of life is already a kindness. By the way, how many people have seen this photo? Ivan asked again. It's difficult to determine the exact number, but there must be a lot of people who have seen it. Asia explained. In addition, the news of your defeat of the mysterious man also spread, but not many wizards are willing to believe it. Has even this information been leaked? It seems that the mouths of the wizards in Knockoff Alley are not so strict. Ivan raised his eyebrows. He had clearly ordered everyone to keep secrets before. If Voldemort was affected by these rumors and came to his door to make trouble for himself, it would be bad. No wonder the Daily Prophet is so eager to report on this matter, and it is estimated that it is dedicated to refuting rumors. Asia kept talking, continuing to talk about the information she had gathered when she was out in the morning. According to her speculation, the entire magical world will soon know that something has gone wrong in Knockoff Alley, and the Ministry of Magic will most likely send someone to investigate. So now there are two paths before them. Either admit it or hide it. To this end, she discussed with Doubt, Fern and others for one night last night, and initially worked out a follow-up plan. They agreed that with the power that Ivan currently possesses, there is no need to hide it, act more radically, admit it directly, and even contribute to the spread of what happened last night. As long as it can be proved that Voldemort is really alive, it can greatly defeat the prestige of the Ministry of Magic. And Ivan, who defeated Voldemort, will instantly become a salvation hero and the new strongest wizard in the magic world. With these titles, Dougert, Roger, and others can come forward to lobby, threaten those sensible pure-blood wizards and ministry officials, and pull them into their own ranks. In addition, they also sent someone to search for Voldemort's hiding place, ready to pick him out, or force him to do things in the magical world, causing panic, so that as many people as possible know that Voldemort has returned. At this time, as long as Ivan stepped forward to stop Voldemort several times, he would be able to gain a large amount of people's foundation and drive the ineffective Fudge to a dead end. Finally, when the magic world complains, they can wait for an opportunity to start a war, overthrow Fudge's tyranny, and support an obedient puppet minister to come to power. Asia talked freely about the details of the plan. www.mdlnovel.com. Ivan on the side heard one head and two big heads. He really didn't understand why Ixia and others suddenly became so brave. How dare to use the legendary Dark Lord Voldemort as a tool of prestige? Obviously, he was worried and afraid before, and he couldn't even mention mysterious people. Who the is? Ivan suddenly thought as if it was the courage he gave them. He also finally understood what was going on with the mission of the Dark Lord in the system bar. It turned out that when he was sleeping, Asia and others discussed a plan to control the Ministry of Magic overnight. Hurry, it's too fast. Ivan is having a headache. Can this efficiency be reduced to such a high level, one by one, just like having a chicken blood? I had been busy all night yesterday, so don't everyone need to sleep? Ivan looked at Asia with a strange look, and found that although she stayed up all night and didn't sleep, she looked refreshed and not sleepy at all. Asia told them all the plans they had come up with in one breath, and then continued. Anyway, now Doubt and the others are waiting for you to give instructions on the next step. Let's press it down first, this matter won't come in a hurry. We need to take a long-term view. Ivan waved his hand, refusing. Ixia was taken aback for a moment, and then soon realized something, and asked. Are you still going to deal with Dumbledore first? Ivan sighed helplessly. He knew that Asia and others must have taken seriously the words he flicked on Voldemort last night. The reason why he said that at the time was only to make Voldemort fear himself, believing that he was really hiding his strength, rather than exploding in a short while. Now it seems that his acting skills seem to be so good that he fooled his own people in. Chapter 740, Mark of Magic. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. While feeling helpless, Ivan also hesitated to tell Asia the truth of the matter. After hesitating for a moment, Ivan finally gave up the idea. He didn't plan to disclose the system to anyone, which meant that he couldn't explain the reasons for the fluctuating strength. If Asia misunderstood what evil black magic he used, it would be difficult to temporarily increase combat effectiveness. After all, this kind of drastically improved combat effectiveness, and this kind of black magic that can only be used once, is often accompanied by some huge side effects. Even if he said that he was in good health, Asia would have to believe it. The most important thing is that Ivan has not forgotten that Voldemort is a master of mind trapping, and Asia has not practiced occlumency. What if he gets mind read when he comes into contact with him? Thinking of this, Ivan put out the idea of telling the truth directly, and instead vaguely reminded that the blood magic used by Asia when he defeated Voldemort was too powerful, even he could not use it for a long time. In addition, Dumbledore has reorganized the Order of the Phoenix, so the current situation is a tripartite check and balance. If we rashly attack the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore will never stand idly by. Ivan took pains to persuade him, even at the risk of discrediting Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, reminding Asia to be cautious and not to become swollen just because they have a little bit of strength. What if Dumbledore has done too much, and made Dumbledore mistakenly believe that he is the next Dark Lord, even more evil than Voldemort, and insists on pulling himself desperately before he is dying? So keep it low-key, be sure to act low-key. Based on this idea, Ivan decided to attribute the battle to the conflict between several dark wizards as described in the Daily Prophet. It just so happened that they had captured a lot of prisoners last night, and the cells of the underground fortress were almost unable to be closed, so they could find a few dark wizards to change their memories, and then throw them out. As long as everyone in Turnover Alley gave a good confession, they should still be able to hide it. The Aurors who wanted to come to the Ministry of Magic were also unlikely to investigate carefully. After all, this result is in line with Fudge's expectations. He is too happy to be too late. Even if he knows that the memories of these dark wizards have been modified, most of them will open one eye and close one eye. As for the plans of Doubt, Roger, and others to win over officials from the Ministry of Magic, they can be carried out in secret, to extend the time, which is more conducive to secrecy. In any case, it is necessary to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic. Although Ivan didn't have much interest in the position of Minister of Magic, according to what happened in the original time and space, it is very likely that Voldemort would attack the Ministry next. The worst would happen, and of course he needs to make some preparations. The two of them were eating lunch while revising the plan to be implemented. After lunch, Asia didn't stay here much. Even if the plan to raid the Ministry of Magic was postponed, there was still a lot of preparation work to do. By the way, Mom, call Fran and Doubt back in the evening. As Asia walked to the door, Ivan suddenly remembered something and reminded him. Okay, I will remember. Asia turned her head to look at Ivan, nodded, and without asking more, left the living room. Ivan, who was left alone, was still digesting all the information he had received from Asia, and then opened the system's taskbar. Become the King of Knockdown Alley, completed. Mission objective, rectify the Knockdown Alley, 3rd Ring Road. Task progress, 100%. Task reward, magic mark, whether to receive it. Legendary value, 3, achievement of King of Knockdown Alley. The task of rectifying Knockdown Alley was completed last night by Ivan. Thanks to the 3 legendary points he obtained when completing the task, he was able to activate the protection mode and slay the troublemaker Voldemort. The situation at that time can only be described in a cut and throw. If Voldemort had arrived earlier, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, Tom's luck has always been bad. Ivan muttered to himself, and then muttered silently in his heart. Receive award. In the next moment, a huge amount of knowledge flooded into his mind. About 5 minutes later, Ivan opened his eyes again, and he had mastered this special magic. Generally speaking, the magic mark is similar to Voldemort's dark mark, and should be the same type of spell, but in terms of effect, the magic mark is obviously stronger. When he planted a mark on any wizard, it was equivalent to directly grasping the life and death of the other party. Ivan can easily influence and punish the victim through the imprint, and can even directly understand the opponent's life if necessary. As long as the imprint magic is not eliminated, the wizard will be a dead end no matter how far away. In addition, he can also convey mission instructions to the wizard through specific magic, perceive the opponent's location www.mentalnovel.com or cast apparition to reach the opponent instantly. And those wizards who have been planted with the imprint can also input magic power on the magic imprint to contact them, and with their consent, know their coordinates and quickly come together. This perfectly resolved one of his concerns. Before, Ivan had been worried that Voldemort would find his relatives and friends to retaliate after being frustrated in Knockdown Alley, and even use them to threaten him. In that case, it would be troublesome. No matter how strong his deterrence is, he would not be able to do everything. The appearance of the magic mark undoubtedly solved this problem. Just plant a mark on Hermione and the others, and then find a way to let the Death Eaters know the news, and Voldemort, who fears him so much, will naturally dispel the unrealistic thoughts in his heart. In conjunction with the courageous loyalty curse, there should be no need to worry about the deterrence brought by Voldemort in a short time. Thinking of this, Ivan relaxed his tight emotions, and enthusiastically began to design the magic imprint pattern. The symbol of Voldemort is the mark of the Dark Demon, and Grindelwald is associated with the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, so what should I use? Cross? Demon head? Hammer and sickle? Ivan eliminated the options that flashed in his mind one by one. According to his vision, this pattern should not only be beautiful, but also have a certain meaning. At least it can't be beaten by Voldemort and Grindelwald. Ivan pondered for a long time, and the magic wand in his hand lightly tapped on the table, and the dark fluorescence flowed out and turned into a lifelike Ouroboros on the table. No, no. Ivan looked at this pattern and shook his head. The attribute of snake was repeated with Voldemort, and he didn't want to use it. Moreover, he always felt that something was missing. Chapter 741, Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Hogwarts Blood Wizard novel, find the latest chapter. Ivan tapped his index finger on the tabletop, and the slight impact continued to echo in the enclosed living room. On the desktop, the dark fluorescent composition of Ouroboros changed rapidly with the sound of percussion. The flat head slowly became hideous, and two pairs of wings gradually extended on the back, followed by dragon horns and claws. In just 1 minute, the pattern in front of us changed from an Ouroboros to a slender Ouroboros, but it was not a posture of spreading its wings and soaring, but curled up together to form a complete circle from head to tail. Just like this, Ivan still felt a little dissatisfied, but at last he didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly his heart moved, and a crimson-like crystal-like pattern emerged from the table. The whole crystal is an irregular diamond shape. If Harry were here, he would surely be able to see that this was exactly the shape of the Philosopher's Stone he had seen in the first grade. The title-tailed dragon was so embedded in the crystal, it looked like a crystal-clear ember at first glance. However, considering that the direct use of the Philosopher's Stone as a sign is too conspicuous, it may cause some trouble, so Ivan set out to modify it again, removing the color, and leaving only a very complicated, black magic. A diamond pattern outlined by silk threads. It should be almost. Ivan looked at the pattern in front of him and nodded. In a hurry, he couldn't think of a more suitable logo, so he just used this one. Just after making a decision, a slight knock on the door rang out. Come in. Ivan waved his hand to erase the pattern on the table, and said casually. After obtaining permission, the door of the living room was opened quickly, and Aiaea took the lead to enter, and then more than 40 wizards such as Daubt and Furin followed in. The spacious living room was full of people all at once, and it was extremely crowded. Due to Ivan's power, every wizard who came in was honest and well-behaved, just like a rabbit. If you walked out in this manner, no one would believe that this was a group of evil dark wizards from Knockoff Alley. Such obedience certainly makes sense, after all, they witnessed a miracle with their own eyes last night. The seemingly weak young wizard in front of him easily repelled the mighty Dark Lord Voldemort. In their impression, this was something that even Dumbledore could not do. The number one power in the magic world deserves it. But while feeling in awe, when facing Ivan, a trace of fear was unavoidable in their hearts. They understood Ivan's rhetoric in Knockoff Alley last night, so of course they knew what kind of face it was under the other's gentle appearance. It was not enough to describe evil, cunning, and ambitious. If I really want to put a label on Ivan, it can only be said that this is a darker lord more terrifying than Voldemort. The thoughts that flashed in the minds of Roger and the others, naturally, could not be concealed from Ivan, who was using sensation mind throughout the process. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Ivan was having a headache. At that time, he was patronizing Voldemort, and he never thought that his casual nonsense would bring such a sequelae. Novel number 6. What makes him feel helpless is that he still needs to maintain this deterrent to check and balance the restless dark wizards. However, he still can't explain it, because he still needs to maintain this deterrent to intimidate Voldemort, and by the way check and balance these restless dark wizards. Ivan sighed silently. Forget it, misunderstanding, it's not the first time anyway, he is used to it. Your Excellency Halls, did you have anything to tell us when you called us? In silence, Daubt asked cautiously. Although his personal relationship with Ivan is good, Daubt never forgets his identity in public and uses honorific titles. In the beginning, this was just a means to strengthen prestige, but as Ivan's strength became stronger, he shouted more and more smoothly, and there was no more awkwardness. You must have seen the battle last night, right? Ivan didn't answer Doughert's words directly, took a sip of the tea, and then asked. That's natural. I will never forget the heroic appearance and mighty power of your Excellency Halls that night. Roger said with emotion. This is a bit of suspicion of flattering, but Roger is sincere, because he really thinks so. That night Voldemort suddenly appeared in the wizarding market and interrupted Ivan's speech, which made the original good form take a turn for the worse, and once had the upper hand in the confrontation between words and momentum. So Roger almost wanted to turn around and switch to Voldemort's camp. Fortunately, he suppressed the thoughts that had arisen in his mind at the last moment, and persisted for a while. Only then was he fortunate to witness that the mighty Voldemort, like a rag doll, was slapped and flew out by Ivan. This extremely shocking scene, he might not forget it to death. Just after Roger's voice fell, the wizards present also woke up. While irritated by their lack of eyesight, they hurriedly spoke out, praising Ivan's heroism in beating Voldemort and angering the magic world. Heroic. It's a pity that all these flatteries slapped on the horse's thighs. Ivan has always been indifferent to this black history, so he quickly raised his hand to stop these people's words. Stop it all for me, I am not calling you here for you to praise me. Although Voldemort has been defeated by me, I am very likely to make some small action secretly under the anger, and even directly attack some of you. This has to be guarded. Ivan said solemnly. www.novel.com. Listening to Ivan's words, Doubt immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. If a strong man like Voldemort were to put him down for assassination, there would be few people present who could hide it. Your Excellency Halls, do you want us to find out the hiding place of the mysterious man as soon as possible? Fern asked. This would happen, the only way to take advantage of the mysterious man's serious injury, get him out and kill him. No, if you encounter Voldemort with your strength, I am afraid that there will be no chance to escape and spread the letter. Ivan shook his head and retorted. It was just that Ivan soon realized that such a reason was not enough. Even if he did not meet Voldemort, he could still confirm Voldemort's position by catching the Death Eaters, so he immediately added one sentence. Besides, Voldemort is still useful to me. It's not time to kill him, understand? Chapter 742, Such a Spirit is Really Unimaginable. Hogwarts Blood Wizard Novel, find the latest chapter. Yes, Sir Halls. Hearing Ivan's words, Fern nodded solemnly. He understood that he had spoken too much this time, and it was obvious that Ivan was secretly planning some amazing plan, and even the Dark Lord had calculated it together. No wonder Ivan didn't have any intention of chasing after Voldemort was seriously injured last night, obviously he did it deliberately. After all, this is the second time Ivan has forgiven the other party's life. With such an obvious reminder, he hadn't thought of it just now, and he was so stupid to ask directly, it was really ashamed. The rest of the wizards have no shortage of intelligent and sophisticated generations, so naturally they won't lose sight of this. But because of this, it makes people feel shocked. It is unimaginable to regard the mysterious people who are afraid of everyone in the magical world as pawns. Such courage is really unimaginable. Doubt looked at Ivan with emotion in his heart. A few years ago, the little wizard, who was a little immature, has grown to a point where he can't even see it clearly. Obviously it has the power to run wild in the magic world, but it has been hiding it, just to give the opponent a fatal blow after winning the trust of Dumbledore. Such a city can only be described as unfathomable. Had it not been for Voldemort's sudden killing, they would have been kept in the dark. Your Excellency Halls, since we can't take the initiative to attack, how can we avoid the mysterious person's attack? Walker asked curiously. Next, I will burn a magic mark on each of you. You can talk to me directly through it. When necessary, I can also use this magic mark to determine the coordinates of your location and use it to perform phantom shift. Shape. Ivan didn't mean to sell off, spent a few minutes, roughly speaking about the effect of the magic mark, only concealing his ability to directly kill people through the mark. Walker and others were excited when they heard the news. They knew that this magic mark was undoubtedly an amulet, and they could apply for support in time if they encountered a powerful enemy that they couldn't handle. But before they were happy for too long, Ivan poured cold water on his head. Although the magic stamp can deliver messages instantly, if you happen to be very busy or temporarily delayed by something, you may not be able to rescue in time, so this can only be used as a last resort at best. In addition, unless there is something important to report, it is forbidden to contact me directly using the magic mark. Ivan added. He didn't want some trivial things, these people came to ask himself, then he would be bored to death. The wizards present nodded together, in fact, even without Ivan's reminder, they would not have the guts to do so. Let's start with you, Doubt, just to remove the dark mark on your wrist. Ivan looked around, and his gaze finally stayed on Doubt's body. Do you have a way to remove the dark mark? Doubt suddenly became very excited. After Voldemort was resurrected, the dark mark on his hand became more and more obvious, with unbearable tingling from time to time. In the past 10 years, he has not thought of removing this dark mark, but he has tried all methods except for cutting hands to no avail, so he had to give up helplessly. He originally thought that he would never be able to get rid of it. The mark of shame. Of course, to put it bluntly, this is just a marking magic. Ivan casually explained. Now that he knows the principle of this technique, it is much easier to dispel the magic. Doubt hurried forward a few steps, shaking the long sleeve of his left hand, revealing the very conspicuous mark of the skull on his wrist. A serpentine snake was crawling out of the big mouth of the skull, forming a horoscope inner ring. Ivan pulled out his magic wand and pressed it to the wrist stretched out by Doug. With the input of magic power, the black demon mark seemed to have come alive, and the serpentine snake twisted uncomfortably with a weird hissing. The sound resounded in the living room. Literary City. Doubt frowned tightly. He could feel two completely different forces opposing each other on his wrist. The entire forearm was like sticking to a hot iron, and a black air was constantly coming from floating out there. About 3 minutes later, the dark mark on Doubt's wrist had disappeared, replaced by a new mark. Seeing that the spell was successfully cast, Ivan stopped his hands and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was confident before, it was the first time to use this kind of imprinting magic. If something went wrong accidentally, it would be difficult to step down. Go down. Ivan waved his hand to let Doubtjert return to his original position, and then ordered Fern to step forward. Doubt walked back to the crowd in a comfortable mood, raised his left wrist and looked carefully, and found that it was a very strange fire dragon with its head and tail connected together, and there were irregular diamond patterns on the outer circle. Is the dragon dormant about to take off? Doubter guessed in his mind the meaning of this magic mark, and faintly felt that it was not as simple as he thought. About an hour later, all 45 wizards present were engraved with magic marks on their wrists. With such high-intensity continuous casting, even if Ivan felt a little tired, he didn't show it, and his complexion was assigned to the next work as usual. The deterrence brought by Voldemort has been ignored for the time being, but there are still many things they need to do next. Doubt, Roger, Parkinson, Macmillan, you will be responsible for infiltrating the Ministry of Magic. Ivan looked at several people and exhorted. At most half a year we will show you the results, Your Excellency Halls. After removing the dark mark, Doubt was in a good mood and replied with pride. Roger and others also patted their chests to ensure that they would prepare for the attack on the Ministry of Magic as quickly as possible. Actually don't worry, you can do it slower. Ivan opened his mouth, but changed his appearance when the words came to his lips. Remember, you must act secretly. Several people nodded solemnly. Although they couldn't guess what Ivan was planning with their wisdom, they never wanted to make mistakes because of their unfavorable actions. After a reminder, Ivan stopped looking at them, but turned his gaze to Fern, and said again. Fern www.mtlnovel.com. You lead the law enforcers to manage Knockoff Alley and set some rules. The atmosphere here needs to be rectified. If you see a suitable wizard, you can also recruit. I'll pay attention, Your Excellency Halls. Fern bowed his head slightly. Ivan didn't give much reminder. He still trusted Fern's ability and loyalty. Finally, he told Aisha to be in charge of the operation of the wizard market and sent people to look for the rare and magical creatures. Do you have any questions? Or do you want to add? Ivan asked, scanning the audience. There was silence in the living room, and no one made a sound for a long time. Ivan was not surprised. He knew how terrifying his current deterrent power was. Such inquiries were just a matter of routine. However, when Ivan was about to announce the end of the meeting, a slightly familiar figure in the crowd stood up. Chapter 743, Let's start, follow the old rules. Hogwarts Blood Wizard novel, find the latest chapter. Your Excellency Halls, please forgive me for my offense. I think we should set up a special propaganda department. Gleason walked out of the crowd and suggested a little nervously. Promote it? Ivan raised his brows and said. Talk about it. With Evan's permission, Gleason leaned slightly and began to talk about the importance of setting up a propaganda department. The entire British magical world is much larger than Knockoff Alley, and the situation is more complicated. Although they can occupy the Ministry of Magic with powerful force to rule, but doing so will eventually bring a lot of drawbacks. The most direct impact is the endless troubles and riots that follow. Therefore, it is necessary to carry out propaganda to let all wizards understand that they are the righteous side, and everything they do is for the sake of the future of the magical world. Hearing this, Ivan nodded. Of course he knew the truth. Over the years, he asked Rita Skeeter to truthfully report on his achievements. In addition to trying to get the legendary points, he also has the meaning of self-promotion and suppressing the authority of the Ministry of Magic. Regardless of the unsatisfactory performance of Fudge as the Minister of Magic in recent times, most of his mistakes have been forcibly covered up, and they are not recognized. If these things can be exposed through propaganda, then the angry wizards will spontaneously oust Fudge without them. The more I think about it, the more Ivan feels that it is indeed necessary to establish an announcement department, because mastering propaganda channels often means mastering the right to speak. Your proposal is very good, Gleason, then you will be responsible for this newly established department. Ivan said appreciatively. Thank you very much for your trust, Your Excellency Halls. I won't let you down. Gleason leaned slightly to signal, concealing his excitement, and stepped back into the crowd. Looking at the energetic Gleason, Rozier and the others were full of envy. They knew that Gleason's status would be greatly improved from today, leaving them far behind. Is anyone else wanting to say something? Yvonne looked around at the crowd, and after waiting for a while, no one stood up, so he waved his hand and said. So, now the meeting is over. Knowing that they could finally leave, the wizards present were relieved. No way, the faint pressure on Yvonne made them feel terrified just standing here, so after saluting and saying goodbye, one by one left the living room as if fleeing. Yvonne looked at the people leaving in a hurry, and shook his head helplessly. It seems that this misunderstanding will be impossible to clarify for a while. After this meeting, in the next few days, Yvonne turned away most of the chores and devoted himself to magic practice. Yvonne knows very well that expanding power in the magical world and wooing the rich and powerful are small means, and only strong power is the root of everything. This is also the reason why he often no longer dared to delegate power to Knockoff Alley. Doubt, Fran, and Gleason can understand that as long as their brains are not short-circuited, there is only a dead end for party and rebellion. The reason is very simple. With the strength he showed that night, even if all the wizards in Knockturn Alley were combined, it was not enough for him to fight alone. So what he needs to do most now is to turn this false combat power into reality as soon as possible, otherwise, once he wears the help, everything he has painstakingly created will instantly fall apart. Xian Book Bar. However, it is not so easy to increase the strength in a short period of time. Yvonne was soon disappointed to find that he could not complete any of the tasks released by the system for the time being. Even the easiest dark minion, after he took the time to go to Azkaban, he had no choice but to give up. Of course, this is not to say that the Dementors have forgotten his great hero after more than a year. On the contrary, this time the contact went very smoothly, and most of the Dementors were willing to follow his instructions, but even so, the task progress did not increase by the slightest. While feeling puzzled, Yvonne could only guess that the mission target must have these Dementors surrendered to him. This is not incomprehensible, after all, he possesses Bogut's transformation, and pretending to be Voldemort can order the Death Eaters, but this does not mean that he has subdued these people. So after spending a long time developing the Dementors into undercover agents, Yvonne left Azkaban angrily, temporarily giving up the idea of using the protection mode to improve his strength, instead placing his hopes on hard practice. The only good news is that more than 30 dark wizards are held in the cages of the underground fortress to serve as sparring partners, which means that he does not need to cast spells on some wooden dummies stupidly, but can actually do it in a field. Improve yourself in battle. In the evening a week later, in the practice room of the underground fortress, a total of 15 wizards stood in every corner of the room, showing a tendency of encirclement. In the center, Yvonne, who was surrounded by a group of wizards, didn't show any fear on his face. He just slowly pulled out the wand hidden in his sleeve and spoke casually. Let's start, or follow the old rules. Oh, I almost forgot that you don't have the memory of that time. In short, you don't accept surrender. You can encircle and attack at will. If you can defeat me, I will release you from the cage. Yvonne simply said the rules of the battle, and then just stood in the middle and waited for them to do something. The 15 wizards present shook hands holding their magic wands, and they looked at Yvonne with horror and despair. Although they are crowded, none of them think they can win. This is obviously not the first time for such a battle. Although they have no memory of previous battles, they are not stupid. These days, no wizard has been released at all. On the contrary, everyone was inexplicably wounded, and even a few were seriously injured and killed. If it had not been forbidden to surrender, they would have knelt down and begged for mercy. Reassure, I won't use my full strength, and I won't kill you. Since you don't plan to move first, let me start. Yvonne was a little impatient and raised his wand first. At this moment www.mtlnovel.com Yvonne suddenly stopped casting the spell, but a crimson light beam flew over from the side. It was Avery who shot, his eyes were red, and he gnashed his teeth and yelled. There is no way out if you are stuck here, we are fighting with this demon. Conf Ringo. Thunderbolt explosion. Reducto, bone to pieces. Under Avery's scolding, more and more wizards reacted, raising their wands, and magic beams shot out one after another, intertwined in midair into a large net, blocking all of Yvonne. The escape route. That's right. Yvonne said happily, his body shape flashed and disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had instantly entered a dragonized state, with a punch on Avery's face. Chapter 744, Magic Power. Magic Power. Hogwarts Blood Wizard novel, find the latest chapter. With a strong punch, Avery was as if hit by a moving train, his body rolled and hit the wall behind him, and he couldn't get up for a long time. And the big net made up of cursed beams also lost its target with Ivan's teleportation, hitting all corners of the room recklessly, causing a lot of chaos. After solving Avery with a punch, Ivan's expression did not relax at all, taking advantage of the chaotic stall to uninterruptedly launch the next magic. Expecto Patronum, Hush and guard. At the moment when the spell was recited, a large amount of white mist drifted from the top of the wand and gradually enveloped in this closed practice room. This magical fog was developed by Yvonne in a few days with reference to Voldemort's bloodline magic. The only pity is that his white mist does not have the effect of disturbing the mind and absorbing vitality like the black mist. Its function is only to block the line of sight and weaken the perception. However, these 2 points alone are enough to make Yvonne unfavorable in the group battle. After all, as a spellcaster, he is completely immune to the influence of fog and can see everyone's positions. The originally unified battlefield was quickly divided by the white fog. Yvonne walked in the thick fog like an assassin, looking for the wizards who were alone, and first solving them. After experiencing a brief chaos, the remaining wizards immediately reacted. They gathered together in groups, working together to create a whirlwind, and the mist spreading in the practice room quickly became thinner and thinner. He's over there, 1 o'clock. In the crowd, a sharp-eyed wizard noticed Ivan's figure through the thin mist and shouted. The few people beside him launched a counterattack without hesitation, and several spell beams flew out. It's a pity that for Yvonne, who is always on the mind, the actions of these people are not a secret to him at all. So Yvonne dodged easily, several consecutive spells blasted a wizard into the air, and then rushed into the crowd with a dragonized state, like a tiger into a flock, 3 punches and 2 feet to stand forward. The 2 wizards kicked to the ground. Screams and howls resounded in the practice room. Since these sparring partners are all evil black wizards, Yvonne has no psychological obstacles when he does his hands, and he plays very freely, using almost every bloodline magic to the extreme. The entire battle lasted about half an hour, and when the white mist gradually dissipated, all the 15 wizards had fallen to the ground. 4 were slightly injured, 7 were seriously injured, 1 was turned into a statue, and 3 wizards needed rescue. Yvonne looked around, and after confirming the result of the battle, he drew out his wand and placed it on the wizards who needed to be rescued, using some simple healing magic to prevent the opponent from bleeding too much and die. While healed, Yvonne did not forget to use the forgetting mantra to erase the memories of these people. As a cautious person, Yvonne pays great attention to the leakage of personal information. Because the bloodline magic he possesses is very special, such as Snake Eye, if the opponent does not know in advance, he will be hit 100%, but once he has preparedness, it is easy to find a way to deal with it. Voldemort, who came to trouble last time, avoided looking at him all the way during that battle, so that he couldn't find the opportunity to use the magic eye at all. So every time after playing in the practice range, Yvonne would cast the forgetting curse to erase the memories of these people and avoid the leakage of some important information. However, doing so will also cause some problems, that is, after these days of practice, one's own strength has slowly improved, but the wizards who are training partners have not made any progress. 16 Novel Network. Forget it, try raising the number to 20 next time. Yvonne muttered to himself. Since the quality is insufficient, it can only be collected by quantity. He urgently needs enough pressure to break through his limits. Of course, this is not to say that these dark wizards have a low level of magic. The wizards who can be locked up by him either have life in their hands or are often cheated. They have not been beaten to death until now, which means that they have good survival and fighting abilities. But the key is that these people usually fight on their own, without the tacit understanding as teammates, and occasionally get accidentally injured, which leads to greatly reduced combat power. If these people can really unite and fight together, Yvonne feels that even if he can defeat them, he will have to pay some price. The injury is certain. After all, this was a frontal battle rather than a sneak attack. A few years ago, he was able to completely wipe out the black wizard who came to attack the magic shop. It all relied on the invisibility cloak borrowed from Harry and the many traps arranged in advance. And now he can defeat these people directly. This is the result of his fusion of blood and hard practice for 2 years. It's just that this kind of strength is not enough compared to the ups and downs of the demons. According to Doubt's description, the opponent even succeeded in fighting back under the siege and suppression of 50 wizards. The battle a few days ago also impressed Yvonne, even though the last hole cards were used, he couldn't completely end the opponent. If you are suddenly attacked by 50 well-trained wizards, can you win it? Thinking of this, Ivan's scalp numbs for a while. I am afraid it will be hard for him to retreat all over. It seems that the gap is quite big. Yvonne sighed helplessly. In fact, when his magic power is abundant, the number of ordinary wizards is not a threat, but his bloodline mana consumption is too serious to maintain. The most obvious is the battle just now. Don't let him fight easily, but he has maintained the white mist and dragon, which consumes more than a little bit of magic power. Coupled with the frequent use of Bogart's transformation, and another werewolf wizard with his magic eyes in a flash, resulting in only 1/5 of the magic power in the body now. Magic, magic. Yvonne has a headache. www.mtlnovel.com. Since he mastered the first bloodline magic, magic has been the biggest obstacle to his strength. Although his current total amount of magic power is more than twice that of an average adult wizard, and he is in a period of rapid magic power growth at the age of 15, the magic power scale displayed in the system bar will increase every few days. At this rate, even if no new blood is merged, when the growth of magic power at the age of 30 stops, he will have a total amount of magic power equal to 10 times that of a normal wizard, which is enough for him to spend at will. But the problem is that Voldemort is not a fool, and he is unlikely to be completely frightened by him. After Dumbledore's death, this guy will definitely try his best to test himself. Once Voldemort finds that his strength is not as strong as it was originally shown, the war will restart. There is not much time left for him. Chapter 745, If you do this, Hermione will cry. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, a slight knock on the door came from the door of the practice room. Come in. Yvonne immediately returned to God and said. The next moment, the door of the practice room was opened, and Joseph and the others walked in tremblingly. When he saw a black wizard whose life and death were unknown in the practice room fell to the ground, Joseph's body trembled involuntarily, and then he cautiously reminded him. Your Excellency Halls, your mother has something important to look for you. Okay, I'll go over now. Yvonne patted the dust on his body, replied casually, and then stepped towards the door. Joseph and the others were familiar with the 15 black wizards' wands, and by the way judged the severity of their injuries. Minor injuries are temporarily left alone, and severely injured patients are sent to the infirmary. After wandering around for a while, Joseph was a little surprised that no one died today. We must know that deaths inevitably occurred in the previous few times. Could it be that Lord Hall suddenly showed kindness? No, that doesn't exist. Joseph shook his head, so there is only one possibility left. The number of prisoners as the test objects is not enough, so we must be more cautious, and the methods should not be as brutal as before. Wanting to understand this, Joseph couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about before was that the prisoners died too much, and someone lacking manpower would force them to act as guinea pigs for magic experiments. Although no one knows what the Lord Halls is going to do to gather so many prisoners every day, judging from the injuries of these people and the memory of being eliminated, it is probably an experiment of some kind of cruel magic. As for why not fighting? Are you kidding me? 15 wizards, together, it's hard to warm up your Excellency Halls before the war. Joseph leaned down and carried a seriously injured patient, feeling a little sympathy in his heart. For these people, death might be a relief. Yvonne, who had just walked to the door, naturally heard the voices of Joseph and others. After these days of uninterrupted practice, his mind consciousness has successfully broken through to level 7, and he can read his mind freely without having to look at each other. But this is not a good thing, but it adds a lot of trouble to him. Because from the feedback received from mind reading in the past few days, his image in the minds of his subordinates seems to be getting more and more terrifying. Even in the minds of many people, he has replaced Voldemort as the one who dare not call his name. Mystery Man. The specific reason is of course related to the magic practice in the recent period. Every evening, he would order the law enforcement officers to pull the lightly injured wizards in the cages into the wide practice room, and then all these people would be carried out in a coma after dozens of minutes. To some extent, this process is indeed very frightening to outsiders, but Yvonne has indeed tried his best, and he cannot keep his hands against a dozen wizards at the same time, at best avoiding the use of lethal magic. The prisoners who unfortunately died in the practice had nothing to do with him, and they were basically all accidentally injured by friendly forces. For example, the hapless guy yesterday was hit by a teammate's blasting spell and died on the spot. He couldn't save it if he wanted to. Your Excellency Halls. Yvonne walked slowly, and when he crossed a corridor, 2 law enforcement officers guarding there saluted respectfully. Seeing that they seemed a little nervous, Yvonne smiled and nodded at them. Ivan's evil smile made the backs of the 2 law enforcement officers chill, and they shivered together. They heard the wailing sound in the practice room just now. Compared with other untruthful wizards, they kept guarding here. Of course, they knew that Yvonne was not practicing magic, but fighting these prisoners. So they came to a conclusion that His Excellency Hall seemed to be gentle, but in fact he was extremely cruel, with serious abuse and violent tendencies, so that it would be uncomfortable not to beat people for a day. After detecting the thoughts of the 2, Ivan's face suddenly froze, and his smile solidified on his face, looking a bit hideous. It's over, the Lord Halls is as moody as the rumors. The 2 law enforcement officers thought tremblingly. Ivan's forehead bounced with blue veins, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and he resisted the urge to take out his magic wand and beat the 2 of them. He didn't want to have any more weird rumors about himself tomorrow. After leaving the basement, Yvonne was annoyed and directly dispelled the mind of detention. This magic really couldn't be on all the time, otherwise he would be to death one day. Walking all the way to the living room, Yvonne barely calmed down the ups and downs, opened the door and saw Asia sitting on the sofa looking through some letters. Mom, do you have anything to do with me? Yvonne asked. No, take a look, your little girlfriend sent it. It should have been in the mailbox at the entrance of the store for a few days. I just happened to see it when I passed by today. Aisha handed the letter in hand to Yvonne said jokingly. Yvonne took the letter in a little embarrassment, and looked at Asia reluctantly. What are you doing peeking at my letter? Noting Ivan's resentful expression, Asia couldn't help laughing. She vaguely remembered that she hadn't seen a similar look on Ivan's face for years. I didn't take a peek specially, just to make sure that these letters are okay. Mysterious people might do some tricks secretly, manipulate the letters, and then pretend to be your friends and send the letters over. Explained. Yvonne rolled his eyes and didn't believe a word, but he didn't know anything about Aisha, so he could only turn his attention to the envelopes in his hand, and took out the parchment inside and looked at it. To Ivan's relief, Hermione only mentioned her current situation in this letter, as well as some interesting things that happened when she was a guest at Black's house. For example, George and Fred tried to use telescopic ears to eavesdrop on the meeting of the Order of the Phoenix, or for example, she met a new witch named Tonks, who was disguised animagus who could transform at will. Do you leak information about the Order of the Phoenix like this? www.mtlnovel.com. Does Dumbledore know? Yvonne shook her head, and Hermione was too careless. Although the little witch is smart enough, her mind probably still stays in the fight between the students, without realizing that they are now fighting a real wizarding war. If this letter is intercepted in the middle, it will be difficult to handle. Even now. Yvonne tilted her head and glanced at Aisha. She was holding paper and pen to record the key information mentioned in these letters and everyone's name, especially the name of Tonks. A witch who can change her appearance at will, if used well, can cause them a lot of trouble. No, don't remember, Mother, I have a list of most of the wizards of the Order of the Phoenix. Yvonne hurriedly took the pen and paper from Asia's hand. If Hermione knew that she was using the letters she sent for analysis and intelligence, she would definitely cry. Chapter 746, List of Personnel of the Order of the Phoenix. Do you have a list of the personnel of the Order of the Phoenix? Asia looked at Yvonne suspiciously. Kingsley Shaker, Arthur Weasley, Remus Lupin, Daedalus Digo, Stoke Podmore, Emily Vance, Mundungus Fryod. Yvonne named more than a dozen wizards in a row, considering that Harry and the others were not qualified enough, so Yvonne did not include their names. Asia was very surprised. Of course, she believed that Yvonne would not aimlessly, and she knew some of the people on this list, and they were indeed members of the Order of the Phoenix. They are the main force of the Order of the Phoenix, and there are some spies and dumb guns without magic that have not been recorded. Yvonne added. Of course, he found these names from his memory. If they were the same as the original time and space, the Order of the Phoenix reorganized by Dumbledore should also be this group of talents. Thinking of this, Yvonne was somewhat surprised. After counting, he discovered that all the main members of the Order of the Phoenix together turned out to be only more than a dozen people. Compared to his law enforcers and Voldemort's Death Eaters army, the difference is more than a star and a half, which is considered the weakest of the three forces. However, Yvonne soon thought that Dumbledore had a lot of friends, and his reputation in the magical world was unmatched. Although many righteous men did not clearly join the Order of the Phoenix, they were still willing to be Dumbledore's help. If you count this power, it will be enough to contend with them. Is that werewolf Lupin your undercover agent? Aisha pondered for a long time, and suddenly asked. In her opinion, Yvonne was able to know everyone's name so accurately, mostly because there was a owner in the Order of the Phoenix. Among these wizards, Lupin, who was a werewolf, was the most suspicious. After all, Yvonne was in charge of the wolf poison potion, and he was studying the method to cure the werewolves, so he could easily persuade the opponent to come over. No, don't guess, it's not the news he revealed. Yvonne shook his head and hurriedly denied. Although Ixia's brain is very reasonable, but the relationship between herself and Lupin is quite good, it is better not to cheat each other. In short, don't worry about the Order of the Phoenix. I have my own arrangements. You only need to keep an eye on the actions of the Ministry of Magic and the Death Eaters. Yvonne said with discretion. He didn't know the contradiction between Asia and Dumbledore, but the other party had been alive soon. Once the White Wizard dies, the past hatred will disappear, and there is really no need for them to target the Order of the Phoenix. Asia nodded, since Yvonne had already planned, then she would naturally not make trouble. Looking down at the list of personnel who had just been recorded, Asia said with emotion. Unexpectedly, even Kingsley Shaker was from the Order of the Phoenix. I heard Doubt say that this man is very capable and he didn't deal with Arthur Weasley very much. I was still hesitating whether to treat him bring in. Those contradictions were probably deliberately pretended by Kingsley. He didn't win fudge. How could he pass on Dumbledore's information from the Ministry of Magic? Yvonne casually replied, looking at the letters in his hand one by one, and saw at the last letter, his expression stopped. Among the several envelopes Asia gave him, one was unopened, and there was no signature on it. Yvonne looked up at Asia suspiciously. Detective magic is attached to this letter. If anyone other than you opens the letter, the paper inside will immediately self-destruct. Asia explained that the use of magic in the letter is very clever, and even she is incapable of it. Crack it. Is that so? Ivan muttered to himself. He had roughly guessed who the letter was sent, and he opened the envelope directly. Sure enough, it was sent by the teacher. Ivan took out the letter and looked at the famous at the end of the parchment. Just as he thought, at this time, only Nicolas was sending a letter to himself in such a special way. What did he say in the letter? Asia asked curiously. Well, the teacher said in the letter that I congratulate me for defeating Voldemort, and let me go there if I have time in the near future. Ivan briefly described the content of the letter, and then muttered to himself. Strange, how did the teacher know about my defeat of Voldemort? Did the news spread so quickly? Shouldn't I didn't feel surprised. Alchemists like Nicolas always have some special news channels. What's more than 200 people have witnessed what happened in Turnover Alley. If they wanted to check it, they couldn't keep it away anyway. Then when are you going to go by, and will you leave today? Aisha said with a bit of dismay. Ivan only stayed home for more than a week this summer, and they are basically busy with the affairs of Knockoff Alley every day. I haven't been able to get together. Ivan wanted to say that he would leave tonight, but looked at the dissatisfied expression on Aisha's face, and temporarily changed his words to adjust the time to 3 days later. It just so happens that he still has some things to prepare, such as making some magic props to cope with the test set by Nicolas. Well, I have to write to Hermione to write tonight, this time I must not forget it. Ivan secretly thought about what to do before leaving. Although he can use apparition to shuttle between 2 locations, Nicolas once told him that when he uses apparition to enter and exit the safe house, it will affect the protection magic there, so he expects to be able to go back and forth in a week. One time is good. At night, on a hillside dozens of miles away from this, Snape's figure suddenly emerged from the void. He glanced left and right, the place was deserted, and it looked very dilapidated. The traces of the last war are faintly visible. The soft soil is full of big pits blown out by magic. A tombstone with a missing corner is inserted diagonally into the soil, and there is still a bush near the edge. There are traces of being burnt out by flames. Snape frowned. It didn't seem to be a meeting place. Suddenly, a strong tingling sensation rushed into my heart, and his left arm was as if burned by fire. Snape hurriedly pulled up his sleeves, and the black mark engraved on his left arm moved slowly. The serpentine-imprinted serpent wriggled its body, making a round of neighing noises, and the hollow eyes of the skull and skull burst out with a weird red light. Then a bunch of information was accurately conveyed to his mind. Riddle House is located on a hillside next to a village on the southwest side of England. This is the courageous faithful curse? Snape's pupils shrank slightly, and the forgotten memories in his mind resurfaced. He turned his head abruptly, and a spacious and majestic mansion appeared in front of him out of thin air. Chapter 747, Riddle House Rally. Snape stared at the mansion that appeared out of nowhere, vaguely thinking of something. Could it be said that the rumor is true? Besides, he couldn't think of the reason why Voldemort needed to hide with the curse of fidelity. Snape reached out his hand and wanted to get the newspaper in his pocket, but in the end he stopped, his complexion regained his calmness, and strode towards the door of Riddle House. The appearance of Riddle's mansion was very different from when he came last time, without the feeling of decay and rundown. The entrance doors and windows were polished brightly, the roof tiles were also refurbished, and the ground in front of the door was covered with a thick carpet. The decoration was very grandiose, incompatible with the desolate surroundings. Walking to the door, Snape keenly found a dark mark engraved on the doorknob. When he put his hand on it, there was a tingling pain in his left arm. The door opened automatically. Snape crossed the threshold to enter it. The entire front hall was already full of people. All the Death Eaters outside had arrived. It seemed that he was the latest one to come. Noting this, Snape quickened his pace and went straight to the first place on the right. After the wound healing 2 weeks ago, Voldemort's trust in him had risen to a higher level. It can be said that before the group of madmen in Azkaban were released, he was second only to Voldemort. You should have heard the news, right? As soon as Snape stood up, there was a whisper in his ear, and he turned his head slightly, speaking to Lucius Malfoy, who was standing next to him. Lucius still wore his aristocratic black robe, frowning, and a somewhat unnatural look on his pale, pointed face. What? You believe that rumor? Lucius. Snape's eyes narrowed. No, of course I don't doubt the Master's power. It's just the source of some curious news. Lucius' right hand gently stroked the snake stick in his hand, his eyes moved slightly to the left, and he replied absently. Only then did Snape notice that his student Draco Malfoy was standing beside Lucius, with a look of trepidation. Those eyes looked uncomfortably left and right, and looked at himself from time to time. Probably it is because of fear that I have never been able to say hello. Although Snape was a little surprised as to why Draco was here, he didn't mean to ask him actively. This is the residence of the Dark Lord. Maybe there is some surveillance magic assigned to them. They need to be cautious in every move. Apart from them, the rest of the Death Eaters were also whispering. Snape couldn't hear him clearly, but he thought it was related to the rumor. At this moment, the door was opened again, and a tall and thin figure walked in from outside the door. The front hall suddenly became very quiet, everyone closed their mouths, and slightly lowered their heads to assume the most submissive and humble gesture. The candle light swayed gently, and the light in the room seemed to dim a bit, and the blazing fire leaning against the corner was suppressed by an inexplicable force with only a few flames left. "You are welcome to join this rally." Voldemort walked all the way to the very end of the front hall, and a slightly hoarse voice came out of his thin mouth. Immediately afterwards, Voldemort's gaze stopped on everyone, and he said harshly again, "But it seems that some of you don't seem to be so happy with me." The Death Eaters present were all anxious. Snape lowered his head to avoid looking at Voldemort, while Draco shrank behind Lucius in fear. Voldemort felt the fear rising in everyone's hearts, and spoke while pacing in the front hall. "Yeah, I must have heard some bad rumors recently. The strongest wizard in the magical world, the invincible Dark Lord, suffered a major setback in Knockdown Alley and was caught by a little devil who just turned 15. It was defeated, right?" Voldemort's low voice echoed all around with a hint of irritation, and no one dared to answer. The silence lasted for a long time, until a Death Eater yelled frantically, "This must be a rumor. The Master is the most powerful wizard ever and cannot be defeated." The condensed atmosphere on the court was instantly broken, and it was reflected that the Death Eaters had verbally denounced the false rumor and admired the mighty power of the Dark Lord. "You're right, McNeil." Voldemort nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the Death Eaters who were firm on the surface, but half trusted in reality, and explained. "But I did ran into some trouble in Knockout Alley the other day. There is nothing to conceal about this." As soon as these words came out, many Death Eaters' eyes widened, and some couldn't believe what they heard. When they got the news before, they all sneered, "A little devil had defeated the powerful Dark Lord. Are you kidding me? This is even more absurd than Dumbledore preparing to join the Death Eaters." Only in the week after receiving the news, Voldemort's whole person was like missing, and he was nowhere to be found, plus the few photos that went viral, which made them believe a little bit. Now after hearing that Voldemort personally confirmed the authenticity of this incident, McNeil had a faint feeling of faith collapse. Voldemort ignored these people's gazes, and said to himself, "As you can see, I underestimated the enemy. I went too aggressively. I went deep into the opponent's station under the condition of my stymating the strength of Yvonne Halls. As a result, I was placed. There were too many eyewitnesses to the battle that took place in Knockdown Alley that night. www.mtlnovel.com. It was impossible to hide it completely. Instead of these people guessing, it would be better for him to speak out directly and set the tone for this matter. It must be that kid who instructed all the wizards in Knockout Alley to besiege you together." Lucius Malfoy defended it very eloquently. "You can say that, but this is still a shameful failure anyway." Voldemort glanced at Lucius, his expression very indifferent. Voldemort's words made the Death Eaters present a sigh of relief. It turned out that their master was besieged by many wizards in Knockdown Alley, and then defeated because of underestimating the enemy, and could only temporarily evacuate. "Master, did you summon us this time to break into Knockout Alley and kill that kid?" McNeil asked. Voldemort's flat snake face twitched slightly and shook his head slowly. "No hurry, Yvonne Halls recruited a large number of people in Knockoff Alley. It is difficult for you to compete with the large number of law enforcement officers." Chapter 748, Everything you see is just appearance. "Using brute force has always been the dullest method. I have a better way to deal with him," Voldemort added. McNeil closed his mouth immediately, and the heart that Lucius and others had been holding was also relieved, which meant that they didn't have to fight this tough battle. "You must know that even the Dark Lord has stumbled in Knockdown Alley. The danger there is generally visible. If they have their lives, they may not have their lives to come back. Severus, you coach at Hogwarts, and you should be familiar with Yvonne Halls. What kind of person do you think he is?" Voldemort suddenly turned his head to look at Snape and asked. Snape was stunned. He didn't expect Voldemort to ask this suddenly, but he quickly recovered, and he uttered after hesitated for a while. "Difficult to evaluate. He is the weirdest and most gifted student I have ever met. He is smart, studious, and full of sense of justice, but sometimes he is out of order and despises authority. On weekdays, he often confuses with Potter and Weasley. Dumbledore has praised him many times, and he has the meaning of letting him join the Magic Association." Listening to Snape's statement, McNeil and the others couldn't help frowning. In their opinion, Snape's raising Yvonne Halls so much was undoubtedly a kind of contempt for his master. However, Voldemort didn't mean to be angry at all. "Very well, you didn't lie, Severus. It's a pity that everything you see is appearance," Voldemort said gloomily. "But that's right, his disguise is very good. You must have never seen his evil and defiant appearance." Snape and the others looked at Voldemort very suspiciously, and didn't quite understand what he meant. Voldemort immediately spoke about what happened in Knockdown Alley that night, and said nothing about the battle between him and Yvonne. Lucius and others were stunned when they heard that Evenhalls had pulled up a legion of law enforcers in Knockdown Alley and forcibly tied all the wizards there to the wizard market. When they heard his declaration, Lucius and others were shocked. What kind of boldness is this, and how bold is it? Is he really only 15 years old? Even standing next to Voldemort, Peter Pettigrew, with a low brow and pleasing eyebrows, trembled. Snape was also surprised. He had several contacts with Evenhalls. He vaguely understood that the other party was not as gentle and polite as he seemed, but he never thought that Evenhalls had such ambitions. This is simply the next Voldemort. No, it's the Dark Lord who is more powerful than Voldemort. Evenhalls has mastered a curse that can increase combat power in a short time, and intends to win the trust of Dumbledore, and then use this special curse to sneak and kill him. Voldemort couldn't help but think of Ivana that night with an arrogant posture. His face became more and more ugly. Severus, I need you to find an opportunity to pass this news to Dumbledore. Voldemort said gloomily. Yes, Master. Snape replied with the shock in his heart and replied submissively. Dumbledore can never let him grow. Voldemort muttered to himself, even he could feel the threat posed by Evenhalls so deeply, not to mention the hypocritical one. The White Wizard. Once Dumbledore thoroughly sees the nature of Evenhalls, the two sides will fight immediately, and in the end, no matter who loses or who wins, he can take advantage of him. Thinking about this, Voldemort looked at a Death Eater with a fleshy face next to him, and spoke again. Yaxley, since you are working in the executive department, you recently figured out a way to have the Ministry of Magic investigate Knockdown Alley, and I will let McNeil take care of assisting you. The trash of the Order of the Phoenix is not as good as the Death Eaters he just gathered, let alone against the Law Enforcement Legion. In terms of strength, Dumbledore may not be the opponent of Evenhalls, so he has to add a little more blockage to that kid, at least he can't spare time to trouble himself. Yaxley and McNeil, who received the order, nodded quickly and agreed. After talking about the strategy to deal with Evenhalls, Voldemort turned his words to the tasks he had ordered some time ago. Although he was planning to cause troubles to make the two rivals fight, even if he wanted to be the fisherman behind the scenes, he had to enhance his own strength as much as possible. Master, those Dementors are already considering our suggestions. The recent move by the Ministry of Magic makes them very dissatisfied. I believe they will completely fall to us soon. Pettigrew Peter said cautiously. Wormtail, I hope you can understand that my patience is limited. I will give you 2 more weeks at most. Voldemort said impatiently. He has had enough of these clerks, and eagerly hopes that those servants who are truly loyal to him will return to him as soon as possible. And the first step is to get the Dementors guarding Azkaban. He casually warned Pettigrew Peter, and Voldemort turned his gaze to another Death Eater and asked. Where are the werewolves? Master, the werewolves led by Fenrir Greyback are happy to join us, but there is one condition. Amicus Carrow bowed slightly and hesitated for a while before replying. They want the formula for the wolf poison potion. Voldemort's brows frowned. Of course he knew who the inventor of the wolf poison potion was. Asking about the formula of the wolf poison potion from Evenhalls was tantamount to a dream. But soon he seemed to think of something again, his frown stretched out, and he turned to look at Snape. Before Voldemort asked, Snape said straightforwardly www.mdlnovel.com I have deciphered the formula of the wolf poison potion, but the effect is a bit worse than the original version. Good job, Severus, even if my loyal servants return, you will still be my most trusted right hand. Voldemort said affirmatively. He was very satisfied with Snape's performance. Among the countless bad news, this was the only good news. As for you, Carlo. Voldemort turned his head and looked at the Death Eater. After the meeting is over, I will notify the werewolves. I agree to this condition, but the formula will not be handed over to them until the Ministry of Magic is breached. Before that, we will provide them with enough wolf poison potions every month. Understood. Amicus Carlo responded with his head down. After some questions and answers, the solemn atmosphere in the front hall eased a lot, only Lucius was still pale and worried. Before long, Voldemort's dark and hoarse voice came from the front. Lucius Malfoy, don't you have anything you want to report to me? Or did you fail to complete the task I gave you? Chapter 749, The Plan to Assassinate Evenhalls. Lucius' figure trembled. He knew that he couldn't escape today, so he had to bite the bullet and speak. Master, the wizards who took photos are extremely afraid of your power and have fled to America ahead of time. I have to go, a step too late. In other words, they are all alive well. Voldemort interrupted Lucius impatiently, and said harshly. Master, I beg you to give me another month, 2 weeks, no, in 1 week, I will definitely be able to bring their bodies to you. Lucius knelt down on Voldemort's without an image. At his feet, all the pure blood honors and noble qualities of the past were all left behind, and he pleaded very humbly. Lucius, I have given you many opportunities, but it's a pity that you didn't cherish it once. Voldemort looked at him disappointedly, and then suddenly asked. Is the diary I kept in Malfoy's house still there? Lucius Malfoy, who knelt down and begged for mercy, was dumbfounded, with cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't expect Voldemort to suddenly ask about this. That diary was taken by him 3 years ago. You gave it to Yvonne Halls, am I right? Voldemort spoke slowly, a trace of killing intent appeared in the red eyes. Master, I just follow your instructions, get it in Hogwarts at the most suitable time, and kill those mudbloods that don't deserve to be wizards. I also want to give it to Yvonne Halls. Kill him with the help of the Master's power. Lucius, trembling constantly, said tremblingly. But you didn't accomplish any of these things. You also damaged my diary, and even implicated another equally important thing. Guess how I would punish you, Lucius? Voldemort's eyes became sharper, and before Lucius Malfoy could reply, he waved his wand angrily. Heart-cutting bones. An unspeakable pain instantly invaded his whole body, and Lucius only felt that his flesh and blood had been torn apart, and fell to the ground in embarrassment, wailing in pain. On the side, Draco was shocked. He wanted to shout loudly, or jump on to rescue his father. But the courage that rose in my heart all disappeared the moment I saw Voldemort. Draco seemed to be under a hold spell, with a few tears hanging in the corner of his eyes, staring blankly at his father's heart. Curse torture. About a minute later, Voldemort put away his wand, and the screams and howls echoing in the front hall stopped. Lucius got up reluctantly, and in spite of his embarrassment, he pleaded in a low voice. Master, please give me another chance, I have always been loyal to you, Master. That's why I specially spared your life, Lucius. Voldemort tapped the wand in his hand and turned his attention to Draco. At least, you followed my instructions this time and brought your son here. Seeing Voldemort turning his gaze to him, Draco stepped back in horror and almost fell to the ground. Lucius was worried that Draco would offend Voldemort by saying the wrong thing, and hurriedly said. Master, my son Draco has just turned 15 this year. He is weak, I am afraid he can't help much. I think he will be more useful than you. Voldemort interrupted Lucius' words, staring at Draco, and asked casually. I heard that you and Yvonne Halls are in the same grade, and have some friendship, right? Draco. Draco's face turned pale, and he shook his head frantically. No, Master, I don't have any friendship with him. Halls is the person I hate the most. He maintains Potter and Weasley in school and makes trouble for me together. Snape, Professor Snape can do I testify. Having said that, Draco hurriedly looked at Snape next to him, as if he had found a straw. Snape didn't disappoint him either, and nodded immediately. Yes, Master, many people in Hogwarts know that Draco and Yvonne Halls are very troublesome. Yes, I can't wait to kill him. Draco Malfoy yelled in fear. Very well, if that's the case, then you go and kill him. Voldemort said with a sneer. The expression on Draco Malfoy's face froze for an instant, his mind was a little confused, and he stammered after a while. But I am not his opponent. Of course I don't expect you to confront him head-on, Draco. Voldemort said quietly. You can think of other ways, such as putting poison in your food, setting up some traps, or something. With each word Voldemort said, Draco's face became paler and his body trembling unceasingly. Lucius did not expect Voldemort to have a whim, let his son assassinate Yvonne Halls. With the cunning and powerfulness of the opponent, the possibility of getting hit is very small, which is completely a move to scent death. Realizing this, Lucius couldn't care if he would offend the Dark Lord. Even if he wanted to persuade Voldemort to give up this idea, he was forced by Voldemort's intentional or unintentional aura to give him words that came close to his lips. Swallowed back. At this moment Draco had been driven into desperation. He kept looking around, as if expecting someone to stand up and help himself, but no one responded. Voldemort walked up to Draco step by step. Seeing this strange snake face close at hand, Draco nodded in fear. Very well, Draco, you are such a brave kid. Voldemort put his hand on Draco's shoulder enthusiastically and said with satisfaction. If you can do this www.mtlnovel.com, then not only will I not account for your father's faults, but I will also treat you as a loyal right-hand and successor. Voldemort's voice seemed to have a certain magical power. Draco could not help but think that after the mission was successful, he would be commended in public, and a large number of Death Eaters nodded more vigorously at the appearance of his words. At this moment, a voice rang. Master, don't you want me to start a fight between Halls and Dumbledore? It might be a bad thing if Draco acted on Halls at this time. Voldemort turned around and looked over with a slight dissatisfaction. It was Snape who spoke. He didn't avoid Voldemort's sight, only a faintly confused and worried expression on his face. Voldemort stared at Snape for a moment, then laughed suddenly and explained. Everything has to be prepared, Severus, if you provoke their plan to fail, then Draco will naturally come in handy. Chapter 750, Obey the Law and Overturn Alley. Anyway, I need to see results in half a year, Do you understand? Voldemort added. Snape should claim that it was, and Draco nodded hastily. Voldemort was very satisfied, and the hand pressing on Draco's shoulder could not help but aggravate it a bit, and a strong black gas continued to gush out from the part where the shoulder and the palm of the hand were in contact. Draco hissed softly, gritted his teeth tightly, and suddenly felt like his shoulders were being burned by a hot iron. If Voldemort's power hadn't been taken into consideration, he would have shouted out. After an unknown period of time, the hand was retracted, and the long pain finally ended. Draco knelt directly on the ground, sweating on his forehead and back. This is part of the reward I have given you in advance. Voldemort said lightly. Reward? Draco was a little unclear, so he thought it was the Dark Lord deliberately torturing himself. Draco hurriedly pulled off his collar and took a look, only to realize that there was a skull mark on his shoulder. A black python was slowly crawling out of the skull, as if it were alive, very mysterious. This is the mark of the Dark Devil? Draco recognized it instantly. He had seen the exact same pattern on his father's arm before, and he knew that it was a sign of Death Eater. If only half a day ago, Draco would have been happy. He had always thought that becoming a Death Eater was an extremely prestigious thing, but now he has no heart to think about this, and his mind is full of the assassination mission. Due to the small number of Death Eaters regrouping, Voldemort didn't mean to talk about it. The whole meeting only lasted more than an hour before it came to an end. The Death Eaters who received the order did not dare to stay for a while, and soon used apparitions to disperse. Snape stepped out of Riddle's house, recalling the conversation with Dumbledore at Hogwarts Tower 10 days ago. After I died, if one day Voldemort suddenly fell into great fear and panic all day long, it would prove that the time had come. Snape frowned deeply. Originally, he thought Dumbledore had been burnt out by the potion he had made to make his mind so whimsical, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. Whether it was the fierce loyalty curse covering the entire resident, or ordering himself and Draco to investigate and assassinate Yvonne Halls, it undoubtedly proved one thing. That is so powerful that Voldemort, who has made the entire magical world warfighting, is afraid. Fear of a little devil who is only 15 years old. And that person is not yet called Harry Potter. This made Snape feel ridiculous, and at the same time he became even more curious about what happened in Knockoff Alley that night, and why Voldemort was beaten and fled. Is it possible, is this also in your calculations? Dumbledore? A few days passed in a flash, and under the compulsory intervention of law enforcement such as Frin, the entire Knockdown Alley was completely new. In the past, the debris and garbage accumulated in the corners were cleaned up, and the unemployed people who wandered in the streets were all arrested and forced to participate in the street reconstruction work. Not only that, the enthusiastic law enforcement officers will go from door to door to explain to them the new rules in the Knockover Alley, and give them a copy of the New Century Declaration. According to the descriptions of the law enforcement officers, this book contains the magnificent idea of that adult, which every wizard in Knockdown Alley must understand and read. They will also conduct an assessment every 3 months, and those wizards who fail the assessment will be put in prison and become experimental materials for that adult. Under such intimidation and pressure, in just a few days, earth-shaking changes have taken place in Turnover Alley, and slogans of compliance and law-abiding have been posted door to door. The 2 Aurors who entered the investigation here witnessed such a harmonious scene. Captain, shouldn't we come to the wrong place? Sunny looked around, looking at the plaque speaking of civilization, creating new styles, the whole person was blind. 3 years ago, she had been to Knockdown Alley several times, vaguely remembering that the streets were very messy at that time, and some black wizards squatting in the neighborhood often squatted around and glanced at herself with strange eyes, making her feel very uncomfortable. But today's Knockdown Alley is completely different. There is no such unpleasant pungent smell. All the dark wizards with bad intentions are also gone, and the wizards who pass by from time to time mostly have reassuring smiles on their faces. Has Knockoff Alley changed so much over the years? Sunny was a little unacceptable for a while. I don't know what's going on, but it should be Knockout Alley here. Deluxe shook his head, also surprised by the changes in Knockout Alley. You should know that this is a gathering place for dark wizards, a place that the Ministry of Magic usually can't control, but now it looks orderly, and various propaganda slogans are posted on the surrounding walls. Out of Auror's keen intuition, Deluxe is 100% sure that there must be a problem. The 2 exchanged opinions, and unanimously decided to find a few people to ask about the situation before talking, and then stopped a middle-aged witch who happened to pass by. Hello, madam, I heard that a conflict broke out in Knockout Alley the other day, is that right? Sunny asked. No, you are misunderstood, there is no conflict breaking out here. The witch squinted her eyes and said with a smile. That night, it was just a few familiar wizards who gathered together for a lively bonfire party. A campfire party. Sunny's eyes widened. The corners of Dawlish's mouth twitched. The middle-aged witch nodded and described the scene of the bonfire party that night to the 2 vividly. www.mentalnovel.com. In the second half of the night, several drunk witches were still interested in magical competition for a while. The house was burned, causing a lot of chaos. Dawlish was dubious. Although the other party's statement was a bit weird, it was at least far more reliable than the nonsense rumors that the resurrected black demon was defeated and escaped from Knockdown Alley. Then what's the matter with these things? Sunny asked curiously, pointing to the slogan posted on the street wall. The middle-aged witch explained with emotion. The chaotic situation in Knockout Alley a few years ago made every wizard living here feel pain in his eyes. So they spontaneously united this year and drove away the dark wizards who made trouble, and decided to rebuild their own homeland. And these propaganda slogans are their bright prospects for the future. Sunny and Dawlish looked at each other stupidly, saying goodbye to the witch, walking on the tidy street full of question marks. I'm afraid it's not a fake knockover alley.